Jones, and I'm here to tell you folks, the world has fallen. The fascist globalist overlords, they're implementing the Great Reset. You don't believe me? I've seen the tapes. Watch it, folks. Watch as these pot-bellied Zoomer goblins work with the Illuminati to pit us against each other. I promise I'd be a good boy.
Ugh, I'm a good boy.
There's only one cure, folks, and that's liberty. And there's no better channel to find freedom than Fabian Liberty. Anarchy is order. Government is civil war.
I just got 3 things to say. God bless our troops. God bless America. And gentlemen, start your engine!
I got you, sir. Let me get my shoes. Hold on, get ready. So we gotta move to the front.
Not only do you have a micro penis, which is an important point, but on top of that, you refuse to share your Pokemon cards, and that's not nice.
So first of all, a 2-inch penis is not a micro penis, okay? And for your second point, my Pokemon cards are all mine, and I don't have to share them if I don't want them. I work super hard to get them, and they're really special to me. So I'll keep them.
You don't understand. You can't continue to play with us if you refuse to share your
Not fair.
cards.
I'm Ukrainian, and this is my bridge. I'm Ukrainian, and this is my gas station. I'm Ukrainian, and this is my school.
2 seconds earlier.
Would you let a Jew work out in your gym without paying if he claimed that the membership was promised to him by God 4,000 years ago?
No. Bro, you are fucking...
That's a good question.
Yo, you're fucking funny. No, I mean, everyone pays.
What if he tried bombing you for that?
Bro, I mean, that would be like some crazy crime. Some acted, I don't even know, there, I don't know.
Are you taking a political stance right now?
Is found in my house. That's called a bird grasshopper. I'm gonna eat him.
He's not been transparent. I mean, there may be...
They are making routine announcements about the things they are finding, and they are inviting questions about the things they are finding every single day.
But by definition, he's not being transparent. They're not providing data for the things that they say they have found evidence of. They just aren't.
The White House has provided...
You can make announcements, and you also did admit that he actually...
So you just don't believe it. I mean, they are providing information. You just choose not to believe that it's true.
We're seeing about 13 months for these brain and spine MRIs. Cool. Canada, where healthcare is free, but only if you can afford to wait.
Step 10, states must publish their own map and allow internal challenges to their own map. So the government has published a map. They have invited the states to challenge the map. Then states have submitted initial proposals, and they then have to publish their own map and allow challenges.
Wait, who's challenging it within the state?
Well, organized interest groups, environmental groups, I don't know who specifically, but literally anybody. This is, right. I want to say something because it's very important I say this. This is the Biden administration's process for its own bill. They wanted this to happen. This is how liberal government works now.
This is something they instituted for this bill.
For their bill. This is a bill passed by Democrats with a regulatory structure written by Democratic administration. Okay.
Right.
Step 11.
Ideological subversion is the slow process which we call either ideological subversion or active measures, активные мероприятия in the language of the KGB, or psychological warfare. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country.
For our most tricky disagreements, seeking the truth and seeking to convince others of the truth might not be the right place to start. In fact, our reverence for the truth might be a distraction that's getting in the way of finding common ground and getting things done.
free fries when you get vaccinated? I got vaccinated. You're saying I could get these delicious fries? Wait a minute. But there's also a burger element to this? Let me check with Bill Neathart. Is it too early in the day to eat a burger? No. This could be breakfast? Okay. I want you to look at this and think about, again, some people love hamburgers, some don't. Really want to respect all ways of life. But if this is appealing to you, just think of this when you think of vaccination. Vaccination. I'm getting a very good feeling about vaccination right this moment. Thank you.
When I win, I will immediately bring prices down starting on day one.
Men to woman, or woman to men.
Man to woman.
From penis to vagina.
In the shower, on a walk, the Dylan hour. Feeling sweet, feeling sour. I feel nothing. The Dylan hour.
Hello and welcome to Wales. We understand being a refugee isn't easy. They go through so much. Fleeing your country is difficult, but Wales wants to help you feel welcome. The Welsh Refugee Council is here to help you.
Tell me you love me. Say it like you mean it. Say it like you mean it. You message one other guy ever again, whether we're together or not. You understand me?
But if you're a man who's stuck with a woman and you don't even get along with each other and it's a show marriage and you have to be together and you argue all the time and you're sexually repressed and you're being promised in secret that you can go to an island and finally be pleasured and satisfied, no one's ever going to find out, that's how you end up on the island. So this whole monogamy garbage that's being pushed by the West, especially amongst our elites, is the reason we have the biggest problem with pedophilia, and they don't have this problem in South America.
The whole point of this is for me to begin to reintroduce myself. I'm doing this both personally for me, but in a professional capacity. Moving forward, the majority of what you will see will be me speaking in a professional capacity. My goal is to continue to help.
Arguing with them, hey guys, if no one pays taxes, then who's going to stop the fires? Who's going to stop all the violent crime? Dummies. And then the LA fire happened, and the fire department didn't stop the fire because I guess they ran out of budget for water, and the police didn't stop the looting because I guess they didn't want to get near the fire. And so I guess I lost that argument. My bad.
Howdy, Half Hippo. Let's chat, Half Hippo. I see you. I see you're a little mad, and it's okay. Let me introduce you to the world of streaming. I'm so happy you're here. I'm happy every time there's a new face. Every time there's a new name in chat, you know, life is going good for me and the movement because there are more people keying in, coming together in these little powwows where we debate and discuss philosophy and look at stupid clips and things like that. So, Half Hippo, if you're not used to streamers, right? Or if you've only ever watched like Liquid Zulu streams, most live streamers, that the majority of their content is like regular streaming, right? You build a parasocial relationship with your audience. And so that means the good part of it is the vibe of the community and chit-chatting back and forth and things like that. And so what that means is the beginning of stream, after an intro, I'll get into that in just a second, is like chit-chatting, catching up with people, seeing how people are doing, allowing some banter, watching a couple videos. You don't ever want to do anything real serious right from the beginning because you want to build that relationship. And the intro is a means of letting people get the notification that there's a long stream about to occur. And then they're like, oh shit, let me finish up a couple things. He's about to go live. Lets people start talking to each other and stuff. Is Mr. Fabian always so scruffy looking? When you say scruffy looking, all I can think of is Star Wars Episode 5 when Han Solo is trapped in the asteroid and they're doing works and the wombats are on the outside and he has that kissing scene and she's like, you no good like whatever, bantha, bantha hurting, blah, scruffy looking. And he goes, who's scruffy looking? Like he doesn't deny any of the other accusations, right? And then when you call me scruffy looking, I just assume you're complimenting me and that you're in love with me, Tony Sharks, right? You're just hoping I'll lean in and give a half-forced kiss. You want to feel these big lips press up against yours and lose a little bit of self-control as your knees go weak. But don't you worry, Tony Sharks, all right? These big daddy arms will catch you before you fall. But yeah, the intro is just random shit from like the last year or two. That's what it usually is. I got to update it. I've been promising to update it. I've got a busy couple of weeks going on. If there's certain clips you want to see, join the Discord and like DM them to me or put them in media recommendations and add them to me. And then I just make a big clip of bullshit that lets people like hop in, fuck around, chit chat. And then I pop in after like that's probably the longest one I've had. And it's 8 minutes. It's not that bad. I'm aware of the purpose of intros, but this one has so little to do with the channel is about in certain area places. Yeah, you're just being autistic, bro. It's just crazy shit in U.S. politics. That's all the clips are. It's just Trump being an idiot, some of it being jokes, some of it being dark shit. Now, yeah, the Andrew Tate shit's kind of outdated. The fucking COVID shit's kind of outdated. It's just like, look at the craziness of our politics. Look at, and it's not meant to be one side or the other side. Just look at the pundits, look at the lies, look at the breakdown in philosophy, etc. How are you going to review Dave Smith Zulu debate? Tomorrow. Tomorrow I have the Prime Guys tonight, and then tomorrow I'm just gonna muscle through the whole thing. Scott, do you take your flu shot? I used to take the flu shot when it was a live attenuated virus and you could get it in the nasal spray. But now I just don't take that shit. Like the ones you get in the arm injections just really don't help at all. Zulu is doing the Super Chats Tuesday morning as well. Okay. Well, I mean, it'll be roughly the same time as I normally do streams. So like, it'll be like 6. I mean, we won't do like, I'm not going to make you guys wait 2 hours because it's a long stream to get through. From the debate stream, he couldn't read them. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. I'm sure he had a lot of views and stuff. Yeah. I have to study tomorrow for finals on Wednesday. What finals? What are you taking? I mean, you don't have to give the exact course, and everything, because it might end up like doxing you, but just like what in general. Yeah, I mean, I can't make any promises that like we'll get through the entire debate, but I plan on streaming the reaction for like 8 hours if I need to. Right? So supply chain finance stuff, that's cool. Whenever Dave is speaking, you'll need to use 2 times speed. I mean, I'll probably have it at like 1.25 or 1.5. I don't ever go above 1.5 speed. And the reason I personally, when I'm reacting to something, don't go past 1.5 speed, unless it's like really, really special, is because other people want to watch my stream at like 1.25 or 1.5 speed, right? They don't want to listen to me talk at 1 time speed. And so if I'm reacting to something at like 1.75 or 2 times speed, and I have YouTube Premium, so we can go even faster. And then on top of that, you're watching it at like 1.5 or 2 times speed. Then like whatever I'm reacting to is like a chipmunk thing, and then you constantly have to change your speed or whatever. So I very, very rarely go past 1.5 speed. I watch your VODs at 2 times. Exactly. And if I was watching something at 2 times and then you're watching it at 2 times, like you wouldn't be able to keep up unless you're like some type of supersonic spur. Because as much as I don't give a fuck about IP laws, I actually do care about people watching the original content. Like that's a value of mine. That's not like a legal imposition. Like I do think like if it's a great video with great content, I kind of want like I enjoy watching a 2-hour thing and only getting through the first hour, and then people being like, "What the fuck? You didn't watch the second hour?" It's like, yeah, if I'm here for the commentary and the breakdown of things. Like, if you want to just watch this debate or this video, go to their channel, watch that. It's good content. You know what I mean? Like, so I don't mind not finishing things, but there are certain things that we want to finish. And so the Dave Smith Zulu debate is one of those things, right? So I'm gonna start the stream tomorrow at 6. We're gonna hop in, we'll chit chat for maybe a half hour or so, and then we're just gonna get right into it. And we're going to watch it probably at 1.25 or 1.5, depending on the situation. And then, and we're just, and if we have to and we're just going to brute force it to the best of my ability. We're going to do at least 8 hours. Maybe not, sorry, not at least 8 hours. We're going to I'm going to try and get it done in 8 hours. And if I end up going over 8 hours, I might just be like, okay, good night. I'd love to have majored in economics, but there's far less job opportunities there, sadly. Dude, I got an associate's degree in econ, and then I had to take accounting classes. And bro, the accounting classes, I was like, I don't want to touch anything in econ again. That's when I switched my majors to a double major in psych sociology with a minor in religious studies. Create a bingo for it? I've heard a lot of people doing the bingos for it. Maybe I'll create a bingo. That could be fun. Why was it that bad? Because it was elementary school math homework and hours of it. It was very, very simple math. And everyone was talking and there was people struggling and people not. It was so bad. Yeah, it definitely does depend on the school. I'm working on my PhD in economics. Economics. There we go. You can bring Zulu's bingo if you feel like it. I'll tell you right now that more than a few spaces were filled in the first 2 hours. Hey, Agrilopolis? Is that a Greek name if I remember correctly? Because I see Polis, and I think maybe it's a made-up name of some D&D city or some shit. But but then it could just be a real name, and I'm an asshole. Look, it's one of the DebateCon guys. Polis is just Greek for city? Yeah, I just said that, brother. I just said that, half hippo. What do you mean? Yes, I know. That's what I mean. Supply chain is fun. I get to play Factorio and it counts as studying. That's funny. Sure. Yes, it's made up. We met at the BayCon. Dude, I need you to understand that I'm so bad with remembering names and faces and people. If you tell me something you said or did there, I'll be like, oh yeah, it's that guy. But when I get a name, you know what I mean? I never tie a name to a face. I just forget that shit. I'll tell people, I'm like, man, I really love this band. And then they'll be like, cool, name 3 of their songs. I'll be like, dog, 20 of them are on my Spotify, but I don't remember one. Wouldn't it be scary if you were bad with faces, but good with names? Why would that be scary? I saw Five Nights at Freddy's 2 movie, great for fans, terrible as a horror movie. Yeah. What's that fucking, oh my God, oh fuck. My brain just farted on so many details. The, for, what was that Nicolas Cage Five Nights at Freddy's movie? What was it called? Yeah, Willy's Wonderland, where it was a Five Nights at Freddy's knockoff thing. That was a hilarious fucking movie. Have you ever seen it? It's if you haven't, it's a Five Nights at Freddy's knockoff movie
where like teenagers and like dude is there to like clean the bill and he doesn't say anything, and it's very clearly like I guess funded by Dr. Pepper, because after every scene and after everything he cleans, it's just like go to the machine, get another Dr. Pepper. It's like it's a funny fucking, it's not quite as good as like Velociraptor, but it's like a self-aware funny movie. Yeah, well, the excuse is, thank you guys so much. I'm not crazy. That's Elder Scrolls music. That is Elder Scrolls music in the background. One of those pieces of music that doesn't get copyright strike. I stopped paying for Pretzel Rocks because I was getting copyright strikes all the time with music that I pay for. So I was like, fuck this. I'm not going to pay money to have to constantly dispute shit. It just takes away time. It's not actually saving me anything. So I just throw video game music in the background. Fun fact, don't do that with Final Fantasy music. One of my videos has 17 copyright claims on it, and I just gave up. I was just like, nope, you guys can have the money for that video. Because it just takes your ad revenue, so it's like not that big of a deal. Because I don't make shit in ad revenue anyways, but I was just like, okay, not doing that again. Got it. I'm not trimming every single fucking bit of that out. But yeah, fuck was I saying? But yeah, it's a funny movie. Velocipastor is one of the most insane titles for a movie ever, and I am almost afraid to ever watch it because what the fuck would even happen in that movie? Velocipastor is a fucking low-budget, self-aware, hilarious film. I'm Frankie Mermaid. Gosh, if you shove dicks in your mouth like you did those sandwiches, I'd be a fucking millionaire. Like, dude, Velocipastor is unhinged. Okay, there are ninjas. There is a priest that goes to China and can become a velociraptor with a hooker doctor lawyer girlfriend who's always referred to as a hooker doctor lawyer. Who and like he goes to a Satan, he goes to like a exorcist and kills him, and like it's fucking, the Vietnam flashbacks are unhinged. All of it is unhinged, and it's a beautiful disaster. I was about to tell people to hit that thumbs up. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Like, share, subscribe, donate me money like Computer Carnage did. The stream chats, like we have the stream chat goal. I love you guys. Join the Discord. Follow me on X. But the main thing you want to do is hit that like button. It's free. There's still 8 of you right now watching for sure that haven't hit the like button. It's just like move your mouse, click it, or move your hand over to the thing. Like, it's not that big of a deal. Like, at least do that. It helps us in the algorithm. I have to watch that movie again. Yeah. Why would Big Food invent a food that's anti-Ozempic? Think about it for like just a few seconds, Smug. I feel like you'll figure it out. I'm assuming you're being facetious. You should get a thing where it reads the super chats out loud. That shit can be hilarious. I have it, and I have it not for the super chats because like I just have it linked to the direct donations through Streamlabs. But it never works. Like, I can never get the audio to come through. I've tried everything, and it like broke one day, and every setting I go through doesn't work. I'm just dumb. I'll have to grok it or something and go through a step-by-step process and see where I fucked it up. I fucked it up somewhere, right? But yeah. I suck at remembering names. I'm a fat gremlin, so I'm an expert on big food. It's only funny until it's funny until someone like does like a space like 300 times. Then it's really not fucking funny. It's just annoying. He asked the question prior to the intro. Inquiring minds are genuinely curious. So why would food companies try and create food that counteracts a drug that is designed to make you purchase less food and designed to making you eat less food and eat less junk food and instead switch to healthier alternatives and buying lower amounts of food? Why would a company that makes a profit off of selling you junk food and selling you lots of it attempt to create something that would undo the effects of that. I wonder what their motivation might be. Yeah, now you're getting it, Verspecci, however you say it. The most annoying super chat that reads like, yeah, parentheticals. It reads as opening curly bracket, closing curly bracket. Yeah, no, it's like, it's fun until somebody does that. And then it's like, okay, nah. I think people just don't know how Ozempic works. Yeah, that's fine. That's fair. GLP receptor drugs work by overproducing something that your brain already produces, which is a signal to stop eating. It's the signal that your brain says that it's like, hey, stop eating. You're not hungry anymore. You're full. The feeling of being full. And if you keep eating after that, you get nauseous. That's how Ozempic works. Is it makes you, like, after you eat a very small amount of food, it makes you feel full and feel nauseous if you continue to eat. I don't know why you'd eat junk food if you were trying to lose weight anyways. Frank, I challenge you to walk into any Walmart in America and just grab a little notepad and just look at people in this Walmart and put whatever observations you want about anything, and then just come back to me later. And I feel like your view of the average American will change. You're just like, why would people do irrational things? Aren't all people rational actors? You know what I mean? Like, yeah. Retarded ones. Is junk food addictive and amply abundant in America's stores and restaurants? Ariel Suarez, you're not serious, right? So first and foremost, junk food is without a doubt widely available in American stores and restaurants, number one. Number two, American food has so much bullshit and toxins and whatever it is that's bad for you, addictive substances, artificial sweeteners that are biochemically engineered to be 100 times sweeter than sugar is, salt that is specifically designed to, access the portion of your brain that recognizes saltiness and then make that part of the brain overactive and happy. Like crazy shit is in our food. That when Americans go to Europe and do nothing but eat massive amounts of pasta, they lose weight. Like when Americans go to Italy and just get full, stuffing their bellies with pasta and eating all kinds of fucked up food, they tend to walk more because they're seeing a bunch of shit. So they get a little active. But also the food is so fucking bad that people lose weight eating what you would normally consider junk. And then when they come to America, when Europeans come to America, they gain weight. On the bright side, are poor or fat. Yeah. That question to chatter that asks, why would people eat junk food if they're trying to lose weight? Sorry, I didn't specify. Oh, yeah. I mean, fair enough. You didn't have to pay me $10, but I appreciate it. Thank you, Ariel Suarez. Seeing American eating junk as a main meal is a culture shock for me. Yeah, I mean, like, it's pretty bad over here. I think the thing that's important, I think the thing that really is like big for America is like American abundance reached its peak in the 1980s, right? So in terms of American history, where we are at the height of the world, right? Compare that to any other country or empire. We're at our height as a world. When like shopping malls and Pizza Huts and like, fast food and like, like that was a big part of our cultural impact. Like this big corporations that are like making cheap food right after the energy crisis where we massively subsidize the corn industry and created like high fructose corn syrup and shit like that. That was when America was at its cultural peak in the world. And so like a big part of American culture is that like the concept of abundance in America is like eating shit junk food was like the mainstream marketing pushed idea. Like, oh, other countries are starving under communism and we're beating the communists. And we're beating the communists with Taco Bells and Pizza Huts. You know, like it's only recently that I've like started to like be somewhat concerned about my health and what I eat. Because I grew up on like poison. All the while they were capturing academia. Yeah. What do I think about Phil Magnus? I haven't read any of his works. I've only like heard his name in passing. You know, so I can't really give you like a real opinion. I can say this though, Phil Magnus, I had to Google again just to make sure that I wasn't walking into like a suck on D's nuts joke, because Phil Magnus sounds like a fucking like wordplay that would have me trapped in some wordplay joke. It's like, how do you feel about Mike Hawk? Can you give a shout out to Mike Hawk? You know what I mean? Like, or something. Like, that's what Phil Magnus as a name sounds like. Every calorie says yes to life, Murray Rothbard. Yeah, like you can't be passively healthy in America. You have to be like very careful about what you purchase and like reading the ingredients on everything and like Googling what ingredients are. Like, I mean, I have an app on my phone just for shit like that. Like that's how bad it is in America. Right? Like, yes, why do you do this, right? Like I have Veebs. Can't see it because it's like it's green and it's mirroring shit and it's all fucked up. But like I have an app, Veebs, just so I can look up shit, so it can be like, these ingredients cause cancer, and be like, oh shit, all right, so not this one. You know, like you genuinely VEEBS. So like I'll show you like I'll show you like, so if I pull up Veebs, right? Oh my God, why are you being a dick right now? It doesn't want to work right now. Regardless, anyways, you can like scan it and it'll like look at the it is bad reviews because politics. Yeah, it has bad reviews because of politics. But it won't just tell you like, oh, this is bad. It'll tell you each ingredient, and then it'll show you what the best research available says about that ingredient currently. It'll be like, hey, this is up in the air. There's some research that suggests this. There's other research that suggests this. Do this at your own risk. Now, how it measures things, like you can't take it seriously on whether or not it says something is healthy or unhealthy, because it'll be like, oh, this is high in cholesterol, so therefore it's not that good. And it's like, bitch, so are eggs. You know what I mean? Like, stop, right? Like you shouldn't really take its opinions. But it's good for like when you're like, what the fuck is that ingredient? It'll show you the ingredient and it'll show you the research associated with that ingredient. It's hard to avoid Chipotle, bro. Chipotle used to be pretty good. Chipotle's gone downhill, but Chipotle used to be pretty healthy. A lot of science behind our food prep and marketing. Even our chickens were genetically altered and bred for plump, short lifespans. Yeah, but I mean that's true for like a long time. Like that's true long before like science was bought by big corporations, right? Like, for example, chickens lay way too many eggs, right? Like chickens weigh an absurd amount of eggs. It's unhealthy for them. Right? Like, and that's why, like, and then they cull chickens that eat their own eggs because you don't want to encourage that behavior. But like, chickens aren't supposed to lay that many eggs. They've just been bred for that over centuries. You know what I mean? Like, genetically modified organisms has been a thing since the dawn of man. Like, I think really the more important thing is like, are we talking about transgenically modified organisms? Because then we get into the shit where of like, how bad is this? But like GMOs can be bad too, but also basically everything you're eating is a GMO. Even if it's like organic heritage shit, it's still probably a GMO. Like broccoli didn't fucking exist. Like we bred broccoli to exist. Trans the chickens. Overcrowding their meat pans they're cooking and not sure it was cooked through. Oh, I could see that. It always cracks me up when people who definitely smoke weed complain about GMOs. That is kind of funny. Is there weed organic though, man? They'd call all the organic weed dog shit. You know what I mean? Like everything that they want has got like 7 fucking crossbreed crazy names. Hold on, what is going on? Okay, sorry, I was just checking DMs, making sure it wasn't anything. You know, making sure it wasn't anything I had to respond to immediately. Organic weed has like 1/10 the power of the modern amalgamation of human pleasure it's been bred into. Yeah, I just don't do well with it. Bob Murphy dropped a video about the Malay and Hapa discussion. Dude, did you see that like the Bob Murphy files came out or whatever? Apparently Bob Murphy's ex-wife is like saying that she has like 21 incidents of like abuse by him or some shit. And then like, you know, brought out the fucking court documents. I haven't gone through them. And so like, as far as I'm concerned, a claim is a claim. Who gives a fuck? But I just thought it was funny. It's like, so Tom Woods groomed his first wife and Bob Murphy might have been beating his. Like, yo, what is happening? Or I'll never meet your heroes, folks. I don't know. I don't know if I buy it. You know what I mean? Like a claim is a claim. The Tom Woods shit, I'm like, hey man, your detractors have a Polaroid with the date written on it where you're clearly in your 30s with an underage girl like going to the grocery store with the family that became your fucking wife. Like you, like Tom Woods, you clearly are a groomer, like, right? Like Tom Woods, you know, should go start a shotgun. Fuck him. I don't care. Like, I don't care if he gets brutally murdered. I'll be like, oh, that sucks. Did they catch the killer? Has he killed anybody else? Like, I don't know. Like, maybe not murder. Murder's probably worse than what he did. But like, fuck Tom Woods. Yeah, so glad we got gatekept for these pieces of shit. Yeah, I'm so glad, you know, when I talk shit on Tom Woods, we had to make sure I could, you know, we had to make sure that I couldn't get on Geeks and Gamers or talk to any of those people because fucking, oh God, what's his name? The black fucked him hoe-ass Rhodes guy didn't want to talk to me anymore because I was talking shit on his boy because he didn't want to just, you know, I don't know, have fucking principles. Eric July. Because Eric July didn't want to fucking have any principles. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I get it. You're a grifting piece of shit. But, you know, I'm the bad guy because I'm, you know, causing problems in the liberty space. So I need to be gate kept out. But again, Tom Murphy, all I've heard is accusations. So like, I mean, ex-wives make up shit all the time. What did Eric July do? He didn't do anything. He just you know, we were like the only libertarians on Twitch, and I raided him multiple times when he was doing like late night streams with like, you know, 30, 40. One time I raided him with like 200 people. And he'd shout me out and shit, and I was starting to make connections with like some of the Geeks and Gamers people. And then I like reviewed what was going on with Tom Woods and like the accusations against him, and I was very fair about it. But it was very clear that he groomed his ex-wife when she was an underage girl, and he was in his 30s, and he was in a position of power, and he was her tutor. And I was like, yo, that's fucked up. And then immediately, like right after that, I'm blocked on Twitter. And, you know, I raided him, and like there was no response. And and then all of a sudden all the Geeks and Gamers people wouldn't respond to any of my messages. So like I couldn't talk to like what was it, like Kyle and like a couple other people. It was very clear that like he had put out like, oh no, fuck this guy, don't talk to this guy. And I was like, oh, okay. So you just like we're gatekeeping. We're gatekeeping me out of the picture because I'm honest and I have principles. Got it. Well, it's just the liberty space very much feels like crabs in a bucket. You know, and it's like part of it stems, I think, from the natural individualist philosophy, and part of it stems from like the fact of like, you know, purity testing. And purity testing is good, right? Like you don't want people in there that like aren't libertarians calling themselves libertarians. But another part of it is there's a lot of right-wing grifters that call themselves libertarians, but like, you know, people like Dave Smith, but like really they're just paleo libs or paleocons or minarchists of some variety. They're not libertarians, and they use the name of libertarian to like gain this audience. And they feel like if they let a bunch of people in that are going to attack them or going to compete against them, that like it'll hurt them. So they gatekeep people out of that. And so they try and make sure that like they're the cool libertarian guy in their space because they're the token, and they want to make sure that nobody is like, you know, competing with them for that attention, because it's kind of like this, there can be only one. Not gonna lie, I think it's better that you didn't get in with the Geeks and Gamers crew. None of them are libertarian at all. Yeah, but I mean, like, I was just trying to have some occasional chit chats and be on big platforms. You know what I mean? Like, I wasn't trying to be one of the Geeks and Gamers people. I never would have done that, but I definitely would have like hung out and gamed with them every now and then and dropped some bombs. I didn't know if there is enough evidence to say libertarians are more crabs in a bucket than other political philosophical communities, at least major ones. I work in this space, the guy who games a lot, right? And the amount of gatekeeping on off of podcasts is insane. And it's much bigger for the libertarian space. It's to a bigger degree in the libertarian space. I'll just leave it at that. I don't like, there's some names I won't name because like I feel like they haven't done anything per se wrong, and I'm not trying to make enemies everywhere, right? But there are definitely people that go on like, you know, Tim Pool or, you know, or go on like big podcasts, and then they're like, no, like, oh, I don't like that guy, don't bring him on. And they try and make sure that they have like their token libertarianism in big spaces. So did Jim Bob ever respond to you after he was talking shit? Yeah, he did. Let me just. I DM'd him and was like, someone in Discord said you wanted the libertarian smoke. I'm booked until the 18th, but if there's something you want to debate on libertarianism or from a libertarian perspective, I'd be down. And he said, cool. I'm also super busy for December, but I'll reach out. Sorry, I just had to read it quick to make sure I wasn't doxing something in the chats I shouldn't dox or something. He thinks libertarians are just, quote, people who want to be special and not pick Republican or Democrat. It's very dumb. I feel like there's two problems here. One, I feel like on one end, that's a really dumb take, and it's just completely wrong. And he's spoken to plenty of libertarians, and he knows that's what libertarianism isn't. But also, on the second half, if you're not a libertarian in the libertarian space, then you might look at people like Liquid Zulu and myself as like ANCAP extremists that are different. And that like libertarian as a whole, if you're including like the Dave Smiths and the Clint Russells and the redheaded libertarian and like everybody that's affiliated with the LP and like everyone that calls themselves a libertarian, yeah, he's right. Libertarians are just people who want to be special and not pick Republican or Democrat. Like he's 110% correct if that's what he's talking about. And that's how most people on the outside view libertarians. So like, where's the lie? That's the whole reason we had to do why Liquid, I haven't seen it yet, but that's the whole reason that like Liquid Zulu had to do that debate. That's why the video about Celebritarian had to be made. That's why we have to have this fight. Because from the outside looking in, if you just take like what is libertarian, it encapsulates everyone that calls themselves a libertarian. And 95% of those people are absolutely just people who want to be special and not pick Republican or Democrat. He's 100% right. And that's why we have to fight to gatekeep that term. Have you ever thought about true libertarians rebranding? I feel like this is a layup question and not a real question. I feel like you know the answer to that. Obviously I have. So I think a lot about the unpublished writings of Rothbard where he was considering about calling ourselves monarchists instead of anarcho-capitalists, right? Because he was worried about associating with the name anarchist because the zeitgeist had branded anarchist to mean something that it isn't. From Kropotkin forward, like the leftists, pseudo-anarchists had made it anti-hierarchy, including voluntary hierarchy to a certain degree. And so the question is do you want to fight for the name? I do, because I feel like when Rothbard reclaimed the term libertarian, he claimed it to be based around the non-aggression principle. And so, yeah, even though he might have had some ideas that were underdeveloped or whatever, and like maybe we have some disagreements, at its core, that's what libertarian means, is to be for the non-aggression principle. You cannot be a supporter of the state and be a libertarian. Those two are contradictory. And so, like, do I want to give up the name libertarian? I completely disagree with the nonsense that like Michael Leibowitz is constantly trying to fight, right? Because he's against libertarianism, and he's like, no, see, actually objectivism has a tradition in its name, and libertarianism doesn't have a tradition in its name. It's like, he's presented that argument to me before, and it's just a bullshit argument where he tries to be like, see, objectivism is the philosophy of Ayn Rand. It's like, okay, libertarianism is the philosophy. He's like, but you can't say it's the philosophy of Rothbard. And it's like, okay, then if Ayn Rand ever gets anything wrong, then you have to create a new name. That's not objectivism, right? Like he plays by two rules. The objectivists love to do that. They're playing by two different rules. It's like, yeah, sure, normies haven't adopted objectivism. Objectivism is not the primacy of Ayn Rand's consciousness, except they treat it that way. Right? Like, it has a definition. It is the descriptive legal philosophy, it is the descriptive philosophy of natural law that holds at its base the axiom or the truth of the non-aggression principle, right? Like, that's what libertarianism is. It's a descriptive legal philosophy. That's it. If you're not talking about natural law, and you're trying and attempting to justify violations of the non-aggression principle, you're not a fucking libertarian. Like it's as clear as day. So just because a whole bunch of people wanted to latch on to the term so that they could be special doesn't mean that they're right. But it does mean that I don't hate Jim Bob for having that critique of libertarians when like that's what 90% of people who call themselves libertarians are. Hang in there. How does the NAP work with children and discipline? Political chat. An objectivist working under the pseudonym Ian, I believe. That actually might not be a pseudonym. The other thing might be a pseudonym. So now I'm not going to say it. I'm gonna link you a paper. Give me just a second. But there is someone in our community, Ian Hersom, right? I won't tell you what his real name or what his pseudonym is. Yeah, I'm a human, asshole. Here's the paper. And this is A Rational Theory of the Rights of Children. Okay? Wonderful paper. Give it a read, and it explains in pretty great detail. I'd say it's about 99% correct. Yeah, computer carnage. What's his name? Michael Leibowitz sent me a video I gotta watch. May watch it on stream. Anarcho-objectivism is a contradiction in terms. An hour and 46 minutes. We will definitely react to it at some point. I just don't have time to do it today or tomorrow or Thursday. Maybe I'll do a surprise stream wait, hold on, wait a minute. Something. Yeah, but I have a stream today. I have a stream tomorrow. Got to go to my grandmother's Wednesday. I'm on the Biblical Anarchy podcast Thursday. Friday I'm free. Saturday I have an objectivism discussion / debate. The 14th I'm probably debating Tyler on the FDA. And then what else do I have? Fuck. Where the fuck is my calendar app? There it is. Then the 15th I'll probably do Prime again. The 16th I'm talking to a guy about Argentina and LLA. 17th going to my grandma's again. The 18th I have two things. One, a discussion with this guy on Twitter about what is socialism, and then following that, kind of a repeat of the debate I did with on Grid's channel at in Nashville on Trump being the most socialist president. Then I have my kids that weekend, and then it's probably Prime again, and then that's the day before Christmas. So it's I'll get to it eventually. I'm kind of booked up right now. So yeah. Darn typos. I tried a backspace and it sends. Most libertarians prescribe to peaceful parenting, also not relying solely on justification of because I said so. I'm 99% in agreement with peaceful parenting. I have a 1% disagreement with peaceful parenting. Because I don't think there's anything there. It's not inherently a violation of the non-aggression principle to hit your kid, right? It's only a violation of the non-aggression principle to hit your kid if this is causing some form of permanent psychological damage or some permanent physical damage, right? I don't think anybody, unless they're a psycho, is saying you should beat your kids so hard that they're permanently scarred, right? But in terms of permanent psychological damage, the research is pretty fucking iffy on it. And so I have this 1% thing where it's I think it's perfectly acceptable to hit your kids in associating whatever trauma occurs and pain response with certain things, such as about to touch a hot stove or about to walk out into traffic, right? If they're about to do something that could potentially kill them or harm them, and you smack them one good time, be yo, do not fucking touch the oven, and you're trying to really quickly ingrain it, and the rest of the time you're not like that at all, I think that actually is probably the appropriate that's probably creating the appropriate pathways in the brain, like to associate something that could potentially kill me or is super dangerous with a pain response from the parent that is an otherwise very loving and caring parent means that was an extreme condition that requires special attention. Right? Because real psychological trauma, as far as I can tell, comes from mixed signals, right? It comes from when I do X, I don't know how my parent is going to respond. Therefore, I don't know if doing X is an appropriate behavior. That's the basically how you create personality disorders and a lot of childhood trauma. That isn't to say that childhood trauma isn't created by other circumstances, but the primary cause of childhood trauma is inconsistency or a lack of security and vulnerability from the parent, right? And so if you're using punishment because you lack emotional depth and communication skills with your child, and so you just have this fear or anger response that you give to your children so that they shut down and stop the behavior, that's going to cause a lack of growth, developmental problems, trauma, etc. And so the problem is, especially when it comes to corporal punishment, is that there's very limited research on corporal punishment being done in a structured, controlled environment, out of love, right? Almost all of the corporal punishment is there's the parents that don't hit their kids and then the parents that hit their kids. And the parents that hit their kids usually lack the ability to regulate their emotions, they're stressed, they're overworked, they're, you know what I mean? They're lacking in some capacity, and they use corporal punishment as a quick means of punishing their children or as a means of letting out their own emotions. And so, of course, you're going to see that overlap with trauma and abuse and neglect and developmental issues because they're not talking to their kids. They're not communicating. They're not giving them consistent results. Their child doesn't feel safe around them. Instead, they feel like they might get beat or they might do something and nothing will happen. So they don't know where the appropriate behaviors are, what the right line is. There's no consistent boundaries, all these other problems. There's very, very, very limited research on when my kid does a really bad thing, we have a conversation about it, and then I pull down their pants and I pop them on the butt once or twice, and then I let them go cry, and then once they're done crying, we then have another conversation about it so that I can do this. I still don't think that's good. I don't see any research that supports it. So I'm not saying you ought do that. The only thing that I say you might ought do is if your kid's about to touch an oven or walk into traffic, I can't imagine that there's anything wrong with popping your kid on the mouth or on the hand or something in that moment to be yo, you almost died. We don't walk out into traffic. We look both ways. Okay? I did this to save your life. This is a very serious thing because it's rare and I think it sends the correct pathways in the brain. That being said, yeah, I'm 99% a peaceful parent. How much pain is good enough? There are other ways to discipline. Yeah, I agree. But also every kid is different. Someone asked me why must the harm be permanent? Well, if you have temporary psychological harm isn't harm, right? It's just stress. And stress is both good and bad. Right? You can't say being stressed, you can't really define that as harm because video games are stressful, but that's not psychological harm, right? Doing a difficult task is stressful, but that's not psychological harm. If something causes you distress in the moment, that's not doing any damage, right? That's just unless you can prove that you have this elevated constant level of stress that is increasing your cortisol levels, that is then doing harm, but that harm itself will be permanent harm, right? So if you're causing temporary distress to define that as harm is to say that like doing anything difficult in your life is then engaging in self-harm, and therefore no one should ever do anything difficult and no one should learn to do anything difficult. Right? Like that clearly doesn't make sense. Right? So it needs to be permanent psychological harm or permanent physical damage. Right? Again, if I scratch you, that's not, I mean, like you might be able to define that harm in some sense, but for that to be a violation of the non-aggression principle, right? Like it needs to be something that does damages. Like what's the restitution of a scratch? Time. You know what I mean? Like maybe you could prove that there was like, if I was scratched on the face and I was a model and it was the day of my model and you were like, you know, of like a big modeling shoot and you were trying to Tanya Harding me, like maybe you could define that as harm. Like there's going to be gray areas in this, right? But when we're talking about children, we're talking about losing parental rights or guardianship, right? You can't just say that anything that induces stress is therefore a violation of the non-aggression principle. You can sue for emotional damages after a car crash if some guy slams into your car at 6'5" in a school zone? Yeah, I mean, like, I think the standard for adults is going to be different for the standard of guardianship, right? Because we're trying to determine whether or not you, like, we recognize that some stress is necessary to the human condition, and so causing some level of stress is necessary as a parent. Saying Santa isn't real to children is a NAP violation? Yeah. Right? Like some level of stress is necessary for growth. Like I don't deny that like you can sue for emotional stress in certain situations. But I think that is like, that's tied to something that is already a violation of the NAP, right? Like, we're not suing somebody just for temporary emotional stress. I'm trying to think of something that wouldn't be aggressive, but would cause temporary distress, but no long-term effects. That would then be, you could sue somebody for. Because if that was the case, then like every girl I've ever asked for her phone number and she said no, I've now caused the temporary emotional stress on her, so she should be able to sue me for the stress I caused her. But then also, shouldn't I be able to sue her because she said no? Because I asked her a question and then she said no, and now I'm stressed, right? Like that doesn't, like that, like it falls apart. We need something. You need some form of permanence here. Or you need some actual aggressive act, right? And then those things can be tied to the aggressive act in terms of determining restitution, right? Because the act of aggression caused certain things, we can do retribution from that. A lot of these need mens rea. Yeah, that's it. I never celebrate Christmas, but whenever the holidays roll around, I always make sure they celebrate Science-mas. Dawkins watches your every move, you know? That's silly. All right, somebody sent me this thing and said we should meme on it, and fuck it. Let's just get into this. I just feel like this would be a fun video to watch for a little while. So
I feel like for the past 3 years, I've heard.
Let me exit out of this. Let me get out of the DMs so I don't accidentally open Twitter and expose DMs. So there's this video someone sent me. I don't plan on getting through the whole video. I don't really care. But someone sent me a video from 7 days ago with 3.8 million views from Drew Gooden. Said, greed is destroying the world. And it just, the title alone is triggering me, but maybe it's good. I doubt it's good. But we'll see. And it should be fun. I have to work 3 hours later every day in December, so I hate Christmas. I feel that. Let me cut the speed up to 1.5.
I feel like for the past 3 years, I've heard over and over again that a recession is about to hit. The stock market is going to crash. The housing prices are going to come back down to earth any day now. And yet somehow all of these things keep not happening. And for most people, it doesn't make sense.
Saturnalia just doesn't roll off the tongue as well. Dude, Saturnalia is fucking, what do you mean? That's a cool ass name. It rolls right off the tongue.
What do you mean the economy's good? My dentist just tried to get me to sign up for a credit card. Since the pandemic, the cost of living has skyrocketed. Inflation is out of control. Groceries have never been more expensive. Layoffs.
Okay, yeah, I feel like this really just comes down to many of the predictors that people use to try and gaslight people about the economy are doing fairly well, and that's because we're in a K-shaped economy, right? Like that's it. We are in a K-shaped economy. The economy is doing really, really, really well for boomers. It's doing really, really well for people with money. It's doing really, really well for corporations. It's doing really, really well for people at the top. Not amazing, but it's doing fine for them. And for the middle class and the poor, the economy is getting worse and worse. Like the real economy is getting worse and worse. There was a video that I feel like perfectly encapsulates it. Did we? Fuck. Let me see if I can find it. Let me go to liked videos. Give me just a second, boys. I'm pretty sure I can find it in my liked videos, but know that Mark and I like a lot of shit and then be like, check out this dumb or funny video. So it might take me a minute to find it. But we'll get there eventually. Yeah, here we
are considered elites.
I feel like this video, more than anything, really explains the economy. So this is a video which is by
we are considered elite.
Not a libertarian, Generic Art Dad. Generic Art Dad is just breaking down the 1980s, every decade until now, on what it's like to make $100,000 a year.
We are considered elites in the top 2% of household incomes. We could afford a literal mansion with our $300,000 budget, which is well above the median home price of $64,000. And since things like retirement, childcare, health insurance are minimal, after we take care of those, groceries, taxes, we have a few $1,000s left over every month. We are considered top 4% of household income. Median house price has jumped to $123,000, but that is still well below our budget. So we have a very nice 4 or 5 bedroom house in most major cities. After monthly expenses, we still have a couple $1,000s left over. We are still considered high earners.
All right, so there you go. Top 4% in 1990. You know, you can get a little mini mansion.
In the top 8% of household income.
Then we dropped to 8%.
Housing prices have increased to $170,000, but a 4-bedroom house still fits very comfortably within our budget. But the financial burden for things like retirement, childcare, healthcare are shifting more towards individuals, which means that we have about $1,500 left over every month. We're still solidly up.
Yeah, oh yeah, $1,500 every month after you buy a nice house. Who cares?
For middle class in the top 12% of household incomes.
All of a sudden, top 12%.
Median house price has jumped to $220,000, so things are getting tighter. This is my dad's watch, but I like it, and we can still afford a 3 to 4 bedroom house in most major cities. And after our major monthly expenses, we have about $1,000 left over.
Okay, so we went from super, super rich to, 4%. We got like 4 or 5 grand left over to 3 grand left over. Now you've only got 1 grand left over, and you can buy pretty much whatever house you need.
We're still above average in the top 30% of household income.
We went from 2%, 4%, 8%, 12%, now 30%, 18% jump in those 10 years.
But the median house price is now $330,000. So our $300,000 budget isn't quite cutting it. We probably have a starter home, or we might be renting a modest 3-bedroom apartment, depending on the city. We're also spending more on things like retirement and childcare, which leaves us with under $100 left over every month. We might technically be above average, but even in the top 35% of household incomes, we're struggling. Median house price is now $420,000, and with our $300,000 budget, we're buying a fixer-upper, or we're renting something that feels too small for a family of 4. We have a leased Hyundai Santa Fe and an 8-year-old Chevy Cruze, but even covering the average costs for retirement, healthcare, groceries, childcare, subscriptions puts us well over $500 negative every month.
Right, so that's the top third, right? The upper middle class are living paycheck to paycheck, and they're buying a fixer-upper, in like a not nice area. that's the reality of the U.S. economy, is that the people in the top third are struggling. Oh, and by the way, six figures in a couple decades went from being absurdly wealthy to upper middle class struggling. Do you think there will be a housing crash when the boomer die off comes? Not at all. Because of supply and demand, right? Because there's not that many people coming in, but there's a ton of immigrants that are still coming in, and because even with the fact that less babies are coming in, we've built less houses. Like there's still so that population growth from immigration and from that fall off hasn't kept up the market demands, and plenty of houses are going to get demolished to build other shit. There's tons of people that are going to have reverse mortgages, so even though they own their homes now and they're doing fine, the banks will end up owning their homes anyways. Like, no, there's not, like, the market correction as the boomers are already starting to die off, and it's still getting worse.
Are happening at an alarming rate. At this point, a college degree might be more likely.
Buying a Santa Fe is on you, though. You can't blame the economy for your stupidity. Dude, I find it so crazy how many people are buying like nice cars and I'm like, a depreciating asset. I think I put out a tweet the other day and I was like, buying a home today is a sign of privilege. Financing a depreciating asset you can't afford is a sign of stupidity.
To get you into crippling debt than it is to help you find a job. And even if you have savings, you're more than likely one stroke of bad luck away from losing it all to medical bills. And yet some people will look you right in the eyes and tell you,
yeah, that whole like losing it all to medical bills shit is like a really dumb, like, it's just dumb. Like, most people do have insurance and their medical bills, they can get handled by insurance. It's stressful, I know. Sometimes insurance doesn't cover things, but you can negotiate things with hospitals. Also, you can still bankrupt medical bills. So like, there's multiple different forms of bankruptcy. They know that. That's part of the reason why they're so fucking expensive. There's tons of programs. Like, they use this, like, how much money do you have in savings in your bank account? And then, like, what does a medical emergency look like in terms of money? And then be like, how many people could handle that right now? And it's like, they're not actually looking at like what real life looks at and how many people's like lives are ruined by like a medical emergency and that they can't pay and there's nothing they can do and they're crushed forever. Like, it's just junk science. It's just, they're torturing the data to get the result that they want. Like, things are bad. I'm not saying they're good, but like specifically when they talk about things like that, it's just lies.
I don't know what you're talking about. The numbers are green. Is this guy stupid? The problem is each of these people are kind of correct in their own way. This is the best the economy has ever been if you already have money. If you bought a house 5 years ago, there's a chance it's already...
Yeah, right. So, I mean, he's right? Like, this is the K-shaped economy, right? The upper middle class are doing great. Everybody else is doing poorly.
Doubled in value. If you invested in the S&P 500 in 2021, you could be up as much as 80%. And that's not like saying, you'd be rich if you just bought Bitcoin in 1973. That's just the regular stock market. You didn't need to have some genius level of foresight to be able to do that. You just needed to already have a bunch of cash sitting around. And obviously for the overwhelming majority of people, that is not the...
Explain LOL what? What do you mean?
Okay, if you're living paycheck to paycheck, you're not thinking about the stock market. If you're in your 20s, you haven't even been working long enough to save any money to invest. You don't get to benefit from rising home equity if you don't own a house. The only thing this graph represents to you is how much further away that dream is getting. Right now, the average age of home buyers is 59 years old.
The average age of home buyers is also like, see, I hate when YouTubers do this shit, right? Like he clearly, like, the prominent piece of data that was recently released was that the median first-time home buyer is 40 years old, right? But in order to torture the data to make it seem like even worse, is instead of using median, you're going to use average, and then and then they're going to go average home buyer. Well, yeah, like, people that are in the real estate investment are typically people with money. People that are money. 38 years old? No. 38 years old was the old data. Recently, the newest data jumped from 38 to 40. It's a problem. I bought my first house this year and I'm close to 40. Yeah, that's the median. Right? Like using average when dealing with age is like a dumb way to do it. Because it's gonna force the numbers higher. And then of course, yeah, like people that are in real estate that buy a bunch of homes to be landlords are obviously going to be older, and that's always been true. The important number is the median first-time home buyer, which is 40. but like, you know that he picked the thing with the highest number to really bring you in to talk about how bad it is. And it's like, dude, it's already bad enough. You don't need to like try and be tricky with the shit that you're saying.
Is how much further away.
But overall, I agree with the message thus far. I'm sure I'm not going to agree with with where he goes into
way that dream is getting. Right now, the average age of homebuyers is 59 years old. What a depressing statistic. This is the problem with an economy that disproportionately benefits asset holders instead of the people still trying to earn them. Wealth grows exponentially, but wages aren't even outpacing inflation, which means if your salary hasn't been going up every year, you're effectively making less money. Meanwhile,
That's a weird way of framing it. That almost, I haven't watched it, but that's like a very socialist, like sneaky thing to say, is that wealth grows exponentially, but wages don't. That's a statement about that's not a statement about what is occurring, but he's tied it into the narrative. That might just be a poorly written script. That might just be a poorly written script, but it feels like he's sneaking in a statement about how capitalism works as opposed to how our current system is structured.
This way to make $1 million is to just already have 10 million. Leave it in an investment account for a year and congratulations, you now have $11 million. At a larger scale, this is why
I mean, that is true, right? I mean, like that it takes money to make money. Yes.
10 million. Leave it in an investment account for a year and congratulations, you now have $11 million. At a larger scale, this is why it feels like there's two different economies happening and they're both moving in opposite directions.
Hey, he didn't say K-shaped economy. He just showed an article where it was saying K-shaped. Yeah, sure.
50% of the stock market is owned by the top 1%, and only 1% is owned by the bottom 50%. Don't let somebody tell you that these numbers going up should discredit your own lived experience. Don't let somebody who's benefited.
What do you, I hate the term lived experience, but yeah, sure.
From untaxed inheritance or years of compound interest granting them passive income tell you that your problem is you're just not working hard enough. No, the real answer is sorry.
Well, I mean, your problem might be that you're just not working hard enough. It depends upon what you're doing. You know what I mean? Like just because someone has wealth, they don't get to say you don't get to say that they can't have an opinion. Like that's like they're wealthy. They're probably statistically speaking, they're more likely to be right than you are because you lack wealth. Either because they have experience, maybe because they, grew up in a time where there was more, where the economy had more opportunities or whatever. But like, if you lack money, it's because you lack effort. I mean, that's not true always. It's always an issue of not working hard enough. I mean, that's just not true, right? Like you can be a ditch digger your whole life and you could be the hardest worker ever and you're going to be broke. But that's because your labor is not productive. Like you don't have productive labor. Like it's not about how hard you work. It's about the productivity of the work that you're doing. Right. And so plenty of people are doing really unproductive things and not being paid well for it. But that doesn't mean they're not working hard. And also there's all kinds of socialism and things that are benefiting the wealthy that are like devaluing the work of the average individual.
You should have been born sooner. Have you thought about that? Maybe instead of wasting all that time farting around kindergarten class, you should have been investing in real estate. It's not my fault you're lazy. People are getting squeezed.
Okay, now we're just making up memes.
In every direction while also being gaslit into thinking that it's somehow our fault. There's CEOs in earnings calls.
Okay, yeah, I mean, like it's not your fault that you're getting squeezed in every direction. But if like you're poor and all you do is bitch about it on the internet and you haven't made any changes in your life to adapt to the situation, then that is your fault, right? Like there's two sides of this coin, man.
Bragging about how they get to make customers pay for inflation so they don't have to. The economy is so bad right now, I'm about to segue into an extremely ill-timed brand deal in a video about greed. You think I like looking like a hypocrite? Of course not. But my
What is this gay-ass mea culpa for you doing an ad read? And how is you doing an ad read indicative of the economy doing poorly? Oh God. Oh, this is so dumb. This might be the first ad read that I skip. As a principle, I don't skip people's ad reads when I'm watching their content because like that's how they make money, and it's only fair that like, if I'm gonna watch their content, I think it's fair and good to watch their ad reads, right? Because I'm enjoying their content and I'm showing it to other people.
Avocado toast isn't going to pay for itself. I'm upside down.
But also, fuck you, and you you put this forward in such a gay, dumb way that I'm going to skip your ad.
And I'm going to tell you about your connection, crypto losers, to unlock where your VPN GDP is sponsoring this video. The economy sucks ass for most people right now. The only reason we're not.
I think that's the first time I've ever skipped an ad read in 3 years of doing occasional reaction content. Just want to let you know.
Technically in a recession is because the GDP is still going up. But the only reason the GDP is still going up is because of the AI industry. But the only reason that even looks as good as it does is because a handful of companies are just like passing money back and forth. But there's no recession.
Okay, hold on, pause. The idea that the AI industry is the only reason that the GDP is going up is silly, but like it's a big one.
You're hallucinating. Because the AI industry is now single-handedly propping up the entire global economy, there's really only two paths forward. Worst case scenario.
Okay, the AI industry is not single-handedly propping up the global economy. Again, this is so dumb. Like, yes, is there a bunch of money being pumped into AI, and is it a potential bubble? Like, absolutely. I just did an interview with Spiro that I released like a couple days ago. You guys should watch it. It was a fun conversation. I have a ton of things to talk about in that, right? But that's silly.
Turns out it is all bullshit. The bubble pops in spectacular fashion. Trillions of dollars of investments cannot get paid out, and everything goes up in flames. Or best case scenario, a few billionaires get even richer. Wait, is that what we're hoping for? All right, you're gonna have to bear with me while I go on another AI rant here. I know I do this like every 6.
The best case scenario is not, quote, a few billionaires get even richer. Like if AI isn't actually a bubble, if it isn't a malinvestment to put this much money into LLMs, then that means LLMs prove the productive value, right? They prove to be valued all of the money that we've put into it. And if they prove to be a value of all of the money that we put into it, then we're talking about a revolution in the productivity of labor, which means drastic reduction in prices and an incredibly stronger economy for everyone. And the reason the quote unquote few billionaires get richer is because they put in all of this capital, and all of that capital created such a return. That means that they're being rewarded for the value of the capital that they put in, and that must mean the other half of that is that that has to have value. And if that has value, then that's going to lower prices and increase production, and like that's going to increase the amount of jobs that are available and all kinds of new things. We're going to have creative destruction. Tons of things are going to be cheaper. Like that would be wonderful for everyone. If AI is not a bubble, then that would be amazing for everyone's lives.
Months, but it's not going away. It doesn't count as beating a dead horse if the horse is still alive. We got to kill that horse first. People largely do not like AI and are worried about the future it imposes. It's currently being used to make a bunch of promises that almost no one asked for. The main appeal of it comes from corporations who see advancements in AI as a way to further reduce their dependence on human labor. The only thing cheaper than outsourcing jobs is just eliminating them altogether. The wet dream that
yeah, that would be great. That'd be wonderful. You should
spoils the sheets of every CEO is a company that's somehow run entirely on its own, and they can just sit back and collect all the profits for themselves. No more dealing with.
Yeah, they can just sit back and collect the profits. I mean, it's not like having an AI company, there's just nothing to do. They just sit back and go, ooh, free money printer, go burr. Dude, that's not how business has ever worked for anyone. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Pesky labor laws or health insurance or can I have Saturday off? My family died. No, shut up. That's the eventual goal and why they're all pouring.
Like, why are you throwing in this weird labor? Yeah, those problems wouldn't exist. That good, right? Like, do you want people to have to fight for their labor? And like, I don't understand what you like. This is just like memes.
Billions of dollars into NVIDIA chips and data centers and cool shirts for Mark Zuckerberg. And in the meantime, we're stuck with ChatGPT, a humanized Google search designed to affirm whatever belief you share with it, even if it's incredibly dangerous, or generative video apps that are already being used to trick people into thinking something happened that didn't actually happen. Awesome technology.
What a terrible video to show of something that clearly didn't happen.
I'm so glad this exists. And I think the best thing we can do to fight back against AI is to simply not engage with it. The problem is, even if you don't use these tools, if you live in certain parts of the country, you might be paying for them. There's been a lot of really good investigative journalism done on all these new data centers that are popping up around the country.
You might be paying for them. Almost like the problem is the state and the government. And that instead of fighting a technology or the billionaires because they'll be evil no matter what they do and they're just evil, so I'm going to bitch about it. Maybe the problem is that government funding is going into these things and that they're gaining special protections and investments. So get rid of that, dumbass. Wasn't the whole Marxist narrative that capital can't make profit, only labor? Stupid Luddites. Yeah, the falling rate of profit will happen eventually, computer carnage. Don't you worry. It's the falling rate of profit will prove true in just a few short weeks. It's just around the corner. We've been testing this for 200 years, and I'm telling you, it's coming soon, buddy.
Country, who's funding them and who's getting screwed over in the process. For example, some residents in New Jersey who noticed that their power bill kept going up, even though they were actually using less electricity than usual. Well, it turns out it's due to an overall supply cost. Basically, when the total amount of electricity usage in an area goes up, power companies tend to pass those higher costs onto their customers. And for the past several years, electricity usage has been skyrocketing.
What do you mean pass those costs? This is such a commie way of thinking of it. They pass those costs off to the customers. What are they supposed to do? Just go out of business? Oh, the things got more expensive for me. So, you know what I'll do? I'll just die, I guess. You know, like, no, like, yeah. If they need more energy than they can produce, then they need to, like, they need more money so that they can, like, invest in purchasing more oil or natural gas or building new plants because there's a higher thing. Like, get out of the fucking way of nuclear and fucking get the government out of creating monopolies that are state-sanctioned monopolies in the energy industry, and we won't have this fucking problem.
With over half of that increase coming solely from data centers. Your utility bill is going up because Elon Musk wants to pretend to have a girlfriend. You see, AI doesn't just exist.
Okay, that's okay. Are they paying for it? Is Elon Musk paying for the energy, or is he getting the energy for free? Think for just a second.
In some theoretical space, it has to be trained on trillions of gigabytes.
Yes, it's supply and demand. There's more demand for labor. So what does that do? Prices go up until we can reach a price equilibrium, and we'll reach a price equilibrium either by just absorbing the new costs and the higher price, or by building more things that produce energy.
Of data, and that data has to be stored in a physical location. To power this, it requires an absurd amount of electricity, which generates an absurd amount of heat, which then requires an absurd amount of water to cool off. Most of these buildings use over 1 million gallons per day, roughly the equivalent of 10,000 people. This would be even more problematic if they were being built in areas where water is extremely scarce. So we should be good as long as we don't build a bunch of them in, like, the middle of the desert. Whoops. But to be fair, they are extremely efficient about it. They don't just...
I do love this, like, whole water thing, like, where, like, people bitch and complain that they're using so much water. And it's like, it's a closed system. The water doesn't get used. The water doesn't disappear. Like, they're not doing nuclear fission. It's like an insanely small amount of water is being housed in a closed system. Shut the fuck up.
To use the water, they also, in, like, the middle of the desert. Whoops. But to be fair, they are extremely efficient about it. They don't just use the water, they also poison. Every part of this process is wasteful and destructive, and this is only the beginning. AI is still...
Oh, they poison all of the water. Okay, well, if they're poisoning the water, then fucking sue them.
A relatively new phenomenon, so we're only just starting to see the effects of this. But the Department of Energy projects that the percentage of electricity used by data centers could nearly triple in just the next 3 years. And who gets to pay for it? We do. It's hard for me to accurately express how infuriating this is. The giant buildings that power this stupid fucking technology are being subsidized by people who just happen to live near them. Oh, but hold on, because they're technically contributing to the operating costs. So does that mean that they get to share in the eventual profits? No, of course not. They're more like involuntary investors doing it for free, or really worse than free, because a lot of them are being kept awake at night by the deafening hum endlessly emitting from the factory shoved into the backyard of their homes that have now surely plummeted in value as a result. But hey, at least they're doing all of this to make a product that hope.
Well, weren't you bitching about the value of the properties going up too much? Build more data centers next to boomers' neighborhoods and the houses will get cheaper. Like, shut the fuck up, man.
To replace 80% of humanity. It's not enough that these people already own everything they could ever want. They could so easily afford to pay for these things without even noticing that that money is gone. But why would they do that when they could simply have poor people pay for it instead? Because nothing will ever be enough for them. You know, when a rich person makes some shady deal to screw up.
What does that even mean? This is just commie drivel of, like, anger. Like, these are just assertions without any evidence, and the arguments for them are stupid. The money is evil, the greed. It'll never be enough for them. They're bad and they're taking from you. Nobody's taking from you because your energy bill went up. Like, the only people taking from you are the energy companies, not the fucking data centers that are also buying energy. Okay? If taking from you would be the way that the government creates regulations and creates monopolies so that those energy companies can exist without competition. Taking from you would be the government creating regulations on nuclear energy, which would be way better at powering this shit. But because it's absurdly expensive and it takes years and years to build a nuclear power facility, that it becomes problematic. Taking from you would be when NGOs and things start funding fucking, you get funding for an NGO, and then that NGO has like a partial, like stock ownership of OpenAI or some shit. That's how things are taking from you. It's the government, not NVIDIA, that's taking from you. Well, NVIDIA is benefiting from it, but you get what I mean.
Over the working class, people will joke that they just need that money to buy their 4th yacht. And like, I don't even think it's that. They could buy 1,000.
Dude, every yacht should be a celebration. When a rich person buys a yacht, okay, what are they doing? Instead of quote unquote hoarding their money, which never fucking happens unless you purchase government bonds, because if you put your money in the stock market, that money gets invested in businesses and those businesses do things, okay? But instead of hoarding, is this guy's green screen the problem? I can't tell. Okay, yeah, it's this dude. This dude has, okay, it's been geeking me out, but in the corner of his screen is this little black sliver right here. And I keep thinking it's my green screen fucking up, but it's his. Okay, we're good. Nobody, like, even if they, like, when they spend money to buy a yacht, okay, well, what happened? Okay, they took the money that they made, and then they put that money into a business, and that business purchases steel, purchases paint, purchases chemicals, hires employees. They build a yacht with those employees, and all those employees live and work in the world. And then what do they do with that yacht? Well, they have to have people that regularly clean their yacht. They have to have, when they go out, they have to have staff. So private chefs that went to school to be a chef go on that yacht. Waitresses and wait staff work on that yacht when the yacht goes out somewhere. That yacht has to be parked somewhere. So now there are dock workers that are getting a job. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Why are you like this is just pure envy. I hate that person because they have the ability to gain a yacht and I don't. Therefore, they're evil.
In yachts and still not run out of money. They don't want to spend their wealth. They just want it to get bigger. It's the same.
They don't want to spend their wealth. They just want it to get bigger. So you're angry when they put money in the market, and then that market then invests capital into businesses so that businesses can grow and hire more employees or get more products, and those more products meet the supply and demand equation, which thus lowers the price on the products and the goods and services that we buy. So you're angry when they do that. And you're also going to be angry if they hoard money by buying like gold and just like keeping a gold somewhere, right? Because that's evil, even though that increases the scarcity of gold because it pulls it out of the market, which increases the value of gold. And then because the value of gold is increased, if you also have gold, then your gold value goes up, right? So there are other people that will benefit from that. I mean, you're also angry if they buy a yacht. The truth is, you just hate someone rich no matter what they do because you hate the rich and you just hate prosperity. You want everyone to be equal, and so you will define anybody as unequal, as evil, no matter what action they take.
Obsession with seeing number go up that keeps me addicted to old school RuneScape, except the only life that's ruining is my own. What they have is a disease. They have been scourged with the blight of insatiable greed, cursed to an endless pursuit of wealth that will never bring them true happiness.
It's a disease, and it's a scourge, and it's evil because it is.
I would almost feel bad for them if they weren't actively destroying the world in the process. One of the most frustrating.
They're actively destroying the world in the process. And yet the evidence that you have that they're actively destroying the world is that at best, they're making a malinvestment. They're wasting their money on something that you yourself say is a bubble, and that bubble is going to burst, which means they're going to lose all of their money. So they're destroying the world by putting money in something that isn't productive, and then they're going to lose all their money. What the fuck are you talking about? This is just commie nonsense. It's not about the money, it's about sending a message.
Trading things about this problem is that if you even try to suggest that maybe these guys should just have a little bit less money, like you guys can still be rich, whatever, just turn it down a notch because you're kind of making shit terrible for everybody.
That you will shift that goalpost forever. Like there's no right amount of money.
else, you're treated like you're crazy. No, this is the American way. If you don't like it, then leave. And yet these ideas aren't radical. They're not even new. Most people who advocate for a more progressive tax system are only calling for a return to something that used to exist in this country.
No, it didn't. No, it didn't. This is another commie lie. No one, literally no one has ever paid that 90% tax rate. First and foremost, the one that they always reference was under FDR, and it was literally just it only accounted for one person, which was Rockefeller, and Rockefeller still didn't pay it. And it was a marginal rate, right? So it only applied to like the money over that cap anyways. So that's number one. Number two, no one ever actually paid that. Number three, there are all kinds of new taxes that have been added that didn't exist back then. Like there are sales taxes. There have been an increase in property taxes. There have been like new tariffs. Now, obviously back then during like Hart-Celler Act, there was a lot of tariffs, right? So that, fair enough, right? But there are all kinds of new taxes that didn't exist back then that exist now.
Just forgot about it. So I think it's important to do a little history lesson here. If you can believe it, there was a time where the working class in this country actually had it really good. And it was mostly because things got so bad during the Great Depression that the government was worried about the country collapsing. Thousands of banks had closed, millions of people lost their entire life savings, unemployment peaked at 25%.
Like literally, oh my God, almost every economist, with the exception of like full-blown progressives, recognize that FDR made the Great Depression worse with all of these policies.
So in fear of a revolution happening, the government was like, all right, fine, we'll give you livable wages. Just please put that musket down. I don't like the way you're looking at me. So the New Deal was born, and with it came Social Security, better labor standards, the right to unionize, a national minimum wage, an 8-hour workday. And over the next
all of these things extended the Great Depression and made the recovery slower and worse and put us in the very situation that you're bitching about now.
2 to 3 decades, America became the most prosperous country on earth. Productivity skyrocketed and wages rose with them.
Hold on.
An 8-hour workday. And over the next 2 to 3 decades, America became the most prosperous country on earth. Productivity.
Notice how he starts the graph. Notice how he starts the graph at fucking 1950. Real interesting time to start the graph of talking about how the Great New Deal was so fucking amazing. Let's start the graph at 1950. Let's start the graph 15 years after the Social Security Act. We'll fucking start the graph.
Skyrocketed and wages rose with them. Extra profits weren't just redistributed to employees, but their employers were proud to do it. They would brag about how lucrative it was to work.
Well, no, he can't zoom out on the graph. Come on now, that'd be
Extra
crazy.
profits weren't just redistributed to employees, but their employers were proud to do it. They would brag about how lucrative it was to work for them. Look, 37% of profits went to our employees last year because this is a team effort, and when we win, they win. In 1943, Johnson & Johnson.
Yeah, Ford's goal was to make sure that every person that worked at the Ford factory could afford one of his Model Ts.
Puts out this mission statement that's like, here's our list of priorities in order. Customers, number 1, we got to make good products. Employees, number 2, everyone who works here needs to feel valued and respected. Our community, number 3, we all want to live in a better world. And as a company of our size, we feel like it's our responsibility to contribute to that however we can. And finally, all the way at the bottom, our shareholders can just have whatever's left. Of course, we need to make a profit to survive and grow, but that should just come naturally as a byproduct of focusing on these 3 tenets. Compared to modern corporate standards, this is all such a foreign concept that it almost sounds like it's coming from a fictional universe. But this actually happens.
Yes, because you've gotten rid of the free market, because all of these things actually make companies money. Okay, but you're absolutely right. Walmart doesn't believe in any of those things because Walmart can make sure that all their employees are subsidized by food stamps and by other and by Social Security payments when they only work like part-time, and by like TANF and things like that, because Walmart can get special tax breaks. Because like there are other ways to make money, and all of the socialism that really ramped up under FDR as well as Woodrow Wilson, that all those socialist policies got rid of the free market. And so because we buy things out, we've moved away from low time preference corporate thinking where they go, what's going to help us in 10, 15 years, to high time preference thinking, because if the bubble bursts or if something happens to them, they can just get bailed out by the government, or they can gain regulations to gain extra money as opposed to treating their employees well. Ford employees today make like $39 an hour once they are out of the probationary period. They're not hurting. Yeah, fair. Fabian. Hi. Stone Sour, hi.
This was just America 70 years ago. Now, during this time, what do you think the tax rate was on the wealthiest Americans? For reference, in 2025, the highest income tax bracket is supposed to be around 24%, but because of how many ways there are to circumvent the rules, it often ends up being as little as 3%. For someone like Elon Musk, who doesn't take a salary from Tesla and instead just owns a large percentage of its stock, as long as he doesn't sell any of that stock, then technically there's no income to tax him on. Now, we can still leverage the value of those stocks to make purchases, you know, like how money works, but it's still not taxable because of the rules. This is how people like him...
because of the rules. No, because it's not, oh my God. Oh, because it's not income. Like there's also, by the way, like he does pay taxes on that. You're just only looking at income taxes and then saying he's not paying taxes on it. Like Tesla pays corporate taxes on their profits. Tesla pays payroll taxes. Tesla pays import duties. Tesla pays tariffs when they bring Chinese products that are made in China, when they have parts that are made in China that are brought over. Like Tesla pays a bunch of taxes. Elon Musk doesn't pay those taxes because Tesla's paying those taxes. But what you do instead is you only look at income taxes and then be like, but see, he owns wealth. Tesla's not. Like they're pretending like Tesla doesn't pay taxes. I'm just curious how many. I want to know. Actually, we'll just grok it. Grok should know. How many taxes, or how much taxes did Tesla TLSA? Tesla's TLSA, right? Whatever. We'll just put Tesla. Pay in 2024 combined. Estimate. Cheating the government is base. See, taxable provision for income taxes worldwide, 1.837 billion. This is accounting expense Tesla recorded for taxes on its global pre-tax income of approximately 8.8 billion, resulting in an effective tax rate of about 20.9%. Statutory rate of 21, close to the U.S. statutory rate of 21%. Driven largely by foreign taxes. U.S. federal income tax is $0 on $2.3 billion. Tesla offset its U.S. federal liability using deductions like accelerated depreciation, stock option deductions, U.S. tax credits, and net operating loss carry forwards. State and local taxes, not explicitly broken out in public filings, but estimated at 100 to 200 million based on Tesla's U.S. operations. These are typically low relative to income taxes for profitable multinationals. Foreign taxes, the bulk of the 1.837 billion provision, primarily for operations in China and Europe, estimated of combined cash taxes paid 1.2 to 1.5 billion. The provision overstates cash, right? Like we're paying billions, okay? Billions. That's how much taxes it's paying, right? Like I don't want to get into the nitty gritty details, but they're just using they're using income taxes to say Elon's not paying income taxes, but how dare he use Tesla stock that he owns? It's like, yeah, but Tesla's an entity, and Tesla as an entity is paying billions in taxes.
And Jeff Bezos can be, in terms of net worth, two of the richest people on the planet, and in some years pay $0 in taxes. In the middle of the 20th century, the tax rate on the ultra wealthy was not 3% or 20% or...
So is this entire video just misinformation and him crying about communism? Like at what point does he ever make the argument that greed is ruining the world? Like at no point has he like we're 13 minutes into this 33-minute video and he hasn't laid out even in one sentence how greed is ruining the world. So it's a clickbait title, and it's 13 minutes of him just throwing random, sad-sounding, cherry-picked facts out, and then bitching, and then just misunderstanding basic economics.
Even 50%. It was between 70 and 94%. It honestly sounds crazy, but even a lot of the people being taxed
Yeah, it sounds crazy because nobody paid those taxes.
Understood that it was necessary for society to continue to exist. And having a strong middle class was a crucial investment into the future of the country. But I don't know, man. I just think it's kind of interesting that during what's referred to as the golden age of capitalism, the government did a bunch of socialism. During the period of time that birthed the idea of...
Literally, no one considers the New Deal to be the golden age of capitalism. Who in the fuck has ever said that?
the American dream, the government was taxing the absolute shit out of the richest Americans and using that money to provide jobs and welfare programs for everybody else. A single income household working a regular ass job could afford to start a family, buy a house, send their kids to college, and retire at a reasonable age. No wonder people who grew up then gush about capitalism the way they do, because for them, it was great. But at this point, it is disingenuous.
Okay, so now the golden age of he's saying people that grew up then gush about it, right? So, and he's talking about boomers. So I think he's shifted what the golden age of capitalism is, not from the FDR policies, but the policies of the 1950s through the 1970s as the golden age of capitalism, which is literally no one ever says that at all. That's insane.
To use that time period as the example for why capitalism works, because that version of it stopped existing a long time ago. The generation of people who started as beneficiaries of a more equitable system changed the rules once the roles were reversed and they had the power. So what the hell happened? Everything was going great. What changed? Well, there were a lot of things, obviously, but one of the first big dominoes was the US's involvement in the Vietnam War, which was expensive and deadly, but to be fair, also accomplished nothing. And this had long-term ramifications. America had been diverting so much money away from manufacturing and towards defense that it opened the door for other growing industrialized countries to surpass them. More and more products were becoming cheaper to import than they were to produce. This led to factories getting shut down, unemployment starting to creep back up. A recession hits, and we're now facing a pivotal fork in the road in the late 70s. Either we
This is Kuznets curve, right? Like, he's picked out a lot of fucking graphs, but he doesn't understand any of them, right? Like, talking, like, the idea that the Vietnam War and our manufacturing led towards other countries being able to do manufacturing is just, I mean, like, there might be some correlation here, but like, no, this is just other countries industrializing. And Kuznets curve shows that like income inequality, or the Gini coefficient, has this kind of like peak and then back down, right? There, as nations industrialize, they have this like big boom in productive capacity. And then over time, you get towards a more service-based economy, and you get less of that, right? Like, and where that's like an economic trend. It's not necessarily an economic law, right? So I mean, because it's not a law, it's just a trend. Like, we could kind of put that into a lot of different categories, but putting this solely on like the Vietnam War is like a really weird telling of history. I've never even heard that argument before, and I've read a lot of economic historians.
could go back to what worked in the past, prioritize the working class, reinvest into our own infrastructure, try to help lift people out of poverty they've fallen into through no fault of their own. Or we say, fuck the government, we don't owe you shit, we're stupid, isn't that right? I don't even know my own name. Exactly, the deal is you...
Yeah, socialism definitely stopped in the 1970s. That's when the socialism went away.
Pay taxes, and we don't do anything. And you like that, right? They like that? Sounds good to me. The prevailing philosophy throughout the 80s became...
Dude, so now we're just making up bullshit. Like we went from like kind of accurately describing the economic reality of today to just making up a commie narrative that like the golden age of capitalism was the 1950s and 60s, which is insane. That all of the economic productivity of the turn of the century is actually owed to the FDR, and then the boom of the 1950s was the New Deal. Like now we're just like, he's just off by decades on everything so that he can make spurious connections that his audience is too stupid to understand, so he can make a lie, which is that greed is killing us. But he's never yet made that argument. He's just cherry-picked data and then said, like thrown all of this data at us. And it's like, isn't this sad sounding? And then added sad sounding things to it. Like, this is a dog shit fucking video. I mean, it's well edited. I'll give it that. It's really good propaganda in that it just like shoots a ton of information and graphics that like aren't connected to reality, but are connected to the bullshit narrative weave he's making. But yeah, this is dumb.
And trickle-down economics. The logic being, oh man, these rich people are really handcuffed. You know, I bet if we lower the corporate tax rate from 70 all the way to eventually 28%, then companies will use all that extra money to pay their employees more. I mean, if there's one thing we know about rich people, is that they're always looking out for the little guy. Now, for some reason, this hasn't...
Is that Mass Effect menu game music right there?
Employees more. I mean, if there's one thing we know about rich people, is that they're always looking out for the little guy. Now, for some reason, this hasn't worked out yet, but it's only been 55 years, so the jury's still out. See, I would argue that part of the
This hasn't worked for us yet. It's like it's just claim after claim after claim without like any. Oh my God. Look at tax revenue, right? Okay, hold on. Let's actually go. Hold on. I want to go back to this.
philosophy throughout the 80s became trickle-down economics. The logic being, oh man, these rich people are really handcuffed. You know, I bet if we lower the corporate tax rate from 70...
Okay, so let's go to 1982 and 1988. Okay? What was the US federal revenue in 1982 and in 1988 numbers only? Interesting. So in 1982, the U.S. federal revenue was $617.8 billion. 1988, it was $909.2 billion. Oh, okay. How about in only corporate taxes? Okay, so in corporate taxes alone, in 1982, it was $49.2 billion, and in 1988, $94.5 billion. So, one of two things is true. Either no one was paying 70% tax rate in 1982, and that graph isn't telling the whole thing, or right now, this guy needs to admit that the Laffer curve is massively true, and it was absolutely necessary that we reduce the corporate tax rate because the economic productivity was so insanely booming that it actually led to an increase in revenue taken in. Or maybe we're cherry picking a chart that we don't actually understand so that we can tell a bullshit narrative. I think that's good enough for me to leave this dog shit video exactly where it belongs. Because it's time for me to go hop in and join the panel where we're going to talk about big food. Dr. Greg should be there, so that should be fun. Let's move that over here. Do one of these bad boys. I changed the bit rate on the stream. So, like, I haven't had any issues this stream. But then again, the only time I have issues is, like, when I'm on StreamYards. Like, something about StreamYards, like, it just doesn't fucking... Mute that real quick and then bring that... The only time I ever actually have issues is when I'm streaming StreamYards for a long time. So... this will be the ultimate test of like changing the bitrate. Wallpaper is just a random fucking AI image I grabbed. Like a while back, I just grabbed a bunch of AI images. Some of them I've made, some of them I didn't make. Most of them I did make. A couple of them I've made. When I was just like fucking around on like Leonardo, like 6 months ago or something. I'll probably add some more ones, but they're just ones where I was like, oh, that's a cool image, and then I threw it in there. That's all it is. Hippo, I recognize the reality of force. Thus, force is more reasonable than any purely conceptual ethical claim. What? All right. Oh no, Dr. Greg left. What happened? He left at 7 o'clock. What'd that bitch leave for? I was interested in talking to him about this topic. I was actually like that was one of the people I had like genuinely wanted to talk about this with. Figured that he would have a lot more to say than most of the people we normally talk with. That sucks. I'm going to torture you guys with this music just because I need to use the restroom. and I'm going to be gone for a minute. So while I'm using the restroom, he might pop in here. So I'm going to let you be tortured with this music as I go use the restroom because he might pull us in. Now I have to rely on Gibbs? Oh, God. All right. Let me just let everybody know that we're live or that we're going on the panel. I'm bouncing ideas with Hippo. We are not on your topic. Yeah, fair enough. This music is a nap violation. Yes. Yes, I will torture you with this music. That's why 7 of you have already left. No, he'll cut it off in a minute. I just want to be able to hear if he's like talking to me. I can't mute the music. I have to mute the tab, so it's all or nothing. But I'll be right back, boys. Dude, how is this still happening? It's 8 o'clock. Now we get a 2-minute countdown? Okay, that's wild. We're muting the tab. I'm back, boys. I'm so sorry. I'm so proud of myself that I actually wash my hands, unlike most people, when they go to the bathroom and they're streaming, all right? Like, look, I'm not risking a UTI. I'm gonna take the fucking bathroom breaks, and I'm gonna wash my hands. Right. So for the 7 to, so we're now at 32 concurrent viewers, right? And I was at 45, and then I hopped on the panel saying I was going to take a quick bathroom break, and we went down to 32. So there are 15 people. Those 15 people, whoever you are, shame on you, because you didn't leave because the content was like not. The one of two things happened. Either A, you were too ADHD to be able to sit for just a couple minutes, or B, you're mad at me because I wash my hands like I'm supposed to. All right, I wash my hands thoroughly. And okay, so I'm proud of the 15 people that left. I'm absolutely proud of that our community has gotten rid of those disgusting, degenerate pieces of shit that left the stream because they couldn't handle me washing my hands and doing the good thing. All right. I bet those people are mask wearers too, and they're like, well, there's a flu pandemic going around again. Why aren't you masked up? But lo and behold, a motherfucker needs to wash his hands, and y'all gotta leave. I see how it is. Disgusting. You sing happy birthday twice when washing your hands? I do my ABCs slowly. But that's mostly because that's what I've done with my kids. Don't lie, you took the extra minute to grab a liquid death whilst we were subjected to the PSYOP music. Yeah, I mean, I went to the fridge and grabbed a Celsius. That is true, but I always do. I mean, that's barely any time. I live in an apartment, right?
Hello.
Hi.
That wonderful music.
The best music. I put it on for you. That you know. Oh my God.
My chat has claimed that the music is a violation of the non-aggression principle.
I'm in agreement with your chat. I think it's the only time we'll agree.
Turn off the shitty music, please. But I'm so mad that Dr. Greg left on this one.
Yeah, me too. Actually, I was. He said he had a spicy take as well, but apparently some family.
That was part of the reason I sent that to you, is because you just had 2 doctors, and I was like, I know he's gonna get one of them on here, and and this will be fun. You know what I mean? To have a different take.
Yeah, he said he had something spicy to say about it. He didn't tell me what it was, but he said it was gonna be spicy. But it'd be what it be.
Well, you can't trust white people when they say they have a spicy take about food.
There's a thing, and I'm sure you all haven't noticed because this doesn't bother you, but it bothers me. All right, so I'm gonna give you an insight into my mind. Right, like this. Well, it's I guess it's not just StreamYard. This also I guess would be the case on Discord, both the way I arrange things. But you know how like we get like right now, you and I, we're in a perfect grid. Okay, all right. There's 4 of us here. It's perfectly even, right?
Mm-hmm.
It will be uneven when 5 people come in, right? When the next person comes in, there's like a bunch of space left, right? And then when 6 people come in, it's a bit more even, right? It's evenly distributed. So I like that, right? I like that, and I want to maintain that. And so I like it when there's 9 individuals on the screen. Less so when there's 8, but 8's not bad, right? The thing I hate the most is 7. 7, right? And here's the fucking thing. Whenever like I have like 8 people, like for instance, I can't get like 9, right? When I have like 8 people, someone's gonna drop out. Someone's gonna drop out. It happens all the fucking time. Someone drops out, and I knew it was going to happen as soon as I left it, and I did the full thing. I left it at 8. I was like, you know what? I especially because Dr. Greg was going to be here. I was like, let's have this slightly smaller, right? And so we can give more time to like people like Dr. Greg and Corey and all that, right? So they can make their points. And so I left it at 8, foolishly, because as soon as it's 8, it will drop to 7. Like, look back on our past streams. It happens all the fucking time. And it annoys me to no fucking end.
I believe you. I can tell.
Oh, here it goes. It's the beginning. Look at that. 5.
Yeah. I'm here to annoy you to the end. That's how we're gonna do it.
I think
The
it's
breathing
how-
seems better today.
Yeah. I think that's
I don't know
how
what was
I'll
happening.
end, really. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know what was happening with the breathing. I'm like not 100% sure.
All I can say is
yeah.
you should look at the 8 and the 9 on the Windows calculator. Pull up the Windows calculator app. For almost a decade now, it's been 1 pixel off. And once you see it, you won't be able to unsee it. The 9.
I'm gonna
look
figure
at
it
between
out.
the 8 and the 9 on the calculator app.
I'm okay. So let me.
I don't know if my eye is sharp enough to make anything out.
Wait a minute. Is it? This is true on the Windows 11 app.
Mm-hmm.
8 and 9. Maybe, but I'm not.
It's easier to see. It's easy. It's easy. Well, for you, yeah, like I can see it right now. It's easier if you take a picture, like with a snapshot.
Okay.
And like just
like
look at the
zoom
grid.
in.
Yeah.
I could. It might be. It might be, but I don't know if I'm like seeing it because you're telling me.
Yeah, you've been primed to see it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's like I like above it is like the x squared and the x square root thing. I'm looking at that, and that looks a tiny. Actually, no, fuck. You're right. No, you are right.
It's like it's slightly off, and it sets the whole thing off slightly.
Yeah, you're
it's
right.
like it's just like a bad design of the way they did it, and they've kept that design in since Windows 7.
Holy fuck, you are.
It's
right.
a thing.
Yeah.
It's a thing that you'll see on like forums every now and then, and you'll be like, "That's still present." Like you guys never decided to just make all the buttons the exact same size, but instead, like some of the buttons are ever so slightly bigger. So you just like moved it up a pixel and then moved another one down a pixel to work it. It's fucking hilarious, and it's been there for like a decade. It's like, oh god, Windows is so good.
It's a single pixel off. You're absolutely right.
You know what I mean? Like it's fucking. They're absolutely worth their market value for sure.
I do. I have a question that I want to ask for a pre-talk. I want to
probably forgot our talk already.
About our talk.
Yeah, I probably forgot it all. I'm just. Go ahead, remind me.
I think Prime was about to say something about it. I don't think.
Yeah. I wasn't referencing something that we had.
You said our pre-talk, or I thought you meant like a conversation.
Our pre-discussion here.
Our upcoming pre-talk.
Yeah. I'm caught up now. Right, I thought you meant like we had a previous discussion.
Yeah.
Regarding what we were bringing up now. Whatever. I was just trying to make a joke, man. Like, all right.
You were making a joke.
I was trying to play off of the fact that I'm forgetful and that like whatever we talked about before, who knows what it is.
You were
and then you were like, yeah, but I was actually being dumb.
Off.
Right. That's okay. It's fine.
It's too soon for a callback.
Fair enough.
So yeah, I did want to ask about something I had seen. I think it was Saturday or Friday. I saw this video and it made me think of you, Scott. And so I do want to get everyone else in here as well on their thoughts about this new financial product that's being pushed, right? So I'm curious if you guys have heard of this yet. It's
Love
called
me a new financial product.
Yeah, it's called, very confusingly, right? You'll understand in a second. Tokenization. So like outfits like Robinhood was the big one, but I think there are others doing the same thing, right? Are offering something called tokenization, in which they are offering these tokens that represent a bet on companies, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the two companies that were using were SpaceX and OpenAI. Yeah, SpaceX and OpenAI. These are side bets. They aren't stock, Okay, right? Equity is not being given out, right? And OpenAI made that very clear. They put out a statement saying we have no deal with Robinhood. We are not giving you equity. You have like no particular rights with this bet or anything like that, right? To make it extremely clear. In an interview, the head of Robinhood was basically talking about how like he wanted to open up financial markets to more people, right? To open up their ability to invest in private companies. That's what it was, right? Like and private companies that haven't gone public. And this is the way to do it, right? Like, you know, you can do so with private equity, right? Like in a private equity firm, but you got to be like a big time investor, right? You got to have a lot of money to play with to do that, right? So he's like, well, we're going to open it up through these tokenization schemes. But okay, there's lots of thoughts about this, and that first of all, like, does the consumer understand what they're getting? You're calling it open AI tokens. I forget exactly the term they're using. It's called tokenization, but like I think they might have been using other terminology as well in here. But in any case, like, do they know, like, from your stock app that they're not buying OpenAI stock? Do they know that they're not like have equity in SpaceX? Do they understand that? And in any case, right, like you don't have some of you will be fine with this. You don't have any protections, right? There are very well established protections within like the public stock market for these investors, but you'll have none of that, right? Do they understand they don't have those rights, right? If in case anything goes wrong. And so like this is all very confusing, and it's like opening up to like retail investors a space that can be quite volatile, right? If this expands. So far as I know, there's only 2 companies being tokenized, right? But then like is like the very thought of it perverse as to like how this company can make essentially a side bet onto someone else's property, right? And so like what I'm curious about, and if you're first learning about this, Scott, you know, you can take your time and like think about like your responses. But like and anyone else can jump in as well, right? Like is this a good thing? So like
so like I don't know that it's necessarily a good thing, but like tokenization has been around for a long time. But it's when you're talking about AI tokenization, that's like something different than like blockchain tokenization, right? So like since we've had crypto, we've had
Gibbs, I think we can hear you typing
to a certain degree, right? Now it's good, and I think it's good and it's bad. It's bad because it's bad because this is the type of behavior that led to the 2009 financial crisis, right? Which is betting on bets on mortgages, right? Like it's like you're not purchasing stock, but rather we have this what's known in sociology of economics as like the big pool of money, right? So the big pool of money is you had all of these people in Saudi Arabia and in industrializing nations where like you had all this new wealth and there was nowhere to put all this wealth, right? And so they had to create places to put this wealth in terms of capital markets because there wasn't enough like stock, like most of the stock was like being traded in such a way that like we could just like massively increase the value of stock and make purchase and slow down kind of that process of moving, or we can create like pseudo stocks by creating bets on other things. And so like all of that, like that process of like betting on whether or not a company will do well, as opposed to actually just owning the stock on a company, can mean that like if a bubble or a collapse happens, that like more wealth is tied up in it than in like the actual productive value of the thing itself, right? And so the bubble can be worse. And I think that's really bad with our current market, where I think we're in a bit of an AI bubble. That being said, on the other hand, I think it's good because old school way to do it was that only large corporations that were like hedge funds that were managing like over $1 billion were even able to play this game. This game was something that was gatekept, and it was gatekept by something known as an ISDA, right? Like you had to have a certain legal agreement with certain companies that usually required you to be managing $1 billion or more, though different banks had different like things set up. But basically you had to be BlackRock or Vanguard or, you know, ARK or something, like one of these huge hedge fund companies, in order to be able to make bets on stock and do these kind of, or to do like certain shorts, or to like make your own shorts and go to the bank and be like, I'd like to purchase a short on something that the market hasn't already created a short for, and things like that. So like, I don't know. You know what I mean? Like I think if you're dumb enough to buy something on an app and you don't know what you're buying, like, you know, caveat emptor, buyer beware. But like, that's kind of like my initial thing, is that like, it's more funny money and fake money. And like, I think it probably leads to a less stable economy, but also it's probably good that like, you know, the people on Reddit and Wall Street Bets and shit are allowed to play the same game that hedge funds have been playing for 20 years.
So I would initially agree with you there. One one of the interesting things that I thought about is like, you know, I know your whole ideology, and because you tell it to me very often, and I know that you dislike distributed ownership, right? That it's a contradiction.
Yeah.
And well, this isn't that. Right. So this isn't, you're not buying any equity. You know, you have no rights to this company, like at all. So that's not what this is. But at the same time, right?
I'm not against stocks. I'm just against the way that stocks are defined. Right. I just don't think that you should, I don't think that by having a stock, you should be able to secretly be able to buy enough stock to then have ownership of the company. I'm perfectly fine with a company selling like a contract that says if our market share goes up or our numbers go up, you're owed dividends, right? Or are creating a contract where you own the stock. You just don't actually own a portion of the company, right? So it's not like my biggest issue with stocks is that it's defined as a form of ownership of the company, and this is how you get like private equity buying out businesses underneath them against their will and shit like that. I'm against that. That's really what I'm against. So I'm not like against the making of bets and shit.
Skydance, Paramount are trying to do a hostile like
of
a
Warner
buyout
Brothers,
of Warner Brothers. That's the interesting thing. Okay, that's interesting. So I didn't fully understand that. Thank you for helping me out with that. I didn't. Okay, fair enough. But the other thing that seems wrong about this, right, to me, is that like perverse incentives, right? Like think about like what's just happened, right? Like if I can take out a bet against this other company, right? And I guess this isn't new, right? To be fair, this probably isn't new. This is just like opening this up to retail investors. But like if I can take a bet against like someone else's property, well then like I have an incentive to make sure that bet like goes through. So like if I took out a bet against Scott's house, right, against it, and like, hey, will Scott's house burn down? Well, now I have a financial incentive to burn down Scott's house, right?
Yeah, I mean, the exact opposite led to 2009, right? Like all these people are taking bets that the housing market is safe. Okay, well, now you have this perverse incentive of the SEC and HUD and, you know, the credit rating agencies. All of these people had to just be like, what? There's no fire. No fire's happening. What do you mean a fire? A fire isn't happening because it was all of this money betting on bets, right? Credit, you know, credit default swaps and things like that, where, you know, the exact opposite was occurring, right? So I do think that there is like, I don't think it's the best way to use money. I do think it can lead to some bad. I think it's a bad investment. I think it's a bad business model, but I don't think it's inherently like aggressive or something. I just think it's stupid.
Okay. All right. So this, according to you, doesn't violate your ideas about like ownership or how
I don't think it's any
or anything like that.
I don't think a casino is a violation of the non-aggression principle, but I think it's degenerate, and I don't want a casino near my town. I don't want to be a part of a casino, and I don't want to go to a casino. It's degeneracy and stupidity instead of actually using your finances towards something that is more productive and less harmful.
What about, okay, so then I want to open this up to everyone else, right? To hear your thoughts. To expand on this,
Maybe
right?
Doobie
So like,
knows more about it because he has more money to invest.
That's certainly. So yeah, Doobie, if you want to talk on that, but like to even expand it even past this, right? And so like as my understanding of this, like this is a private bet. Like what Robinhood is offering you, right, is not OpenAI stock, right? It's not SpaceX stock. It's a private bet, right, on the health of the company. But this isn't the only place we're seeing bets, right? Now we're seeing a lot of betting markets, right? Probability markets, they're calling it, right? Like it's like a whole casino on everything, right? Like anything that you can like decide to bet on, like have like some sort of binary outcome, right? Then you can bet on that. So we got like a few of these
way
things.
worse shit than this, by the way. If you want to go down this rabbit hole, one of the things that Robinhood does is they hire people as day traders, and it's essentially like a pyramid scheme, because what they do is they give people like $30,000 to play with, and you're like, how the fuck do they give $30,000 to people to play with? They don't. What they do instead is they give you $30,000 of fake money that doesn't exist. They allow you to day trade, and then they see how successful or unsuccessful you are in that. And then they allow you to gain real money, like a paycheck based off of profits. And then they can kick people out of the program that don't do very well. And the people that do exceptionally well are then tied in a contract to be day traders that essentially work for Robinhood, while Robinhood takes a portion of the money. Like if you want to get into like actual fucked up shit Robinhood does that like skirts the line, like there's things they do that are worse than this.
I don't know if they're, I mean, I know they're not exceptional on that, and that like a lot of trading companies, or I don't know what they're called, do that. Like my cousin, a cousin of mine, a young cousin, I remember he came to my house and he talked about how he was doing exactly this or some other bumfuck operation. I don't know what it was. But he was like literally exactly what you're describing. That's what he was up to. And like I've heard this like discussed in other places. So this seems like a quite normal thing. Now I'm not sure like the legality of this. You'll have to ask someone else. Yeah, that's a thing that they do. But anyway, so I was asking guys, like, what do you think about these private betting markets, right? Like Kalshi, right, is now going to be working with CNN. Kalshi is one of these betting markets.
Merged.
And they're going to. They merged. They merged. Okay.
Didn't they purchase like
they
a
might have
significant portion of them?
They might have. I don't know. CNN did get split off from the Warner Brothers Discovery thing. Separate sort of vehicle, so maybe they did something there. In any case, right? They're going to be working together, and they'll have like betting odds like on screen for while they're talking about politics. We don't know how that's going to look like, right? But we also see, you know, the whole DraftKings thing. That's specifically sports betting. But like this is expanded from anything you can bet on, you can now bet on. And so should there be regulations? Should we stop this? Like is this damage? It could be more damaging. A lot of people are now getting into the financial markets, right, through places like Robinhood, which have lowered the barriers, which is a good thing, I think, overall. I agree with Scott on that one in particular. But however, now we're giving them more and more exotic financial vehicles to put their money into, right? And most of the people are desperate. We're talking about these retail investors, especially with the economy now. People are feeling quite a bit desperate. Is this the direction we want to go in? So yeah, what does everyone else think?
Well, about the stock tokens, I literally just heard of it when you shared it, and I just started Googling because I don't actually know what they are. But pretty much, I think I'm too ignorant to really comment, as I don't know exactly how they say that they're traded on the blockchain. I'm not entirely sure exactly what that means. But my intuition is like, well, actually, I have no intuition at this point.
Yeah, and that's the blockchain. Calling it a token again, like on the blockchain. They call everything token on the blockchain. So
article that I'm reading, which might be inaccurate. They refer to them as stock tokens, but then you can say they're not stock. So I understand that maybe there's some misdirection or misleading there.
Well, it's tokenization of stock, and the process of tokenization means turning a real product into a digital product that is a private digital product. So that's what it means when it says stock token, is that we've taken stock, which is a real product, and then we've tokenized the product. And the process of tokenization is putting it on the blockchain. Now, there's AI stock tokenization, which is using like AI programs not on the blockchain, whereas the blockchain, like I think it's it's just two different fancy words they're using for the same thing, which is that like we have data, right, and you have your own private bet on something, and so we've essentially created a new asset, and we're treating it like an asset, but really it's just a bet on the value of another asset.
So anyone else? Do you guys have thoughts on this? Lactoid, DB, Gibbs?
I think it's fine. I mean, as far as gambling is okay, I think it's fine. One of the things that I actually kind of like about this is I think this might be the thing, depending on how popular it gets, that actually like puts Native American reservations out of business, like as political entities. Which I'm like,
Native Americans. All right, let's start with that.
Yeah, I mean, is that correlated to your views of you thinking it's fine, or that this happens?
I've long described my dislike of like the reservations.
Just to start things off.
and so, like, if everybody's using gambling that isn't going to like the reservation and doing the gambling there, which is how these rich reservations make their money usually, actually. Yeah, I think this might disempower them, which is kind of, if people are going to gamble, and it has this happy little side effect, I guess that's kind of good. But in terms of the, if at least like overall, like more people gambling, probably not a good thing. It's probably not a good behavior. Now, this is a little bit different though, because on prediction markets, unlike traditional gambling, you're not always going to be down, right? The house always wins at a casino, but on these prediction markets, it's not quite that, where you're betting based on your prediction on something occurring or not, and it's not exactly 50-50, and your percentages aren't always less than 50%. If you're educated enough or smart enough or good enough, and yes, luck to a large degree as well, you could come out ahead. And so it's not like exactly like gambling. I understand like the brain chemistry is probably going to be pretty similar, if not identical, about like around the people that get really into it, which is kind of a problem in of itself. But I think this sort of you might dodge some of like the, I think, real concerning elements of gambling.
Togi has a new thing to lose money on.
Yeah, someone gets addicted and then just like inevitably will lose all their money at some point. Mathematically will lose all their money at some point if they keep going.
So my understanding, to add on to what you just said there, my understanding is that how these betting markets work is that, they're not setting up the game, right? Anyone can just like start a bet. And then people can just jump into it. And so you're right, they're not playing with the odds there in the same way. And my understanding is that they make money on each transaction, the bets that you make. That's when they make their money. And so it doesn't matter. So if you win or lose, doesn't matter. They've already made their money.
Kalshi and Polymarket.
I like that. Actually.
Kalshi and Polymarket are interesting forms of data, right? They have usage beyond, they have functional utility beyond just betting and just gambling. And the reason they have functional utility is there is a different, all data that we take within economics and sociology suffers from all kinds of biases and all kinds of unintended unknown variables and things like that. And this is true of Kalshi and Polymarket as well. But as a new set of data, it shows it often gets rid of some of those biases while in introducing new ones, right? So a new bias would obviously be those with more money have more purchasing power. Therefore, there's a selection bias towards those with more money, or those that have more money in the game, or those that tend to bet more, right? Things like that. But at the same time, you have a lot of things that are like, oh, this is a self-report survey, right? Who am I going to vote for in 2024? And it's like, okay,
yeah.
A lot of times people will say the thing to a pollster that they know the pollster wants to hear, or say the thing on camera that they want the person to hear, right? But then when you put your money where your mouth is, that shows two things. One, that you have some level of investment, and then the more money you put in, the more invested you are. And so if it's a bad source of data alone, right? If you're using Kalshi or Polymarket to be like, this is the best data to predict the presidential race or something, you're a fucking idiot. But it can be really, really good at a better, opening up the data to go, okay, well, we have these self-report surveys, but then we also have the betting markets, and these things are saying two different things. Why are they saying two different things? They shouldn't be saying two different things. Why is it that the money knows something that the self-report survey doesn't, or vice versa? And it's shit like that can make that, I think that can be there's value in that, is all I'll say.
Gibbs? Still muted, friend.
Muted.
Still muted.
Nope.
Okay.
There you go.
There you go.
There we go. Okay, yeah, cool. All right, so we got new mics, new settings, all these things. Anyway, so listen. First,
you sound better.
I'm fine. Yeah, first I'm fine with it. I'm not because fuck the Native Americans, like Lactoid is saying, but because who is the government? Why?
No, he didn't say exactly that. To be fair.
Yeah, listen. I'm Spanish descent. I'm perfectly okay with killing the bloodthirsty natives. All right, you listen. I've been doing some mad research here and reading some documents lately about how evil the Aztecs were, and from other Native American sources to back my thing up. So now, next time someone wants to tell me this,
Aztecs were wild. The Mayans were bad. The Aztecs were.
So let me tell you a quick story
brutal.
before we go into this. I was reading about the king of so there's Aztecs, right? They were basically the strongest city-state in their area, and they became the Aztec Empire. Other city-states, basically paid tribute. Well, the king of the Mahia city-state sent his daughter to them in order so that they could get married to their prince and become a queen. He was
I know this one.
He went to go visit him about a year later, and guess who he saw wearing his daughter's skin? Was their high priest. They flayed her and decided it was a good idea to walk out and have the high priest greet him. Because it was an honor for his daughter to have been flayed, and he wanted to introduce him walking into the thing.
They did that shit on purpose, and being like, "You like this, don't you?" They didn't even realize it was a faux pas to wear his daughter as a skin suit.
That's pretty metal.
As I've been with the Spanish, I understand wanting to take away things from the natives. I get it. So let's take away the casinos, I guess. But the real thing is,
white women win again with the Kalshi.
Yeah, I'm tired. I'm tired of the government always trying to regulate everything, for no reason. Listen, I worked for bonesnapper.com for a while doing MMA, right? And journalism when I was doing MMA. And part of what we did is I helped set the odds. And this was just predictions. This is what I would say. If this guy's going to win a fight, odds makers have it at this, I'd give them this if I was an odds maker, right? And because I was not on the official odds makers list, let me just make that clear. But if I was going to be a major man, I pulled the thing they do college football playoff, right? So, or playoff, the college football live in the morning, right? So I'm sitting here and I would look at this, and I was hitting at 83%. I think this year I hit at 81%, including rounds and methods, and on my MMA picks. And then I hit without the rounds and methods, I'm hitting at 89 or 92%, right? And I would hit almost 100. But you don't bet that way. What you do is you bet the card, and then you go, okay, well, this guy's an 8-1 underdog. He really should be a 2-1 underdog, right? And so, then, if you're smart, you'll bet the favorites, and then you'll put all your big bet on that one, and your favorites will win, and it'll cover the card. And 90% of the time, you'll do all right and you win money. So like it's just like Lactoid said, these people, if you're educated on a subject, it's not really gambling. And I would even make a further argument: just walking out your door every morning is a gamble. What if I get stabbed by Tweaker John down the way? Like I can be stabbed by. That's why I carry a
by
gun.
the Aztecs, right?
Yeah,
Or a Native American, yeah.
The Aztec spirits come back from my grave and hunt me down, right? Like the bloodthirsty gods demand. I'm just saying, like they'll come and get me one way or the other. Like listen. I get on a plane. Who's to know that Osama bin Laden isn't on that plane with me, ready to drive?
Who's to know? Who's to
know? When I get in the car, literally.
I'll tell you this: if Osama bin Laden is on that plane with you, that's a safe plane ride.
Yeah, that's probably. Listen, just a few weeks ago, I got a brand new truck.
He's being transported somewhere for medical equipment, protected by the CIA if he's alive.
No, listen, just literally, like literally last month. So just a few weeks ago, or maybe it's 2 months now. I was giving a friend a ride to work at like 6 a.m. Fine, and I nailed an illegal alien going 70. Boom, nailed him. I could have been dead. It's a gamble. I was sitting here, not even drinking, not even partying, just taking someone to work, and then I almost died. Every day's a gamble. So you know what? Maybe we don't need daddy government to hold our hands when it comes to our money. They just need to stay the fuck out.
So,
and if you get addicted to it,
I don't think that's what people
genes.
mean by gambling, though. To be fair, right?
No, listen,
I don't
if you
consider
get addicted to gambling, you're a bitch. And I'm sorry, I don't.
Well, no,
I just your family, and I don't feel bad for you. Learn
okay. That's
that's a
okay,
lot of Gen Z men.
That's very different. That's very different than what I'm
Gen Z
saying.
men.
That doesn't have anything to do with what I'm saying. Okay,
it doesn't have to have anything to do with what you're saying.
Okay,
that's what I'm saying.
I'm just saying when people. Okay, cool. What I'm trying to say is I don't think that's what people mean when they say gambling, right? I think the term gambling is to refer to betting for money on the outcome of a game or of a future event. You could maybe then say that Polymarket is gambling because it's money on the likelihood of a future event. I think it starts to get into a gray area, but I think mostly, at least when I'm talking about gambling, right, I put Polymarket and Kalshi in maybe like a gray area where it's similar to gambling, but it's a different type of gambling. And when I say gambling, like I don't like gambling because it's degenerate or in general, like not that I'm saying it ought to be illegal, but right. But I'm not saying that. I'm just saying like when I'm talking about gambling specifically, I am talking about like casinos and games in which the house is favored to win, overwhelmingly and things of that nature, right? Like I'm not per se against Polymarket existing. I think it has functional utility in its ability to procure data and the way that we can use that data. And I also think that it's one of those things that if you have skill, right, you can make money towards a functional use, right? You can make money with your knowledge. And the same thing would be true of like buying stocks, right? Like the reward of your bet per se is, moving capital towards the appropriate area to increase further production, right? Like it is good for all of us when capital investment flows freely and that people are able to participate.
Okay, so and I want to bring in my friend Doobie here. Hopefully, he's listening. And maybe. Oh, and no private equity bets because you can actually go into those markets. Like the rest of us here.
Let me just
like,
fix my screen
big boy
because we have
bets.
this giant retarded banner that makes everybody really small on the screen. So I just gotta
big
Prime,
boy.
put share chat on, by the way, if you can, in the stream together.
It's not? Okay, hold on.
I don't
on the StreamYard? Sorry, are you mean in Twitch?
Yeah.
And stream together. Okay, hold on. Yeah. I'll do that in a second.
Sorry.
Sorry, stream chat. Okay, I just did it. Okay. So to our friend Doobie, like what are your thoughts on these gambling markets? Now we've talked about gambling before. We've talked about DraftKings specifically, right? We've had a conversation about that. But now like it seems like gambling is invading everything. You can gamble on like literally anything. You can place a bet on, right? If you can place a bet on it, you can do so. You can do so from wherever. You can do so from an app, right? Specifically, our friend Lactoid, right? Well, he's my friend, but I don't co-sign on all the things he says, right? And his his desire to screw over the Native Americans. He's talking about like how this ease of use, how this opening up of these different markets, right? Like this will scatter the gambling degenerates, right, and eat into their profits. But like the advantage and the thing that was said previously, right? So
Hold on,
this
real quick.
was something that
Can we change that? I don't know how it might affect me or you in the algorithm to have a literal curse word constantly on the screen. Like that might actually not be. Whatever. I'll just take
but
it off.
I'll change. Okay, sure. But anyway, so fuck. What was I gonna say? Where was I? Oh yeah. So before the start, before like gambling was opened up to these online like sports bettors, right? Before that happened, there were people like the fucking Zionist toad, Sheldon Adelson, right? One of the things that we're saying is that, well, because he was so concerned about gambling addicts, he's like, well, this is going to like increase gambling addiction, right? Because you're lowering the friction. If you have them come to our casinos in Las Vegas, right? If you have them have to come to a physical place, well, that limits the spread of these things. Like it introduces a useful level of friction between the consumer and gambling, and that is in itself a protection blanket, right? And so don't open it up to all my open up the markets to all my competitors. Please don't do that, right? So I like hearing that, like I dislike that argument. But at the same time, well, look at us now, right? Like we're gambling on fucking everything. And so is this a better a state of affairs than it was previously when you had to go to Vegas or you had to go to the Native American casinos that lacked it hates of a burning passion? Was that a better state or now? What do you think, DB?
I'm gonna be real with you, okay? I tried to follow the conversation. I tried to stay interested, but I've been so rocked by the discovery that Lactoid here is a white nationalist that I just haven't been able to think about anything else for the last few hours.
You're just finding this out now?
Yeah, I didn't realize
years.
he and counterpoints. I didn't realize that all those people were white nationalists.
I've been telling you for years.
Yeah,
I've been telling you for a while
has
now, bro.
been an obvious one. Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't
I'm glad that
realize
you
it.
understand now.
It was surprising to me.
All right. Well, I can answer this question 100% definitively.
I think we should talk about that
I
more.
know
I think we
that
should
both
talk about that
Doobie and Prime Kais will 100% agree with me. Okay.
Okay.
Here we go. Before Kashi and Poly Market, there have been many supposed brokered ceasefire and peace deals in between Israel and the Palestinians. But after the existence of Kashi and Poly Market, the ability to bet has allowed for real data and money to get behind predicting the potential success or of these things. So you can bet on whether or not a genocide will continue or whether or not it will be deemed one. You can bet on how long it will take Israel to violate those ceasefire agreements, which is usually 48 hours.
It's already...
right. And so therefore the bullshit narrative of politicians about these things can be undermined by the real data of people that put their money where their mouth is in the betting market, and allow more people that want to use that specified knowledge to get and gain money off of the quickness of which Israel stops their ceasefire agreement. Therefore, the people are now more aware of these things. And so I know for you guys that are so deeply care about the presumed genocide in Gaza, not so much all the Christians being killed in the Congo, because that's not politically convenient for the either.
Oh no,
but specifically about
what?
But specifically about what's going on there, right? So now, so you must look at the prophecies of the money, the prophecies of capital in the betting markets, and know that it is creating a more informed population.
I want to know where to put it down. What are the odds right
you'd
now?
lose, but there's no odds right now because they've already broken it like 10 times.
Yeah, more than that. They've been bombing constantly. Yeah.
Well, like 10 times is the last update I heard. There's that number can go from smaller to larger
They're little
depending on like
violations.
which source you believe and
Just, yeah,
what degree,
little-
whatever.
little
Right,
bombings,
but
right?
we
Like
can
little
clearly
violations.
say
It's
that
not a
there
big-
have been some bombings.
It's not as it was.
It's not as it was, but like that's not how a ceasefire works, right? It's not like, oh well, yes, you slowed down, so I guess it's like it doesn't.
Actually-
what's a few bombings between.
Actually,
friends?
in reality, though, in reality,
think
that
ceasefires
has
do
been
have
how every ceasefire historically has worked.
Yeah, but it's actually in the hundreds, not 10. I don't know where the 10 came from. I
Yeah,
think
like
it's
they keep doing it.
500 around 500 or something ceasefire violations and like almost 300 bombings.
Okay,
So,
sure. That was the last time I looked. Okay, I'm not checking in on Israel-Palestine news every day. I'm just not. It was roll with it, brother. Don't get offended by the number. I'm not
I'm not
standing
offended. I'm just
behind the
saying.
number.
I'm just
I don't know
saying,
where
it-
you're getting that
it's
number
way more
from.
than-
It's like, come on.
No, I'm just letting you know if that's what you think it is, you're way behind. Okay, I'm just trying to help you out. That was like an hour into it. Okay.
Yeah. They've killed over 300 individuals. I forget what the tally is right now. But like, yeah, Israel has just not stopped. And also for the ceasefire in Lebanon, they keep bombing southern Lebanon. They just keep doing that. Like just on a regular basis since like was it a year ago or so when that happened. They've just kept bombing southern Lebanon. So yeah, just keep that in mind. In any case, it's not where I
My family got out of Lebanon in the 70s, so like I could give a rat's ass.
So you got mine. You're good. Yeah,
I'm good.
Yeah, like a conservative. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, just stop stealing my money for it. All right, like.
Yeah. So well, Doobie, the thing that I was talking to people about like the expansion of like betting markets. And like we have like a Poly Market and Kalshi and DraftKings and all that, right? And more people like I think you've said this before. Actually, I forget what you said. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but what I've said before is that like, yeah, I tend to be a social libertarian on these things, right? I want to give people the freedom to do what they want with their body, with their money, right? Like that's their business, not my business. But at the same time, like I can also understand that there is a degradation of society, right? Like families are worse off if the father like pisses away like the money, right? If that happens,
yeah.
Like kids, like young individuals are worse off if we're creating an environment where more of them will be gambling addicts, where otherwise they wouldn't have been, right? Maybe otherwise they wouldn't have gone to casino, or maybe casinos aren't necessarily their thing, but this is their thing, And so like we're making a sicker society, and especially since we live like right now in an economic downturn, right? Made by Trump. An economic downturn that people are desperate. Exacerbated by Trump, excuse me.
100% agree now.
Yeah. Where people are desperate and they're looking anyway to like make money, right? Where they feel like the American dream is imaginary, right? And so if they can do it through betting, right? Maybe they can be that one person who makes $1 million goddamn dollars. And so keeping that in mind, should we be limiting these gambling opportunities?
Fuck no. And listen, I got 5
I think
words
so.
for people that suck at it. Like, listen, it's 5 words. It's fuck no, get good scrub. Or we can replace the first ones. Fuck them, get good scrub. I don't give a shit about little Timmy because daddy spent his money.
Good.
Like I'm just saying, daddy should have got good. He went and spent his little college fund, whatever. He spent money for his wheelchair. I guess you're crawling to school, little Timmy. Be mad at daddy. Don't be mad at daddy government. I like, it's ridiculous that you expect me to pay daddy government to take care of your ass because your daddy was bad. Or even if you know your daddy. Most of these guys are probably degenerates who knocked up somebody and then left, and now they're wasting their money. They don't take care of their kids anyway. These kids weren't going to see the money. At least let these fucking guys waste it on someone that will spend the money. Probably me, as I take their money in these gambling things. That's probably what's going to happen because I apparently was not as in on this gambling market as I should have been. And now that I'm researching it, holy fuck, we do not need to regulate this. This is goddamn glorious. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead, Jimmy.
Thanks, Skip, for the resub. I appreciate that. And Doobie. I'm forgetting everyone's name recently. Doobie. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I totally disagree with Gibbs. I think that so I agree, Prime. I'd like for everybody to just be able to do whatever the fuck they want. Unfortunately, people have limited resources. We are walking meat bags susceptible to manipulation of not just our attitudes, but like our chemical responses, right? As we're going to discuss later with the Ozempic topic or the sugar topic. So I think that unfortunately, given that these things we are susceptible to these things, so these things do have a detrimental effect on our society. I think they need guardrails. I think that we need to impose those guardrails to keep people from destroying themselves and as a consequence, their families.
What's the limiting
And I think-
principle to that belief?
And I think, one second. And I think that, Prime, what you said earlier, right, about people feeling desperate and looking for a way to basically like find a way out of the hole, you know? I think that is 1 trillion% true. I think that there is like a sense of desperation that people have, you know, going to the same shitty job every day, not really getting ahead, going paycheck to paycheck, and they want to find marketable skills to climb their way up, but they feel like it's hopeless or whatever the fuck. So just like bashing their head against the wall, and they'll try a thing here or there, but a lot of these things are like exploitative, right? Just trying to take away their money, just trying to like suck up their time and money so that the creators can get a profit while these people are just stuck in the same spot. I think people will go through that and they get to this point where it's like, okay, well, doing it the right way, quote unquote, isn't working. Maybe I can get lucky and just make a bet here, and you know I'm going to do my research. But you know, then it's fucking gambling, right? You're basically gambling. So I'm gonna make this bet, and you know, maybe I'll be able to pull myself up. Maybe I'll get ahead a little bit, and that'll allow me to get out of this hole. And I think these people know that, right? These owners of these companies know this, right? And so they're looking for those people. They advertise for those people specifically, right? So it's very predatory. I think it does need guardrails.
So what's the limiting principle there? Like what makes like if people can be influenced by marketing or by like something that, you know, tricks their brain in some way to maybe make them make a choice that they wouldn't have made, like where do we draw this line, and for what reason do we draw the line there?
I think that's where it gets difficult, right? And I guess we're going to talk later about the sugar thing and how they are like making sugar sweeter. Yeah,
that's where it gets difficult.
Right?
Is where I require logical
like,
consistency of your arguments.
No, it's not logical consistency. It's figuring out exactly where the line is, right? So, I personally, I think I would ban all advertising to, for like fast food, for example, all advertising for candy. I'd just straight up ban these fucking gambling companies, to be honest with you.
Right, but where's the limiting principle? What is it? What is it that changes it from this is acceptable advertising?
I think it's predatory
or acceptable. Okay, but that's just a whim. That's just a vibe.
No, it's
you
not.
Just said I vibe it out. Well, okay. Well, if it's not a vibe, tell me where that principle comes from, right? Because like by your argument, I could say, well, we need to ban all makeup products in the United States because makeup changes the sexual attractiveness of women. And because of this, women are able to influence men in some degree. Actually, we need to ban all revealing clothing. All women need to wear burqas because women that have makeup or wear clothing that shows their face, this can be. Well, actually, some women have a sexy voice, so all women will be legally mandated to wear a voice modulator, so that and a mesh veil, but underneath their
like where you're going with this,
so that there's fuck. Some women might have a higher vocabulary, so we need an AI on the voice modulator to translate so that every woman has the exact same type, tonality, and word usage in their speech. Oh fuck. Well, some women might move in a sensual way, so we actually need to create a robotic arm exoskeleton that makes it to where they all move. Like if you don't have a limiting principle or an actual reason other than this feels bad or this feels principle, then the logic of your argument could be used to the extent that we run out of money and we run out of paper to write laws on, right? Like you could take it forever. So like where is that line? And you can't just say, oh well, this feels bad, and And then I say, well, that's just a vibe. And then you go, no, it's not, because the word predatory.
Yeah, I don't think it
draw
is
a
a
line.
vibe. Yeah, I think it's pretty simple to say, hey, this company specifically targeting this group of people. This group of people is low income or just the bottom of the tax bracket or whatever the fuck, and they're doing this for the purpose of getting these people onto their online casino to blow all the very little expendable money they have, or maybe even their fucking rent money, right?
You
and
just
then
described
a lot
the
of
vibe.
times
You haven't given a limiting principle.
It's not a vibe. It's literally the purpose
literally
of these
have-
sites and these apps.
No,
It's
you're
the reason
literally
they
just
stream, it's the
describing
reason they stream
pragmatism.
on Twitch and on
There's
Rumble
no-
to
there's no
get, to
line.
get young guys and kids involved into gambling, into the thrill of gambling, to get them addicted to that thrill, so they can go and waste all their fucking their
No, you're
parents' money
going
or
to
their money
one
on
end
gambling.
of the spectrum of things that people find distasteful or people find immoral, and then you're saying, "See, this is easy," but you haven't given a line or a limiting principle. You haven't given any principled reason as to why one thing ought be illegal and one thing ought allow people the freedom to act as they choose. You've just saying, if I go to this end where everybody kind of agrees that we don't like this, therefore it's easy to say that this ought be illegal because we vibed out that this is bad. Okay, but you haven't given a principle. You haven't given a distinction between the most minute means of psychological manipulation that are common practice versus those that most people find distasteful.
Yeah, I don't think you need some like set in stone limiting principle, quote unquote, that would apply to every single situation. I think these are going to be
So it's a vibe.
very reflective. If you want to call that a vibe, sure. I think that's how the world actually works, right? I think that when people make laws, typically there is no limiting principle.
Hair
when
over
they come up with
aggression
laws.
remains
It's just,
immortal. Yeah.
It's just say, I think this thing is bad. I'd like to make this thing bad. Enough people agree with me to make this thing bad. That's it. It really is that simple, right? So what I'm describing is how the world actually works. I understand that you are fixated on this idea that everything needs to be philosophically consistent. That isn't reality. I think most people don't think like that.
Well, I think that you just admitted that you are engaged in whim worship and that your view of reality is that reality is not consistent. And when you state that reality conflicts with philosophical or logical consistency, then what you prove is that you have an ideology that is groundless and is based off of your preferences of might makes right. Your ideology is the same as a caveman with a big stick that says, I'll take what I want because I prefer it.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, the caveman with the big stick is the one that wins. That's why we have the society that we have, right? So enough cavemen get together, and your egghead philosophical nonsense, begging for everything to be like consistent, is meaningless because the caveman bonks you on the head and moves on. So I think that's how the world is actually set up, and given that I exist in the world as it actually is, this is what I'm pushing for.
Right. You've given up on ethics and civility.
Might makes right.
I want to defend.
I don't think those are.
Let me defend Doobie's position.
I think you could have just stopped it. I don't think.
Your audio Lactoid is a little off.
Yeah, Lactoid, your audio is like try it again. Test.
A little fuzzy.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, but it's a little, I don't know, distorted.
It's like it's distorted now.
Sounds like you have like a loose cable or something.
Yeah, maybe.
Give me a second.
Yeah, sure. Did you also want to say something, Gibbs? It's hard for me to interpret your goddamn sign language. You're doing a lot of gestures to the camera. I don't know which one.
He's trying to zoom in all the time. That's why.
Yeah, I mean, I was just saying that, man, I'm glad that Doobie's had this revelation and now is on board with that. The world is just a might makes right society. As I've been saying, a lot of Nostradamus predictions and statements are coming true. I'm really just a problem.
Yeah, sounds
You're
better
good now.
Yeah, sounds better.
Well, hold on, Gibbs. I've always known this. We just disagree as to like where that might should take us, or which might.
I mean, that's true.
Yeah, you both agree on whim worship. You just have different values.
So let me.
It's back.
Now it's back.
God damn it! What the fuck? Why
turn it off and turn it back on again? I don't know.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, take your time, friend. I'll still be here. Okay. Well, you Doobie and Scott can argue against each other again.
Yeah, I was trying to let Lactoid in.
Yeah, it's good for right now, right? And then it's gonna get bad in a second.
It's not good for right now.
It wasn't good for right now.
It sounded like it got better at the end there.
And then it got better at the end, right there.
Yeah, right there.
Yeah.
All right.
I think your mic might be dying. I think I just watched
I
you
think
push
it probably
it in.
is.
Yeah.
All right. Still good? Still good?
Yeah.
Still good.
Still good.
All right, we're just gonna roll with it, and if it fucks up, sorry. I'm gonna defend Doobie's position, but not on that the topic that you guys were arguing about, but on the hypothetical that you brought up regarding makeup, because that one
it's close to
I have
his
more
heart,
experience in
like the
defending
Native American.
my position.
The topics of our
I
time.
think it's
makeup and
perfectly
Native
fine. I think there's a lot of topics.
Before you say anything, just so
where
you know,
there-
chat, this guy pretends to be a libertarian.
Yeah. I'm actually a socialist, but I pretend to be a libertarian. Just
So I
think
hold on, I'm not going to call you a socialist anymore, okay? I'm not gonna. All right, not unless I'm forced to define it or something. I'm just going to call you a tourist.
No, he's a
fuck is
tank,
that?
bro. He's been
No,
pretending.
in libertarianism, you're a tourist.
Yeah,
He's
he
da-
is a
he's
tourist.
dabbling
That's a good way.
in
He's a socialist
libertarianism.
tourist.
Tourist.
libertarian.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. That's
You're just checking out the scenery of
Whatever.
libertarianism.
Yeah, like
just
when
sort of
people
taking a
come in and
stroll.
want to change the gaming industry, and then like they don't know anything about the games that they're trying to change, right? Or they're like, oh, actually,
So
this
really
is
you're
why
calling me an
Zelda
immigrant,
needs trans
is what-
representation. You know what I mean? It's like, and then you find out that they don't know anything about
I
Legend
think
of
Scott is
Zelda or
open
whatever.
borders now, so it's okay.
Oh, good. Good. You're open borders now, so you want to let me in. All right. So,
I like that.
I think that is perfectly reasonable, and it's actually necessitated oftentimes to have a sufficiency position when it comes to drawing lines. So a couple examples of this is when it comes to all fraud, there obviously is like going to be some line between puffery and deception. You're allowed to make your product look good. You just can't intend to get the person to believe that they're getting something that they're not, right? There's kind of this fine line between putting on your best suit and trying to like put forward a good image and being overtly deceptive. And makeup, depending on how it's done, is a little bit difficult on this, where exactly the line is, because I think we would all agree that like catfishing somebody would be obviously some kind of like deception, like some kind of fraud. But I've seen some women that wear makeup in a certain way where they're essentially catfishing in real life, right? They look as though they are somebody entirely different than they are. And also we have to draw a line when it comes to certain laws regarding what people can do. Sometimes we have to put like lines, and just for the purposes of this conversation, I'll make it very easy. We have a line at 21 for alcohol. And if you don't agree with that, well, we have a line at 18 for owning property or joining the military. And you might say, well, every individual.
We have these other status whims.
It's yeah. We have these.
Therefore, why not
other...
have these? Why not add new ones?
I don't think they're whims. I think what it is you're looking at like you're weighing interests, and you're looking at this is a sufficient level of development for this person to be able to be responsible for X, or this is a sufficient level of difference from what they're
I don't think
selling
they're whims.
to be
Describes
deception. To be deception.
But
Also,
so
there's
where
no
would you
fraud
put
in
the age of
makeup.
consent
There's no fraud in
sex?
makeup.
Yeah,
I can
well,
prove it to you
well,
right
this
now.
is the- well, this
What's
is
one
the-
of the
this is the
principal
trap-
elements of fraud? You're
wait,
a
hold on.
lawyer. You know
This
there are
is-
9
and-
principal elements of fraud, right? Under English common law, right? One of the big differentiations of fraud is your ability to meaningfully be able to find out whether or not the statement is true. Do you know that makeup changes the face? That is absolutely an element.
No, it's whether or not the person had an intent to deceive and whether or not the person was deceived. It's not whether or not they could have found out that you were.
I said the
that they were
9
deceived.
principal elements of fraud under English common law. One of those
I don't
is
think
like
that's
if
right.
someone says this is the greatest vacuum ever, is it reasonable? Like if a person can just do a quick Google search and go, oh, that's not the greatest vacuum ever, then it's not fraud to say that this is the greatest vacuum ever.
Well, that's what I was
Because
looking
it's
at.
a
Can you tell us
subjective
what you think the age of consent should be for sex? And I'm not trying to do like a gotcha or anything. I'm just actually curious, like what your limiting principle on that would be.
I would say that without parental consent, I would say 25.
Why?
I don't think that there is no perfect age, right? So every group is every community is going to have to figure that out. You asked my personal distinction, right? I would say it's 25, but I also think that at any moment you ought be able to get parental consent towards emancipation. And if you can prove that you are a moral actor, a moral agent that is, aware of the consequences of your actions in that domain, then you ought be able to just be emancipated from.
So if like
whatever that
a
distinction is.
13-year-old were able to do that, right? Like a very intelligent, mature 13-year-old who were able to do that, you would say that they should be able to emancipate themselves and then have sex with a 30-year-old?
I would say that would be morally wrong, and that 13-year-old would be an outlier. But yeah,
I see. Okay.
Like I would be,
So-
I would be absolutely against it. I'd kick this motherfucker out, right? Like
But
I would.
this is
but
this
like
Scott.
I
So
think if a 13-year-old
who's
could
enforcing
Wait,
prove,
hold on.
if the rare
who's
13-year-old
enforcing
could
all this?
prove that they
I
have
It's like they
all
say
of
Muhammad
the
Aisha,
intellectual
she's a
capacity,
special 9-year-old.
which would have to
No,
be
well,
like
hold
it
on,
would
hold
have
on.
to
You live
be
in
a distinct.
libertarian.
Yeah.
Hold on, if you live in a
It would be like
I
1 in a
confirm
million,
something.
13. No, hold on. Don't interrupt
hold on.
me.
We have a
so that I
historical
can
example of
only
this,
be
that Muhammad and
clipped on
Aisha
this, and I
married
can't
at
describe this
7,
in
9 years old.
context. Apple Gibbs, go fuck yourself and shut up, and you too, right? Like I'm gonna be able to fully explain this, right? Because I'm biting the bullet on age of consent. Let me fucking finish. God damn. Right? Like I think that we were talking about an absolutely unique individual that would have to prove that action. And I still think that it would be immoral to do so for a whole host of reasons, right? Like I don't think there will ever be a special 9-year-old because I just don't think it's statistically possible for that to occur. And I think the
whole
actual
thing is a
act of
dodge, though.
engaging in sex would actually be physically harmful at that point anyways. But yes, there could be without a doubt, there could be a special per se 13-year-old that was capable of that understanding. I just think that it would be extremely rare.
Yeah,
That is why I would set up a system that would say, yes, there's an age of majority, and then you would need parental permission.
Sufficient, right?
Right? And you would need parental permission with this, or you would have to have, let's say, this super special 13-year-old go to a magistrate or a judge, whatever the local community has set up, and be able to petition for their no, it doesn't. You're just throwing out dipshit words to try and interrupt.
No, I mean, 'cause
no,
I
it
wanna know
doesn't.
who's
Shut up,
enforcing
shut up,
this.
shut up,
Who's
shut up.
enforcing all this?
I've had these conversations
Who
with you a
decides
million
that the
times.
9-year-old is
You're
special or
asking
not?
the same questions you asked the first time you ever encountered anarcho-capitalists.
You're not
So
answering.
either
that's a good question.
either
That's
you're too
their
retarded
framework.
to
Their
remember our
framework.
previous
Who's
conversations, or you're
Yeah, I mean,
throwing
that's the
shit,
question. Who's
trying to throw.
deciding Who's this? No, I'm not trying. Like, who's
Yes,
deciding?
we've had these conversations. No,
who's the
I
special boy?
refuse to answer a question I've answered for you 100 times. You've known me for
Okay,
so
well,
long, you
answer
already know
his.
the answer.
Answer his.
I'm not.
answer
I'm
his
not
question
answering the
then.
question. I'm not answering your
So
monkey
if
wrench
Muhammad were
question.
reborn today, right, and he had a special 9-year-old Aisha, who decides that she's special enough to fuck?
Who decides if Muhammad were born today, he'd be killed for a whole host of reasons, right? So it would have to be a different guy named Muhammad that was reborn today,
Call him Omar.
creating a different
Omar
religion,
born today.
right? Omar,
Different religion. Yeah.
right? So again, like, who decides is a means of whether or not humans are capable of discovering reality, and whether or not which they are, and whether or not those humans actually discover reality is statistically there are going to be times where they don't, right? So in a local community, you are going to have mistakes. My ideology is not utopic, right? So it's absolutely true that in a community, if we run this test 1,000 times, 1 out of 1,000 times, there's going to be a community of sick fucks that get it wrong, or that, don't appropriately discover reality. That's not the question. The question is in reality, is there ever in the history of humanity one 13-year-old who is sufficiently wise and sufficiently intellectually capable of being able to be a full-blown... Just because we use the same word doesn't mean that yours isn't wind worship. I'm describing
it's
something
literally a
completely
sufficiency
different.
test in the same way I was using it.
Okay, but
you're
you're
saying
not
when something hits
attempting
a
to
certain point,
you're not attempting
the
to
rules
discover
change.
reality of natural law. What you're doing
You're
is
saying when
trying
something
to
hits a
create
certain
wind worship.
point.
No, you don't.
No,
get
you're
to,
saying
no,
when
you don't
something hits a
understand
certain
the words.
point.
That's not
You're
true.
saying when
That's
something
not
hits
true.
a certain point, the rules change. That is
No,
literally
what-
the point that I was making. That's the point that Doobie
And where
made.
that point is going to
No,
be really flexible
yours is based
on
off
the
of a
person's
whim. If you don't have a
situation, et cetera.
limit, if you have no limiting principle, but then you have a sufficiency test without a limiting principle, then you're not discovering anything other than your own fucking values and whims that you collectively hold as a society. That's very
what's the limiting
different
principle?
than right, the limiting principle is the individual a moral actor that is fully intellectually capable of discerning the consequences of their actions in the long term? Do they have the brain
That's probably
capacity
similar to lactoids.
to
Yeah,
be
but we're
able
not
to
really
think into the
able
long
to
term?
ascertain whether
Sufficiently, yeah.
Yeah, we're not able to really
Let's
figure out
just-
if that's fact, right? We can try to determine it, right? But we're not going to be able to say 100%
Agreed.
objectively
Agreed.
this is true.
That's why I said that. I'm not utopic. Sometimes mistakes are made. Right. The
Sometimes
question
Bob
is
Saget gets the job as a magistrate.
is it reality that
Bob
that an
Saget.
individual has that?
Yeah,
Now,
he thought the
my
abstinence was
age of
very
consent,
developed on Full
my
House.
age of consent as the default would be 25 without parental permission or emancipation, because it is of my opinion that most adults are most 19-year-olds are not at that point, that they are not developed enough, both philosophically might have an effect on that age, right? In our current day, that our education might have an effect on that. Physical development, brain development. It is of my opinion that most 19-year-olds are not capable of making the decision fully independently about the long-term consequences of their sexual activity, right? Do I think there's a 1 in a million 13-year-old that is capable of that? Clip it and ship it. I know I know people are going to want to use that as be like, oh, age of consent libertarianism. But I do think that there's probably a 1 in a million 13-year-old that is capable of that. But if a 30-year-old wants to fuck that 13-year-old, I have problems with that. That in that 1 in a million scenario, it might not be a violation of the non-aggression principle, but for the same reason I don't think it's good that we have slaughterhouses of pigs, or the same reason that I think a lot of things are immoral, is that I'm worried that that 13-year-old is without a doubt a pedophile searching for this special exception that they get permission on because they're attracted to fucking prepubescent individuals and they want to fuck prepubescent individuals, and that person's a giant red flag for the safety of my community, and we should be watching them with a hawk eye or getting them out of our fucking community.
Okay, so I just wanted to respond. Everything that was underneath all that was a sufficiency test, right? When you're talking about the age of consent, we're talking about, well, we have this general set of rules, and when a certain point is hit,
Sufficiency
in
test
age,
of what principle?
When a certain point is hit, the rules change. The question when it comes to age of consent, or when it comes to age to buy alcohol, cigarettes, etc., or join the military, is we're looking at, does the person have sufficient brain development, life experience, what we generally call maturity, to consent
Your
to
test
things,
fails.
decisions
That's
for them,
how- that-
to
no,
make
that's
to make
absurd.
to make
Because
decisions.
you're- that's-
Wait, you ranted for
Let
a
him
very long
finish.
time, sir. Does it hit a certain point where they are now sufficiently mature to begin making decisions for themselves? Has that tipping point been
That's
hit?
not a
So now there's
sufficiency test
Now there is
because
a.
you're
now
not
there is
discovering
a
eliminating
new,
principle.
Old enough is a sufficiency test.
You
Old
need an
enough to do this.
No, this is stupid. You
Yes,
need
it
an underlying
is.
principle.
It
No,
is.
hold on.
Yes,
Okay.
it is.
That only makes
It
sense
is.
if it's done
It
at an
is.
individual
Scott,
level. That is not
Scott,
what you are doing. You
Scott,
are
no,
saying
no.
At
You
what
can have a
point does
heuristic.
majority. No, your
You can have a
definition
heuristic
is
for a
based off
sufficiency
of
test.
a whim. You're basing it off of a whim, which
My
is,
desire
which
to
is-
have an
which
age
is-
of consent is based off a
No.
whim.
No, what you are saying is when I say that when I'm saying that someone is sufficiently gaining something, I have a principle. The principle is that this individual, this person, whatever age they may be, is a rational actor with
And
full
how does that
capacity
happen?
to understand that. When
Is
you're
it
doing
brain
a quote,
development
when you're doing a
and
quote
maturity
unquote-
and life experience?
when you're doing a quote unquote sufficiency test, you're trying to create a whim. You're trying to create a rule.
You're just using
all
a word.
people. No, you're not
Yeah,
creating
you
a
are.
rule based upon a
I'm
principle.
saying the thing you're saying, and then you're saying
you're
lactoid.
creating
You're
a
just
test
saying it's a whim.
for a whim.
It's just a whim.
No, you're
Scott,
fucking lying, or you're
Scott,
retarded,
Scott,
and you should
Scott,
be disbarred.
Scott,
One of the two. You're either lying or you should
Scott,
be disbarred because you're too
Yeah,
retarded.
yeah.
Because you're too stupid.
Listen,
I've
everybody
made it
can see.
very
Everybody
clear.
can see this. Now,
I've
hey,
made
now-
it very,
now-
very
now,
clear.
I'm
I've
gonna-
made it
No, you're
very,
not.
very clear, and you are lying
you're
right
not.
now. Okay, there is a
Wait,
principle.
It should be obvious.
and-
It should be obvious
No.
to everyone. You've had plenty of time to explain yourself, okay?
Well, no,
and when
I
I
just think
try,
the
you
general
jump in
audience
and
is
cut me
dumber
off
than
every
you
2
are.
seconds.
The general audience is even dumber than
so-
you are, and you're being retarded.
So if
No,
you get plenty of talking time, Scott, I would like to
respond.
we gotta get back
I'll
quick.
let
We gotta
respond.
quick.
I would
Let's
like
see if
I
you
would like
actually
to
respond.
finish my
I highly
thought.
doubt you will, but go ahead.
I understand we disagree about this, okay? And we disagree very strongly. I don't think I
What is the
certainly
principle?
don't think I'm lying.
Answer. What is the
Now,
principle?
I'm
What
not
is the
going to
limiting principle?
No. I'm going to speak on my own accord. All right. You can save your questions for the end. When I'm talking about a sufficiency test, you brought up, is somebody a rational being? But in order for somebody to become a rational being, if we're talking about age, there's obviously some sufficiency of something before somebody becomes a rational being. There's some sufficiency of brain development, like a certain amount of brain development, certain structures, certain cells, etc. It starts hitting a point.
So what's the
combine that with combine that with life experience, like that we generally put together and refer to as maturity. So there is a sufficiency before we hit somebody is capable of being a rational person, whether somebody is capable of consenting to something, right?
So what's the
principle? That is in order to determine the principle is somebody developed enough to consent?
Okay, so that's
the
an
question.
individual. That would be an individual,
yes,
right?
Well, wait, you're correct, but sometimes in society we have to generate heuristics in order to
a fucking whim. I win. Shut the fuck up, Lactoid.
If you think heuristics, and maybe I agree, you're against all laws, so I guess maybe you actually.
I'm not against all laws. I'm against. I'm against ones that violate the non-aggression principle.
What law is not a heuristic?
What?
What law? We have laws that
you ought
say,
not violate the non-aggression principle.
Okay,
it's not a heuristic.
If I get
you
drunk
ought not steal. That's not a heuristic.
If I get drunk and go 85 miles an hour,
you ought not murder. That's not a heuristic.
Hey. If I get drunk and go 85 miles an hour past a kindergarten, should that be illegal?
What?
If
Drinking
I get
and driving...
drunk, so hey, answer the question. If I get drunk and go 85 miles an hour past a kindergarten,
I will answer the question.
Should that be illegal?
I promise you that I will answer this question in detail. If you admit that there is no underlying principle to what you said, that you were trying to steal the word, trying to steal the word. Oh, what was it? You didn't name it. The principle was a heuristic, was a whim.
Consent.
Based off of a collective.
No,
it isn't.
Is not whim.
Mine. The ability to consent is my principle.
What do you think heuristic means?
Heuristic is a low resolution means by which humans map reality so that they can deal with things no longer at like an individual basis, but like in day-to-day activities, so that they can like move about their lives. Right? It's a cognitive process.
It's a generalized attempt to solve it's a pragmatic attempt to solve a generalized problem.
Okay, so pragmatism and whim worship is what I accuse you of, and you just keep doubling down on pragmatism and whim worship, and then pretending like you're not doing that and getting angry with me.
Are you going to answer the
when
question?
I'm right? Yeah, sure.
Answer the
so
question?
You won't, but that's okay. I will respond. Should it be illegal to get drunk and drive by a kindergarten? I believe that private properties should. Yeah, sure. 85 miles an hour. I believe that private property owners that own a road ought make it a law on their road to not drink and drive, and they should probably have some speed limit around where children are. I believe private property owners absolutely should do that. Yeah.
But I'm a really good driver. So doesn't this general heuristic rule unfairly apply to me?
Absolutely, yeah.
So when you say that should be against the rule, aren't you applying a heuristic?
No, I said you asked me what I think ought be
and why ought that be? Why should that rule apply to me? Wait, why should that rule apply to me?
Well, if you don't want it to apply to you, use a different road.
No, I'm not asking about whether or not the property owner has a right to establish a speed limit.
The individual actually.
You asked me whether it ought to be illegal. I think that the private property ought to make that rule.
I'm sure, but a private property, you think they can make any rule, whether it has justification or not. My question for you is, what is the Yes. So my question for you is, what is the justification for applying any kind of rule against me, the good driver, why I can't drive drunk 85 miles an hour past a kindergarten? Why shouldn't the private property owner allow me to do it?
Because it's likely to lead to deaths of children, and it would be negative.
It's likely to lead to something. Right.
Not for Lactoid, because he's the best driver.
But you agree there's different risk profiles between maybe me and somebody who's a worse driver.
Yeah, there's a difference here between what I believe would be good for a private property owner to enact as rules on their private property that would lead towards the outcomes that I prefer, which is a preference, right? Versus what is against natural law for the state to collectively impose upon people against their will. If you want to drive drunk 85 miles an hour, then go pick a fucking road where you're allowed to drive drunk 85 miles an hour. But do I think a private property owner that has a road next to a kindergarten, do I think they should or should not create a rule that says you can't be drunk and you can't do 85 next to the kindergarten? Yes, I think that would be beneficial.
Yeah, I think that whether if a private road, if they want to establish a rule saying you can't drive 85 miles an hour drunk past a kindergarten, I would say, look, this might not apply equally to every single driver, but what the property owner here is doing is they're going with a heuristic. They say, well, generally speaking, the risk profile generated by driving 85 miles an hour
I don't
past a
agree with any of
kindergarten
this.
drunk
I don't
is
disagree with any of
sufficiently high. The risk profile is sufficiently high that I'm going to have a rule in place.
You're using sufficiently now. It's just like a magic word. You're not saying anything I disagree with.
That bans that activity. Now, if we're going to, again, deal with the world that we're in, which we have public roads.
I'm dealing with the world that I'm in.
We have public roads, you would agree. And so I'm guessing that in the world we live in, where we have public roads going past public kindergartens, and you just said we're dealing in the real world, I am sure that you would not be in favor of, maybe I'm wrong, you would not be in favor of legalizing drunk driving at 85 miles an hour past U.S. kindergartens, are you?
I probably wouldn't. I wouldn't oppose it, right? But I certainly wouldn't support it because I don't think it's a good tactic to bring about the destruction of public property, which is a contradiction. It's a violation of rights to have public roads to begin with.
You wouldn't oppose laws that would prohibit this activity?
Anything that is getting rid of a state law, I will not directly oppose, no matter what that state law is.
Wait,
right?
Prime. One second.
But I would think that, I would get rid of them. I would get rid of literally any law imposed by the state.
Okay.
Gibbs.
Now, if some Muslim wants to marry a 9-year-old girl, I'll still blow his brains out. Come after my 9-year-old daughter, I'll definitely blow his brains out. Right? But again, the state is a contradiction in term, like the concept of the state creating a law that is good cannot exist. There's no such thing as a good law by the state. I'm not a state.
Whether it be the state or whether it be in private like industry, like people are always and still and will always deal in heuristics and when it comes to justifying anything that they do. And I think that when we're talking about, well, there is something that we think is sufficiently unjustified. Yeah, we think it's sufficiently unjustified, whether it be sufficiently deceptive, whether it be somebody who's insufficiently developed, or I guess what Doobie was arguing, and I don't
disagree with any of this.
But what Doobie was arguing that something is like sufficiently dangerous. It's not philosophically inconsistent to oppose something because it passes some kind of threshold. Whether you have a direct limiting factor or not.
For you to engage in argumentation and then justify the state doing those things based off of whim worship, that is philosophically inconsistent.
Yeah, so first I've been sitting here while we've been talking about whim worship, wind worship, and fucking heuristics for the last little while.
Wind worship was when we were talking about the Native Americans?
Yeah. And while we've been listening to all that, I will first want to apologize to Doobie. Doobie was absolutely correct, by the way. You have always said the might makes right, and we fall on different sides of where that's good and bad. But yeah, you're absolutely right. And this is kind of the problem I really have with this. Say, like, I live in Ancapistan, and Fabian lives in Libertaria. You know, he lives in this different community, and he has all his rules, and he's talking about whatever. I in Ancapistan, my first problem is if we get together as a community and all of our private property owners, and we decide that we're going to collectively make laws, right? Like that's going to govern whether or not you can live in our private community.
Yeah.
I don't really see that fundamentally as any different than the state. And the second problem is, so when
very quick, I'll respond. I don't know how you don't see it because we've had so many conversations, but I'll point out the very big difference. You said it yourself, voluntarily together. That's it. That's the difference.
Sure. I get that, right? But here's
okay, so you do see the difference. You were lying.
Well, no, I'm gonna explain why I have a problem with that. So, like,
accusing everybody of lying. It's crazy.
Well, just stop lying.
I'm not lying. And
nobody here is lying.
Just let me explain why.
What are the 9 criteria for lying, Lactoid? You know that?
Yeah. And he wasn't right, by the way, on that
time you were lying.
Fraud.
So, okay, here's the problem I have. Right? Okay.
Then I wouldn't be lying if you were wrong.
And, like, in my mind, It all comes down to a might makes right thing. We've gotten the group as a collective. We've come together and formed laws, and we're going to use our collective property and our might to make sure those laws are agreed upon in our community. Fundamentally, to me, even if you would agree upon that, and that group agrees upon that, if you have children, they didn't necessarily agree on that. You know, all these other things, I guess they could get emancipated. But then it comes down to who's deciding this emancipator. And, you know, I guess you're right in the idea, Fabian, that you could say, yeah, it's not utopic. Maybe you get a group of cannibals together and they make up a group, decide some bad laws. You know, that's not a good utopic society, you know, but this is an overarching thing. But I think the problem I'm having is it comes back to the might makes right thing. And if we get a society that decides, hey, we're going to put in Diddy and Ghislaine Maxwell as the deciders over when they can consent,
right?
and they're king of diddling in fucking Capistan is Diddy, you know, we got a problem. Like, he's going to be like the magistrate, you know, and like we know that bad people get together and they'll organize and bad people are going to get that job.
Yeah, I agree.
And so once again, this comes back to the might makes right thing. What's that group of people going to do? They're going to be like, well, we should expand our private property, and they're going to use their might to expand this influence to other areas around them one way or the other. And whether that's through commercial means or through physical violence or political violence, I don't see that as any different at like a fundamental level than a state doing it. Like I get where you're going to want to argue the nitty gritty, but like if we're looking at like a macro, it's not any different. Like there's no difference.
It's very simple.
It's like the U.S. went to the army in.
No, it's very simple. It's very simple, right? I absolutely agree with you that like if we had 1,000 Liechtensteins, right, and one of them is at least one of them, almost statistically speaking, is almost certainly going to turn into like some warlord state or something, right? And like and here's the thing, right? You know, we're gonna have there's gonna be Ancapistan and there's gonna be what would you call it, Liberia instead of Liberia, Libertaria. Okay, so Ancapistan and Libertaria exist, and then there's like this area of unhomesteaded land, or let's say, you know, like some Muslim community purchases this third land, right? And they institute all their Sharia rules and laws. Okay, yeah. Well, eventually, like, you know, right? We don't want that. We don't want that. Okay, we don't want Libertaria. We don't like the Muslim community.
Or they could just be Christians
and
Capistan Jews who decide
that would be acceptable.
Promised the land 1,000 years ago. Well,
yeah, for sure. I'm just going for the ones that. I'm just going for the religion that like has like in their doctrine that you can fuck kids and murder people and impose taxes and things like that, as opposed like where it's a little, you know, a little bit more vague and vacuous with the other monotheistic religion, and lie about it, right? So we discover
sufficiently bad.
We discover that they've put the Muslim P. Diddy in charge of determining age of consent. And it's just a rubber stamp approval court, right? Every fucking teenager, every child is just like, yep, they're good to go. And there's a bunch of child brides, right? Well, Ancapistan is like, man, and in Libertaria, we both get together with some representatives. We're like, dude, man, there's a lot of land over there. And there's this private military contracting group called Deuce Volt. And they really want to fuck those boys up. And so we're going to hire Deuce Volt to go in and kill all the fucking muzzies. And then we're going to rescue all of the child brides. And then we're going to take over a bunch of their fucking land. And then
we shouldn't have bitches on the screen, but we should call them that M word. Okay.
Muzzies?
Great.
Muzzies is just a made-up word that describes Muslims that was created by Owen Benjamin.
Isn't it like all slurs are just made-up words that describe?
Yeah, I mean, like once it becomes a fucking slur, we can call it that. It's just a shortening of. It's just a shortening.
That's what they usually do. Yeah. Hey, what's the word for the bad word for Japanese people?
What's the bad word for where
I learned? You know, hold on, just for the record, right? But anyways, we're gonna take them over. We're gonna take all their shit, and we're gonna get new land. All right, problem solved. Anyways, I discovered a new slur today, right? That I didn't even know was a slur because I was attempting to search for my thumbnail to like a picture for my thumbnail. So I Google searched junk food, but I changed the U to an I. And I learned that is a slur for half Jewish, half Chinese people, of which the mother is Jewish, but they're raised in a Chinese household. And I was very confused because I was getting recipes for kosher Chinese food, and I was like, "What is this?" And I learned that there's a slur for half Jew, half Chinese children that grow up in a Chinese household with a Jewish mother, and that's junk food misspelled. I didn't know
didn't
either,
know the-
brother.
Yeah.
I discovered a new slur. It's always a beautiful day when you discover a new slur, isn't it, boys?
Oh God. Okay.
But yeah, there's a specific difference between the state and this, right? That all of that was just a fun little story to tell you that that it's very simple, right? Under libertarian philosophy and a voluntary government be that, you know, a small community, a tribe of elders, a covenant community, and Capistan, whatever it is, that has the possibility of being non-aggressive. That has the possibility of being ethically justifiable. There will be mistakes. Bad people will exist. Warlords pop up just like they do now. The difference is that the state is not ethically justifiable. It cannot be ethically justifiable. It cannot be good. So one has the possibility of it working, of it being prosperous, of it being morally good, of it having a justifiable
what if we
ethical
all get
system.
together and
The
I
state
decide,
isn't.
what if me and Doobie decide we're going to take our massive amount of land and we're going to decide we're going to make, I don't know, our own state. And then we're like, okay, now that we put our land together, we're going to go, okay, we're going to make a democracy in our land alone. Like, why wouldn't we be able to do that? Like in like the
would, I
your own
think,
framework.
Scott.
We would, right? We voluntarily decided to create a state on our land.
The children would have to be legally allowed to leave, right? So long as you don't have some means of forcing the people that are born there to be able to like not be able to leave, right? Then it would be perfectly fine. Yeah, it'd be perfectly valid.
So I don't want to make it about the age of consent, but like you brought something
Couldn't
up.
people
so I
leave America?
Well, the fundamental difference is that
Should
there's a whole
Diddy
bunch of
decide the age of consent? I think that's the
restitution.
debate,
There's a whole that needs to be paid. There's a whole bunch of stolen land, etc.
Yeah, but
it's
like,
not voluntary
under-
from its start. If
Well,
America, right, paid restitution for all of its crimes, right, and gave up all public property and like dissolved itself, and then 330 million people without one person disagreeing all agreed to be governed under this exact same system that we have as of right now. And there was not a single dissenter. There was not a single communist that existed here for some reason. There wasn't a single person with values like mine for some reason. All 330 million people collectively agreed that they wanted this system to be, you know, what governed them. Then it would be commiserate with anarcho-capitalism. Is that likely to occur?
I don't think.
No, of course not.
No, but you can think of like a different, I guess, foundation or I guess like trajectory here that could accomplish the same thing. So like gives an example where some people get together and they form this like private enclave where it has democracy. Okay,
yeah, for
they all
sure.
come together.
You totally could, yeah.
Sure. Well, hold up. Yeah, they all come together and they sign a charter that controls some land, and then over time they expand and they expand and they expand, and before you know it, it's like roughly the size of America now. They did so like the people voluntarily sold their land, but the charter of the company allows for the leadership to change even if some people disagree. If it's based solely on a vote, and if you don't like it, you can just leave the private country.
There are certain things that are like laws and systems, right, that are currently just like straight up violative of the non-aggression principle. Right. But like if we got rid of those things, right, we got rid of the concept of co-ownership, right? We got rid of, all forms of involuntary taxation that currently fund the state. But then we created a state voluntarily through growth, right, where people chose to do that. Yeah, absolutely. Like, but again, every time a child is born and they reach the age of majority and they gain their emancipation from their parents, right? And now they're considered, an adult, etc. The moment that they are, if they go out and they purchase some property somewhere and it's all under this charter, yeah, you could make that argument. But that's not the reality that we live in. Now who's engaging in like fantasy, right? Like that's not the reality of America. I don't think America could, I think it's highly improbable to the point of statistical irrelevancy that like we would grow completely voluntarily to the size and scope that we're at right now. But it is possible, yeah. But then
isn't
that
what
would
the
be a completely
liberals and
different
the
society.
lefties say about the billionaires? They're like, oh, they couldn't have got all this money without being unethical. That sounds very libtard.
That sounds really smart if you're retarded.
Well, I think what gives this point is like it would appear, no matter how unlikely,
like
and I agree, it would be very unlikely, but it would appear to me that we could have America exist essentially exactly as it does now, but if it just formed differently, that's your objection to it. Like the governance could be exactly the same,
If
and everything could be
everyone
exactly the same now.
voluntarily agreed to the state, right? That's true. But also the problem then becomes, how do you so that you'd have to have one property owner, right?
Mhm.
So first and foremost, you'd have to have one actual individual that is in charge of this charter that owns all of the land in America, and everyone else is voluntarily agreeing.
You couldn't
to
do a co-op if we
rent.
all had like 50 individual states owners.
Co-ownership. I'm against co-ownership of property. I'm not.
But it's not a
against
co-ownership. You all own in your own individual states. You're just agreeing voluntarily that we're going to put our own. We're going to all follow one set of laws, and we're going to all help each other out.
Yeah. But that's not like
that's
like
individual
I'm saying
ownership.
co-ownership is impossible, right? But you could absolutely have a scenario where one person is the owner of all of this land. They are the private property owner. They decide, what has occurred, and then there are all of these contracts, right, that essentially form the governing structure of the United States of America. And for whatever reason, 330 million people in all of the land eventually agreed to live under this system. It's highly unlikely, but it is possible theoretically. But then you would have a state that was formed without any stolen property, without ever, killing Native Americans or conquering people or stealing.
Right, but it would be identical.
I think there would be some differences in certain things, for sure.
Super chat from FQ. Is reviewing a man's porn of history a good heuristic of honesty from men on first dates?
If you can see it.
$5. Thank you so much. Do you think that would be a good heuristic for
potentially? I think whether or not men lie about their income or their height is a really good heuristic for their honesty as well.
Probably a little easier to discover.
I think height is probably easier. Income, not so much. My problem with makeup is again, I think that the line is difficult, but like I've seen these makeup transformations where people look entirely different, right? And if that's done with the intent to deceive, which it usually is, I think that can kind of cross into being deceptive, in the same way that like a man lying about his income is deceptive.
But that's what I want to. That's the. I'm glad you brought that up, and so I don't have to talk about the age of consent. It's probably for the best. But you talked about like for the intent to deceive. But I've talked to women, right? On occasion, they'll talk back to me. Very rarely. And like some of them talk about how they use makeup and the reason they use makeup, and it's not to be more attractive to men. It's like a thing. Yeah. So a lot of them interpret it as a thing for themselves, right? Like
some women have short, straight bangs.
Yeah.
Clearly, that was not done to attract men.
Some people, some of them have described it as like art for their face, right? Like an artwork for their face. I get to like put this thing on, right, and it's just got like a pretty like art piece that I like put it on my face and I get to wear around, right? Like it's something to make them feel good, right? That might also like make a man more attracted to them, right? Along and like change their facial structure. So in that case, as long as that is her intended goal, it's fine to do like whatever to do the massive transformations.
No, I think I disagree empirically that every woman who puts on makeup is just trying to. Well, even most are doing it to like for some kind of like art project. I think that I would agree that probably not a lot of them, because most of the time women aren't going on dates, like just like temporally most of the days.
Statistically speaking, yes.
Statistically speaking, yeah. Heuristically, but I think that there is when you like it's hard for me to divorce people's appearance as being really anything other than a expression of themselves to other people around them. if there was somebody, and there's no way to test this, but if there was somebody that was truly not, like if all of the humans disappeared and then a woman still put on makeup every day, I think that would be like maybe the person that I would believe. But I just don't believe the vast majority of people
A
would do
lot
that.
of women put on makeup every day during the pandemic when they were stuck at home, when no one saw them.
I'm sure there are some women that did that. I know there's a lot that.
How do we know that? From their Instagram stories?
And I know a lot of them that did Instagram, or with the potential of running into somebody. There's women who wear it to the gym, for example.
One second. Do we think so? Yes, some of them Instagram stories, fair. That part's fair. But like, there are women who reported that that's what they did. There's no reason to believe, right, that they would have lied specifically for no particular reason, right? They're not like in a debate with Blackwood about the usefulness of makeup. They're just saying, hey, this is something I did, right? Some women say that like the process of putting on makeup is like their way of like getting ready for the day, right?
Sure.
And so like they're gonna get to work, not on a Zoom call or anything, right? But like they're gonna get to work, and no one's gonna see them. But like this is how like they get their mind right. Their ritual.
Sure.
Okay, but if
Yeah,
I
for
put
those particular
platforms
people,
in
then
my
the intent wouldn't be
shoes
to
every
deceive.
day, and it became part of my morning ritual to put platforms in my shoes so that I appear taller than I am, and then I continued to do it during the pandemic because that was my habit, right?
Then it wouldn't be deceptive
That
in
wouldn't
those.
right. It wouldn't change the underlying reason that I started and that I regularly put platforms in my shoes. I have a question. Would it be wrong, okay, if I discover that a man is lying to his girlfriend, okay, or date or other women about his height, and I just start telling people I'm 6'2"? For the record, I'm 6'5". But like, if I find that some dude is like he's like, I'm 6 foot, and it's like, nah, he's like 5'10". What, like, how wrong would it be for me to be like, I'm 6'2", and say that like to the girlfriend and him, like, oh hi, nice to meet you, I'm 6'2", just so that she can be
you're
like,
helping the
oh.
guy out, so she doesn't.
No, I'm doing the
I
exact
see.
opposite. I'm making
Oh.
him appear 3 inches shorter while he's trying to lie about being 2 inches taller. So now he looks like it just breaks reality to such a
Well,
degree
if your
that people
intent is to expose him, then that's probably fine, right?
Right, if
But
I just
you're
go
like-
around since everybody's lying about how tall they are, what if I just start telling people I'm
it-
shorter
hold on,
than I am, so
Yeah,
that
yeah,
all
yeah.
the dudes get caught lying about being
Well, wouldn't just
6
reporting
feet?
your actual height also
Yeah.
illustrate the same thing? I imagine.
Well,
you're,
because
like, quite-
dudes are
quite
usually only
tall.
lying by like an inch or two, right? But if I
Yeah, but
reduce
usually it's
mine by like 3
5'11"
inches,
to 6 foot, and like
right.
you're
But
6'5",
if I'm 6'5", if I'm 6'5" and I'm saying I'm 6'2", and they're 5'11", saying they're 6 feet, and there's actually a 6-inch difference between us when we stand next to each other, and like I'm claiming
women
to be
can't
6'2",
tell what a
and he's
6-inch
claiming to be
difference
6.
is, so.
Right. Can we am I doing a wrong or a right thing? Am I helping out the ladies discover reality,
depends what
or
your
I'm
intent-
further fucking up the everything?
I think the intent, but that also like a predictive.
I'm height
or like a
smurfing, according to
a
Chad.
reasonable prediction, a reasonable like prediction of what the effect would be. I think in this case, would like determine whether it's like okay or not okay. And in this case, I think you're probably doing something fine. I know guys who've lied about like their job. There's one guy I knew, he lied about being a dentist. He was a bartender. And
That's a wild
I
one
think
to lie
You can
about.
find out real quick.
Yeah, right?
That's like a one date or something.
Well, it was a 1 date thing. I mean,
Oh, okay.
Some chick at a bar is not going to like look up the list of dentists.
Okay, it wasn't
I
for
guess.
long-term commitment. Then I thought it was,
Yeah, but it was obviously a misrepresentation to get.
No, I agree.
this
It's still
person to
wrong.
sleep with them.
I'm saying
Yeah.
I cognitively understand. I would
Yeah,
endorse
yeah,
that
yeah.
type of behavior.
And so I've never liked that. I think that's scummy. And there's somebody on Twitter, Ayla, who made
lies about
something
being
that I
a
think-
research scientist.
Maybe. I actually know very little about this person, other than
She collects
some
horrific
charts.
data, pretends
Yeah,
to be a
some
libertarian
charts that she's posted.
sometimes, and
But there is a
and
chart.
then like acts like she's doing research science when it's
Right.
just like the worst data sets ever.
But there is a one chart that I actually kind of liked, which was a rape spectrum, right? Which is like at the very bottom of it.
Oh, you like
was
that? You like that spectrum, huh?
I know. I thought it was like actually a good like a good way to understand it, right? Where like the bottom is like what some deceptive activities could include, like lying to your date about like how much money you make, right? But I noted that she didn't put makeup on there, which I thought was telling of some kind of maybe internal bias that she had.
Well,
Because
from what I
if you're gonna
understand,
say,
they've had a lot of plastics. I could be wrong. I don't make it, but from what I understand, they've had a lot of work done themselves.
yeah, that's even more
They
interesting then,
also
because
she
that,
also like doesn't bathe but like once a month, and regularly engages in
Well,
sexual
that's pretty
activity
honest,
with
actually,
other men,
'cause
and then
smell her.
goes and has sex with her husband after having not bathed for like a month.
okay, look, that's
I mean,
all
that's a
gross
kink,
and
it
everything.
sounds like.
But here's the thing. I think that if you're gonna consistently say that like lying about your income
She
on a
just
date
grosses
is
me
like,
out. I'm sorry. That was mean,
sufficient
but still.
deceptive, is just sufficient deceptive like deceptivity, I suppose, to be some kind of like low level of fraud, or especially some low level of rape. I don't see how you can get away from like plastic surgery, like complete makeup transformations.
Right,
I
like
see
that
some
dude
women
in
brag.
Korea that
Yeah, China who
sued his ex-wife.
I see some women brag about how like what was that thing, like take her to the pool on the first date, and there's women who are bragging about, well, I have waterproof makeup, right? So that's not going to do anything for me. I think that response is kind of telling. Why, like, you don't want him to find out is what this is. How is that not deception, Prime? It seems to me like if this was done on an app, this
Prime.
would be catfishing, right?
I want to.
You go first.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about FQ's question here real quick. One, no. The answer is no. It would not be a good heuristic for honesty, for a couple reasons. First, and this is maybe a big one. It's probably not a reason for why it's not honest. You probably don't want to know what their kinks are. Two, you wouldn't even actually find out what their kinks are, right? Because I don't know if you do watch porn. Who here's watch porn? I watched a lot of it in my day. It's kind of like Wikipedia, right? You start on
Definitely actually.
Yeah, you start on something like mine might be like, I don't know, BDSM or something. I'm like, yeah, we're gonna watch some crazy shit, and
That's where
that's
he
pretty out
starts.
there. Yeah, that's where we start. And then we might go on like
He's describing the rabbit hole that he goes down, but he's like,
Yeah, and
well,
then-
I start with a woman in a torture dungeon, and then it gets a little worse after that.
I like a little crazy. I like a little 50 Shades, in my life. Right? I'm like, okay, this could go a few different ways. And all of a sudden now we're on like, I don't know, Alien Invasion or some shit. You're like, wow, that was a weird
Tentacle
fact.
porn,
And like,
yeah.
and then
That was a
you
weird
never come back. Yeah, and you never come back, to it ever again. But at that moment, you're like, oh, okay, I'm a little ashamed of myself. But that's not a kink. It's not honest. And it was just something you just happened upon. You're like, oh, okay, And like, you're expecting honesty from this? Like, nah. In fact, all that's gonna do is give you like fake info about them that that you're gonna try to use.
It'll give you
it's real
statistical
info, but
noise.
you shouldn't necessarily incorporate it heavily. Like it's
Yeah.
You should
He's
just be
talking about
aware.
statistical noise. That's what he's saying, right? Is that like if you look at a person's porn history, and I want to go back to what we were talking about before in a second. If you were talking about a person's porn history, and if they're more prolific about it, right? They don't like watch weird girlfriend porn like Lacto does. If they like spent some time on the internet, right?
It's cuckold shit. He's calling you a cuck.
Yeah. So anyway, if they has spent some time, they've explored, right? Or they've like clicked links, and they've gone to weird places, right? And like if like they didn't tell you, right? They didn't honestly tell you about that, right? But they told about the large trends in their habits, right? Well, then I think that'd
trends
be like
matter more.
an honest, that would be an honest retelling. But you could say, hey, you
Just like the trend that women like.
What if they
real
lie
dark-
about it?
Yeah, well, hold on. There's a trend. Here's a trend. Women will tell you they want a good guy, right, all the time. And then when you look at their porn history worldwide, you know what they're into? BDSM, CL.
I don't know about that part.
They're gang things. They're the number one consumers of that. And then we have women going, oh, well, no woman would like this. It's too big of a dick. It would hurt. No woman. And then, no, they do like it because they're the number one consumers of that shit.
No. Hold on. There is a difference between
There's a difference between viewing and taking.
a little
to be
bit.
fair.
Yeah.
They're trying to
there's
take
a difference.
that. They just can't
There is-
find
hold on,
that.
wait, hold on. No, hold on a second. There is a difference between fantasy, right? Like what do you fantasize and what you actually want to happen to you in real life, right? Like a person can have all kinds of like
They want an orc with
degenerate
40
fantasies, right? But that doesn't necessarily mean, and they can enjoy those fantasies. They can really get off on them. That doesn't mean that they actually want that to happen in real life, right? And in terms of women, like this has been memed upon, and women themselves meme on this. They talk about how like their fantasy novels, right? I feel like the most abusive men that you can see, like they're like emotionally, sometimes even physically abusive. They're like, for some reason, this is fucking hot to me, right? However, they're like, no fucking way would I want that in real life. So
and then they date those guys, so they're lying about the one thing.
Yeah, it's like
if they did, maybe.
It's a
Most of them
50-50.
date those guys.
It's somewhere in between, right? Because you should never pay attention to what a woman says about attraction or things like that, because none of them
Like asking
know
a
what the
fish how
fuck
to
they're
fish.
talking about. There's not like there's exactly like women will say constantly, "Oh, I want a good man, I want a romantic man, I want these things." But if you're really romantic to a woman, you're just going to give her the ick and she's going to run away, right? Like she doesn't want that, right? Like what she wants is she wants to be seen and understood, right? Like and many men that are like players and things like that are actually better than overly romantic men that put women on a pedestal and romanticize them at actually seeing them for who they are. But then you have the red pill guys that are like, women want to be treated like shit, and it's like, no, they don't want to be treated like shit. They want to be understood. They want to be seen. They want to be validated, but they don't want to be validated in a way that like validates all of their emotions, but doesn't actually understand them. They don't want to simp. But like, so yeah, it's somewhere in between what women report they want and what women read about. The truth is in between those things, right? Like what, if you're
100%.
trusting what women actually, like what women say they want,
I
that's not going
agree that women don't know what they want. That part I agree with. But on another,
they know.
To rewind the conversation for a little bit,
just
and
lying.
we are going to move on to like our
also
actual
any
topic,
Pornhub
but this has been
history
a lot
is
of
bad,
fun.
regardless of what it is.
Fair. Okay. But so there's a quote from I think she's like a big time designer, like a fashion designer guru, someone. But anyway, a woman named Betsy Johnson, and the quote is, "Girls do not dress for boys; they dress for themselves, and of course each other. If girls dress for boys, they just walk around naked at all times." Which I don't think is completely true, because I think there can be sexy clothing. But beyond that, like I think that the sentiment is correct, and
Do
that
women not dress up for dates?
Hold on, wait, one second. They do, right? But like overall, hold on, but as we understood, right? Hey, that's the statistical noise, right? That's the rarity that's happening. Most of the time, the vast majority of their lives are not on dates, correct? Right?
Yeah,
right.
but that's when the sex gonna happen, right?
When they're not on dates, they're just having no.
No, when they're after the date.
No. I'm saying like I'm talking about their entire lives, right?
Yeah, so they're
Let's
deceiving
say
other
adult
women.
lives. Oh, hold on. That doesn't mean they're deceiving other women. Wait a minute. That they're okay. So the way that women talk about this to me, right? When they've had these conversations, they say, yeah, like I've said to them, why do you dress this way if it's such a problem, right? Like I've talked to women who are like, yeah, like putting on makeup is like a big issue, right? And I'm like, oh, okay, you don't want makeup, you don't want to use makeup, and you don't want to be objectified, all right? And putting on makeup might help people objectify you, right? And they're like, hey, yes, I understand that. However, the harshest critics are other women. Right. The reason that I engage in this is because like other women will can be quite vicious about these things, right? And quite judgmental. And since women might be my bosses or my superiors in other places, right? To reduce that friction, that's why I do this, right? And I always say, like, well, it would take someone to like push to just like break the system and get out of that, right? And to like start the trend. They're like, yeah, but I'm not gonna start a revolution on this. I'm just gonna like follow the trends. I'm gonna follow the conventions here. Okay, all right. So women oftentimes, according to them, what they've told me, yes, they dress to impress other women because women have an eye for this. They're looking at other women. They're comparing themselves to other women and they're judging those other women, and that's just like their culture. So yeah, like oftentimes it's not about the men though, right?
They're not
about necessarily fooling men, but like doing some sort of I don't know. Like
no, they're not. Yeah. They're not dressing for men, and they're not dressing for women. Both of these things are oversimplifications of something that's not really that complicated, right? Women are dressing because of two things predominantly: their own sense of identity, right? Who they are and how they want the world to perceive them, which includes both women and men, and as part of that, they are dressing to maintain or grow their state in the hierarchy of their social standing. So when they go to work, they might be quote unquote dressing for women, but really what they're doing is they're trying to express their identity, right? And their clothing tells a little bit about themselves, how much money they have, what their sense of style is. Am I quirky? Am I sexy? Whatever I am, this is who I am, right? And then they're insofar as they're actively thinking about it, not like, just throwing on some clothes because they're like late for work or whatever, right? Is they're dressing in that regard. And then they're dressing to maintain or grow their position within the social hierarchy, right? Reputation management is a very big part of how women engage in social situations. And so the maintenance of that reputation is going to be based on a number of factors, one of which is male attraction, one of which is, gay fashion designers, one of which is, what is seen as respectable in a workplace by both men and women, right? All of these factors that go into your reputation management is how women are dressing. So they're not fucking dressing for other women, though other women do engage in reputation management. And so they're more likely to tear down a woman for what she wears or not like her because of what she wears than a man is. So in a sense, it's more towards women in that domain. But it's not to dress for women or to dress for men. It's to showcase their identity and to maintain or grow their status within the hierarchy and then the domains of where they're going, right? So they dress for work for that situation. And when they go to the club, right, they're dressing quote unquote for men, but they're also dressing for women, right? But what is the social hierarchy at the club is going to be based upon different factors than what it is at the workplace. And so they're going to dress sexier because the sexual attraction of men plays a higher value at the club than it does at the workplace.
Well, hold on. First of all, let's just go through some of those you just said. Like, listen, you mentioned gay designers. I don't know if you know this about gay men, but they're very horny and they're trying to get fucked too. And so guess what? It all comes down to attractiveness. They're making designs. They hope people want to fuck, so they make more money and get fucked. And then these women, they're going to the club, just like you said. You agree? I agree with all that part where you're talking about them getting. I would say it's all based on attractiveness. The only reason why we wear clothes is to make us look more attractive. No, you're wrong. Like, I look much better in some outfits than I do without totally naked. I feel like a lot of us do. It's pretty simple, like you get something that flatters you, you makes you look just right. Hey, hell yeah. That's how a lot of women do. Sometimes just a little peek of something good is better than, whatever, build the anticipation. I mean, I would say
plenty of people wear weird shit that is unattractive, right? Like women specifically will engage in.
Hold on. I'm not saying there's not outliers. I'm saying society as a whole, just clothing outfits are based off fuckability. And then if you're not wearing clothes off fuckability, then you're a fucking loser. No one gives a shit what you think. And that's really how that works. Like,
okay, what evidence do you have to suggest that your theory is better than mine?
I will tell you what evidence I have. Every time I walk out fucking side. Every time I walk outside, it's anecdotal, I guess. But every club in the world has hot people in outfits advertising on commercials. Every club, every magazine has outfits with hot people that are wearing certain things that make them look more attractive. Everything, sex sells. This is just reality. That's the real world. I hate to break it to you. And if people don't,
the real world, and you brought up magazines and like,
hold on. I'm gonna keep going. You want some more? How about people that are rated more attractive make more money? That's the real world, right? It's pretty simple. How about people that are rated more attractive do better in politics and get voted in more often? That's the real world. I keep going down the list. We know attractive people make more money.
They tend to vote Republican more.
Hold on. And then
but none of what you said goes against what I said. You're just oversimplifying it to it always is about sex.
Let me finish it. It is all about sex. Because guess what? Even the people when they go buy these outfits, they make these outfits make them more attractive, make them look sharper. The ones that don't buy these outfits, you're the societal low tier. Nobody cares. You don't have any say in that society. You don't get to decide what fashion is. So fashion is determined off sex. It's really that simple. Because what are you doing? You're just buying whatever you think looks cool or putting something together and making less money and not having any impact. So it all comes down to sex. It's really that simple.
And I feel like that's so reductive that it doesn't even need a response. I feel like anyone with a room temperature IQ could understand that what I said and what you said, entailed the same things. You just cut out all of the things that are obviously also true.
Nah, it's just it needs to be simplified. Sex. That's it.
Yeah.
Okay.
No one cares about a sense of identity, and there's nothing that could ever matter
Nobody does.
in
Bro,
terms of
people
fashion
literally
other than
identify
sex.
themselves now off
That's why
their sex,
fashion
literally.
shows always
No,
show the
literally, the
sexiest
whole-
outfits and never crazy retarded
The
things
left.
like
Hold on.
fucking 400 coat hangers
The
as
whole
wings.
left, the
Like,
left
it's just
for the last,
what?
for the last like 5-6 years has literally been trying to you just talked about identity. They've literally been trying to make sex their identity. That's all they've been trying to do. Oh, guess what? I'm a man that wants to be a woman. Oh, I want to be a flower. They're all about what they want. Their literal identity is what else wants to fuck them.
Dude, you were
That's
so
how
out of
mad-
touch. You are so out of touch with the real world. Listen,
Oi, Gibbs, Gibbs.
left-wing fashion has been
If I decide I'm a dog, I start
anti-aesthetics.
dressing like a dog.
Right? It has been.
and I start saying,
There have been hierarchical. There have been hierarchical. Symbolic representation through clothing and makeup that are subversive to sexual attraction. That has been a part
start
of
dressing like a
identity
furry
management
and only
within
wanna fuck in a furry costume.
left-wing art and culture for years. Okay, there are plenty of people that have gained reputation management by having outfits that are specifically not as sexually attractive. Like that is just
Boy,
true in the
Gibbs,
fashion industry.
I think there's to Scott's point. So was Lady Gaga's meat dress? Was that about sex for you as well?
yes. Yeah,
Okay.
it's a vagina.
All
It's a
right.
representation
I
of
think you
vagina.
just see everything as
You
sex,
remember that
brother.
era where they would
I think
go
that's
on
just a you
Newgrounds?
problem.
No,
I would agree with
Newgrounds-
Scott
hold on.
here. I don't think that Lady Gaga
has
meat
even
dress was
talked
about
this.
sex, personally.
Lady Gaga's talked about how the meat thing is how men treat women like meat. She's represented in sex. Also, if you remember at the time, to Lady Gaga's credit, Newgrounds is a big website, and one of their most prominent games in the adult section was, is it meat or is it a vagina?
Prime, can I ask you a question?
Roast beef. Go ahead.
If I find out
Sometimes
that,
it's
like,
hamburger.
and I wouldn't even really need to find this out, if I reasonably expect that a woman might be interested in how much money I had, something crazy like that, let's assume, and then I went and I got a fake Rolex, and I put on the fake Rolex, and it's like a super fake, so it looks very much like a real Rolex, but it was like, $200, $300, and I like flash it to her and make it clear that she sees it. Would this be deceptive?
The silence is speaking for itself.
Who are you asking? Are you asking me?
Yeah.
Prime.
Oh, I didn't
Jake-
know you were asking me. I'm sorry.
He said, "Hey,
no
Prime."
idea you were talking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Either the Paul Bros say never to wear the real Rolex. They say buy a real one, then buy the fake version and wear the fake.
Yeah, but if I had a fake, the Paul Bros would say that.
But do
If I had a
you
fake
also have the
Rolex-
real version of the fake?
Uh-huh.
Don't you know?
No, yeah. So if I had a fake Rolex,
Oh, okay. So you're wearing it for
and-
safety reasons.
No, if I bought a fucking Rolex specifically designed to look like a fake Rolex, look
Yeah,
look
but
like
do
a
you
real
own the
Rolex,
real
but
version
it's
of that as well?
No.
Oh, okay. See, that's different. See, they're saying buy the fake version and the real version. Right?
I'm
Yeah, we
buying
all
it
got
because I
version
want
of
to.
Vogue.
Yeah, I'm buying the fake Rolex because I want
He
people
wants
to
to
think that I'm
pose as
wealthier
something
than
he's
I
not.
am. Yes,
I got it. That's what I was
that is
asking.
the comparison. I'm trying to make me look rich, right? If I just like a lot of these fucking fake influencers do. If I'm like pulling up to my mansion in my fucking Maserati, and then it turns
You're
out
rented.
wow, the Maserati's rented, and
Yeah.
the mansion's owned by some producer friend that I asked if I could film there for a day.
Yeah.
Don't you think that if I show a woman that video, like, oh yeah, I drove my Maserati into the, or even if I didn't say that, if I just like showed her the video and then like she came away reasonably so with understandings of me being rich, did I deceive her in any way?
Okay. Yeah. So again, sorry, I didn't realize you were talking to me, friend.
Okay.
But yes, I think that is a level of deception. However, to be clear, I don't like. We talked about this before. I don't like fully disagree with you, like on the makeup thing, right? I actually have a lot of agreement with you here. But I guess I think that one, like, I wouldn't put this on every woman at all points in time because I don't think. Okay, fair, right? So that I don't think all women at all points in time are wearing makeup specifically to deceive men.
True.
But
And
as
I
we
might just like the look of the fake Rolex, and I have no idea what it's actually worth.
fair, yeah, that's absolutely true, right? Yeah. So I think the extent of the fraud and like our societal response to that, I think that we might be able to find some differences there. But I want to read something. Okay, so I'm going to read something from our friend FQ. I want to read it, but I also don't want to read it because I know this is going to incite a response from you guys, and we do have to move on. But
Is it another manifesto?
It's not a super chat. It's not a manifesto.
Oh, it's a manifesto.
This is not a manifesto. This is 2 sentences from her. All right. So she said, like, her major point that she was trying to get across with her previous super chat. This is a DM from her. Is this: lying about bizarre porn fetishes is worse than income or height. If a man demands a woman humiliate herself by showing up no makeup and expose her body count, he should have to hand his cell phone over for a reveal, right? So if he's showing up with no makeup and like asking them about their body count, that's like a humiliation ritual. So they should also hand over their phone for.
I don't see how no makeup is a humiliation ritual, unless.
Nah, I'm kind of with FQ on this one. Like, if you're gonna first date, demand someone's sexual history, and demand that they walk out kind of exposed in terms of the way that they look with no makeup in a world where all of the women
if it was a demand,
right? Like if you're like requesting, right? If you're requesting, I think that the fair request in return is to be like, okay, well, if I have
I don't
to
disagree
explain,
with the request part.
if I have to show up at a nice restaurant where every girl is wearing makeup and like I'm not allowed to cover my fucking acne or my raccoon eyes that have been caused by the fact that everyone says I'm supposed to wear makeup every day, and so I don't get fucking sunlight on my eyes and I don't get enough vitamin D in those areas or whatever, right? And I don't get to, I don't get to highlight my best features and minimize ones that are, a certain way. So like I'm barefaced and vulnerable for you. And I have to, be honest about my sexual history right from the beginning. Then why are you not going to be honest about your sexual, your sexuality and the things that you fucking jack off about at home? Like, yeah, no, that's a completely fair and valid request. If you're going to be like, no makeup and you better tell me how many dudes you slept with, then like, yeah, well, I want to see your fucking phone. I want to see what weird shit you're into.
Well, I agree. If it's a reciprocal demand, I read it and I might have misunderstood. Of like the woman voluntarily shows up without makeup, and then voluntarily shares her body count, and then therefore the man is obligated to share.
No, it's a request. It's a
I think regardless of if the woman shows up without makeup or whatever, I think that it's a good idea. Not because it's a heuristic for honesty. I think we should just be showing each other our porn histories and talking about our kinks right from the start. Because if you're not into the cool, wild shit that I'm into, you're boring. Get the fuck out of here. I don't want to talk about it.
I'm with my man Gibbs on this one.
If you're not into the same wild shit I am, how are we going to get married? Like, if I can't tie you up, then I don't want to be with you.
But here's my disagreement.
Stop wasting my time.
I don't think I think that when you present your face somewhere, that is a statement, right? I think the face is sort of unique in that respect, where when you present, and this is one of the reasons why like masks were so disruptive during the pandemic, or at least what people argued they were, is because like the face is the gateway to the soul. Like you are presenting yourself, you are expressing yourself, you are making statements whenever you present your face. I just think that that is a physical statement in some regard. And so if you show up, I don't think that I think it's perfectly, I don't see it as the same as I get to see something that you have that is private, like your phone history, if I can't cover up or misrepresent the statement that I'm making to you throughout the entire date, or even before the date, I'm assuming, unless this is like a blind date. Now, the body count, the example, I think, is more comparable, potentially. I think it's actually pretty closely comparable, actually. Like STD risk maybe is like some kind of argument you could say where you have like a vested interest in knowing, but at the same time, like asking if the other person is clean kind of accomplishes the same thing potentially. So
I mean, if a woman is going to be like vulnerable and engage in sexual activity with you potentially, or a relationship towards that, I think it's also fair. knowing a woman's body count for maybe STD reasons, right? Because of the safety in that situation, she's going to be alone with a person that can overpower her. Maybe she wants to make sure your Pornhub isn't 90% like beating the shit out of women.
Look, I think it's perfectly. If a woman wants to make a request for any information during a date, I think that's
valid.
fair.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
like you can just
valid.
say no and end it there.
Yeah,
or
you can. You
continue.
can just say no. Yeah, there's no obligation to be on a date with anybody. For me, the only problems that come up if things are misrepresented. So if I ask somebody's body count and they say 3, when in reality it's 300, well, that's a problem. If she were to ask me my income and I were to say it's like oh yeah, it's 300,000 and really it's $3,000 a year, that would also be a problem, right? For obvious reasons. But yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with asking. I just think when it comes to now, again, with the makeup example, it's difficult because you can ask somebody, well, are you wearing makeup? And the answer is going to be yes, in almost every case. But there is a huge range of what that means, right? And it's not always clear which end of the spectrum that's in. Someone could say, yeah, I'm wearing makeup, and I can't. How much? Are they going to give me like a in weight exact? No, they're not going to say that.
An inventory. Yeah.
There's no actual quantitative way for them to express that to me. But they could look completely different without their makeup, or they could look more or less the same. They just have eyeliner on or something. I don't know. So when it comes to and I think the same thing with plastic surgery. Scott brought up the case of, well, somebody's showing up and everybody else is having it, so it's really kind of embarrassing for them not to have it. This is literally what South Korea is experiencing with plastic surgery.
Yeah, South Korea, exactly. I was going to say, yeah.
And there's kind of a compounding problem that happens when there is this expectation that everybody has this thing, where all of a sudden it becomes expected that everybody has this thing. I don't like that. I don't like, what have we gained in this world now where everybody must look like a Barbie
Well,
doll,
one person will
otherwise
stop
they're-
having plastic surgery when everyone else does it and takes the leap. They're going to be waiting to start the
reminds me
revolution.
of
I agree
yeah.
that's a dumb argument, but that would be
yeah,
the
it's like-
mentality.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's almost like Gattaca
I mean, so-
a little bit. It's. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, I agree. Look, I don't want anyone to have the expectation to have to change their face, right? Unless it's established for a job, hey, I'm going to pay you money, this is a requirement, you got to change your face in some way, right, to for the job, like a clown, right? You put on clown makeup. So
Dude, I keep getting this
agree with
warning.
that.
I've lowered my bit
but
down a lot, and I keep getting this
I don't know. I think
YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming.
Societal
It happened last
response
time.
to make up the burgeoning response, right? Within these red pill spaces mostly, right? And I'm not calling you red pillar, to be very clear, right? But where this thought process is springing forth. I think this response
I keep getting this
tends to be overblown.
But I'm not getting
or the problem
anything
that's presenting. I don't think it's
Streamlabs
not necessarily fraud in the way that we've been talking about it, right? But how
no
do we deal with
notifications
this?
of issues on
What is
Streamlabs.
the damage?
What the fuck is going on?
I think there's a lot of room for discussion there. But anyway, let's move on to the actual topic.
It seems like it's just a thing when I'm on StreamYards. For a while.
Thank you once again, FQ, for the kind $5 super chat. That was once again another stimulating discussion, and I wish we had some women to add to that. Hey, Dewey, please.
I've got terrible news for you guys. Okay.
No.
I'm a father. I'm a husband, and I have to go.
And your wife has shown up with makeup, and you can barely recognize her, but you kind of want to fuck her more, and then you're like, "Is this fraud?"
Actually, one thing I
right?
appreciate is that she doesn't wear very much makeup. She does, but not very much, and I appreciate that actually. I agree with Lactoid about the
everything you told me. She's an honest woman, so
yeah, extremely racist, but honest. Yeah.
Well, that's
What more could you ask for?
I'm trying to train her not to use the N-word anymore. It's a process.
Well, if you're honest, you're always going to be extremely racist. What do you mean?
It's not that she's just a little edgy. Okay, that's what it is. She's not actually racist. She's just an edgelord. Okay, I gotta go. Sorry, Prime.
Okay, bye.
Sorry,
Bye,
everybody.
friend.
It's great to see you guys. Bye bye.
Yep. We got a ringer who just showed up. Hold on. One second. Hold on. We're gonna add them in. The Jeptan, one of your people. Yeah. Is the let me hit him. Jeb link above. Okay. Another person wants to join in. We'll give them a moment to
Can we
jump
get rid
in
of the
before I read
fucking
the
thing on the bottom that is taking up half the fucking screen again? Jesus Christ,
Yeah.
dude.
Also, for the record, before Jeb Tam comes on, he's wrong. 3 people in a year is not that many people to have sex with. It's just not.
3 people in a year is not that many people to have sex with.
Yeah, think about 2 6-month relationships, and then you have like one night stand between the two.
It's a lot when you compare it to the American average.
Well, I'm sorry that some people don't have game.
Yeah.
I think the average number of sexual partners is like what, 10? And so like if you're doing 3 a year, that's like you're going to surpass it within 4 years.
So I have a lot more than 10.
Listen,
and
way to brag.
The
Well, I'm not,
context,
but, like-
the context I'm talking about is the issue with Gibbs's thing. Gibbs is saying 30 isn't a big body count, so he's not saying had a one night stand, 6-month relationship, one night stand. Everyone
Yeah, over
agrees
the course
that's
of several
fine.
years.
You're saying they do that again and again for a decade. Having 10 6-month relationships and then fucking a person in between each of them, that's red flag all day. I'm never going near that person. 10 6-month relationships that failed, and your
maybe
solution
they're
every
various.
time is to go and
maybe
fuck
some
a
of them
random
some
after
of them are
every
3
single
months,
one.
4 months. Some of them are 8 months.
I'm sorry, you're fucking two randoms in between each one. You're fucking 2 randoms in between each relationship and
Yeah,
wondering
one
why your
random.
relationships only last 6 months? Come on.
Yeah, I'm just sorry. It sounds like just no game. Is what it sounds like.
So
Or I have the ultimate game because one and done, baby.
Lactoid. Oh boy.
I rest my case.
Oh boy. I have thoughts
Yeah,
on
Jeb
that,
Tan,
but
you haven't had your clothes burned or your car keyed by a crazy Latina. You're
chat.
really missing out.
Yeah.
Someone in my chat says I've been catfished into red pill content. because obviously the
Yeah, pretty much.
description and the title of the video
Oh my
has
God,
nothing
yeah.
to fucking do with this.
You
And
liar.
it's fucking
well,
past 10 o'clock
blame-
and we're still
Listen,
not on the
listen,
topic.
I'm not saying
blame-
sexual market value, any of that bullshit. I'm saying if you're saying who you want to be in a relationship with, and someone's like, yeah, I've had 10 6-month relationships, and every time I get over one, I fuck a couple
Bro,
randoms.
if they're fucking
You should
30
But what if all of them were crazy? What about that?
It's just a coincidence. There's no assortative mating going on.
If it's a coincidence, they're all at fault, and not me.
Hold on. Let's just say you were dating you're doing only 2 people a year, and you just started from 18, and they're now 32. That's like 30 people even then. 2 people in a year is not that many people. Like
That's
I don't
a
know why
lot.
you're acting.
Wait,
Maybe if you're
Gibbs.
Not good at like getting laid or
Wait,
not good at
just out of curiosity.
It's not that many. But if I have less than 2,
Can I-
had sex with less
can
than 2
I
people in a
clarify
year,
something?
I would probably I don't know what I'd do. It'd be bad.
Okay, so in your 10-year period, if let's say someone, gets married, okay, and then get divorced, and then 5 years, get married, get divorced, is that a red flag to you or not?
But say it again.
In over a span of 10 years, if they get married and they get divorced 5 years later, they get married again 5 years later, as in they've been divorced twice in a 10-year period, is that a red flag to you? Or that's you should incorporate
it's a red
that.
flag.
It is for
It's
me.
a red flag.
Well, why is that?
Yeah,
Why is that a red flag? And then people sleeping with 30 individuals not a red flag?
I'll tell you why. Once again, it's real simple. Because one, if you're dumb enough to sit here and like commit your money back to back in 5-year periods, and you all sit here, you're either a woman and you have no consequences from getting divorced, or B, you're a man and you're a dumbass, and that's really the only explanation I have there.
Listen,
So,
Gibbs,
I think
your
it is
answer
I think it is a red flag.
told the story for me, right? Then hear me out. You just said 2 people a year for however long until you're 32. That's 30. That's not a lot. Otherwise, you're bad at getting laid. The implication there is I am engaging with someone whose goal for the last 10 years until they were 32 was just getting laid.
No, that's
and
not
now
the
all
goal.
of a
That's
sudden,
not the same at
now
all.
all of a
That's not
sudden
even
I'm
true.
having to deal with them.
If that's
Hold
the
on,
case,
that's-
you're being very ineffective by getting laid.
Yeah,
If that's not true, then they've been in like 10
Hold on,
short
hold on.
relationships that haven't worked out, and they're a red flag.
Listen, young Padawan. Let me explain something to you. I mean, I know that you're just now getting married. You're all excited. You think it's normal.
I've been in a
but you're
relationship for 8 years.
Yeah, I rest my case. Listen,
Red flag.
listen, yeah, red flag. Yeah, it's a green flag. Sure, it's a good thing. But listen, if something was to happen, and
Yeah.
you get depressed and you get divorced, it's very common for people to be, okay, I'm going to go start trying to have sex now because I miss being able to fuck every now and again. Right. But I don't want to date. Those people have the one night stands, reasonable, makes sense. And if you're only getting like 2 people in a year and you're going out every other weekend, 52 times, 1 time a weekend, or if we're going to do 2 times a weekend, that's 100 times, and you're only getting laid twice, that's a 2% return rate on 100
if you're
times.
going, if
That's
you
really
break
bad.
up from a
You're very
long-term
bad at
relationship-
getting laid.
Hold on.
And listen, hold on. If you tell me if you go out 100 times a year and you get laid twice,
No, I'm
guess
saying
what?
you
You're
going out
screwed.
100 times a year is the red flag.
No, hold on. That's a very
Going out
common
to
thing.
get
That's
laid
drinking
100 times a
culture.
year is a
No,
red
hold
flag.
on.
Gibbs and
Drinking
Jeb have
culture
just
has
different
it.
goals. They're just different
Yes.
people with different goals.
No,
like
it's not different
that's,
goals.
that's,
Not
that's the
different
end of
red
it.
flag to
To
me.
Gibbs, it's the
No, no,
hole.
no.
That's the goal.
Yeah.
To
No,
Jeb's
that's
hand.
not true. Hold on.
The
This is
hole with the
ridiculous.
W
Listen,
is the
I know
goal,
that
you
y'all
know?
are prominently online only people, and I'm going to introduce y'all to the real
Oh
world.
my
Get it for
god.
y'all.
Yeah,
But
I'm
listen,
dating my
most
fiance and I have
most
been dating
people in
online
America,
for years.
most people in America, drinking culture is a big thing, and part of drinking culture and part of dressing up and fashion, just like we were talking about, is trying to get laid. And guess what? If you're single, it's pretty common, especially if you're single all year, to go out more than 100 times in a year. That's not
Lactoid,
that
you're a
many
good
times.
debater.
That's literally
Does that
twice
feel like
in
a walk
week
back
for
from
like
going out
50
trying to
weeks.
get laid twice a
Hold
weekend?
on,
Now
though.
he's saying,
Hold
well,
on.
you're trying to
Hold
get
on.
laid
If you get-
anytime you
hold on.
dress up.
Hold on. If
It's a
you get
moving target.
laid 2 times in a year off one night stands off 2 different people, that's literally 2% of the time you went out. Literally 2%. All right. And so you're telling me, oh, they're bad. It's because they're bad at getting laid. It is because they're bad at getting laid. If you only get laid 2% of the time and you go out and you're trying to get laid, you're a scrub. Sorry, don't give a shit about you. And if
No,
we're
no,
talking
you're a
about
scrub
people-
if you go out
Hold
100
on.
times a
And then
year
if
trying to
people
get laid,
date,
period,
hold on,
even if you're
people date
successful.
for long periods. If I date for somebody for 6 months and I break up with them, and I don't date anybody for 3 months, and I meet somebody new, and we start dating, and in 3 months, hey, before the end of the year, I have sex with them. That's still 2 people within the year, and I had a 3-month grieving period between my 6-month relationship.
Yeah, but
And
you're
then guess what? We go
extrapolating
on.
that over 10 years, and that means someone
Over
has
10
had 10
years?
short-term failed relationships, and that's a red flag to me.
Bro, it's
You know
a
that-
red
right,
Because you had an
yeah.
8-year
Of
relationship.
course
6
it's
months
a
is not
red
a short-term
flag.
relationship.
Well, it's
Yeah.
a red flag for Jeb.
6
because
months
he
is not a
he wants to-
short-term
He wants to
Yeah,
get
I want a
married.
long-term
No,
relationship.
not-
Wait, hold on. Wait,
Gibbs
Gibbs,
does not
Gibbs.
want a long-term relationship.
If you're dating
Gibbs.
somebody for 6
Yeah, of
months,
course.
if you're dating
I
for somebody
agree.
for
You don't
6
think
months,
you think
you're
6
far-
months is a long-term relationship?
It's a serious one at least. You're not going to date someone for 6 months if it's just going to
6
be
months?
like we're like dicking around. Well, I'm not. If I'm
No,
dating
I get
someone
what he's
longer than 3
saying, but
months-
that's why it's such a big red flag. You've tried to really go it with 10 people and it hasn't worked out. I think there's a problem with your
most
selection.
people date more
or
than
there's
10
a
people.
problem.
Like I don't know if they fuck more
Stop.
than people.
Not
Most
more.
people date
Most
more
people
than
do
10
not date for 6 months or longer. 10
Yeah,
people.
but most people date more than 10 people.
Yeah, but
Your
you
first
just
year
said
indicator
6
was
months
like,
is more serious than
and you
just
just said
dating.
for 10
6 months is serious.
So
It
okay,
is serious.
all right.
It's a serious relationship.
So all right.
Anyway, yeah,
I just
let's
want
go into
to make it
disagreement.
clear because Lactoid said something. That I was not bragging like at all, like not at all. Be so clear, not at all, right? What I'm trying to say though, is that like I reject and this is consistent. I think it's consistent. Everyone knows that if you watch this channel long, it's a consistent refrain of mine, right? That I reject the morality attached to sex and like consensual sex. Like I reject people moralizing and shaming individuals for their body counts or like what they do in bed or anything like that, right?
Sure.
Consensual sex between adults, of course, right? Then like you should be able to do what you want of however many people you want, right? I reject it all. So no, I am absolutely positively not bragging, right? I don't feel elated or I don't feel disappointed. I don't feel proud. I don't feel shamed, right? And I don't think anyone else should feel that way either, right? It's just
I think everyone agrees,
you've done.
probably.
Yeah, and I want to clarify too,
I'm not
because
sure
I said red flag, and I do want to clarify because that can sound red pilly. When I say red flag, as Corey mentioned, we're talking about red flag in terms of is this person a compatible person for me to fulfill my goal of a long-term relationship with, right? And so I'm not saying that women or men are bad for having a lot of sexual partners or bad for pursuing them. I think that you should have better goals than that. And definitely someone who spent 10 years primarily trying to fuck is not going to be a compatible person for me to be in
That's
a
fair.
relationship with long term.
That's
very fair. I think Scott would disagree with the things I was saying.
Yeah,
That's fine.
I'll just try and keep it short actually, so we can try
we
and
can move on to the topic.
And that's why I wasn't really saying much, but it's pretty simple, right? Research seems to suggest that if a person has one or two previous sexual partners, that they have a high divorce rate. If they're a virgin, they have an incredibly low divorce rate. Now, the commonality between most of these things is probably religiosity, right? Which is, virgins tend to be very, very religious, and they tend to match other people that are also of the same religion. And that's like a really strong factor to keeping the relationship together for better or worse. Once someone gets a divorce and then they've only ever had one previous sexual partner, it can be like a bit of an issue because they've tasted something else. They've bringing in maybe trauma from somewhere else or something, but they haven't like found themselves. The sweet spot, other than virginity and being in a religion, which is way, way more successful than having someone that has had previous sexual partners, somewhere between 2 to 10, right? With like 5 to 6 being the best. Pair bonding research shows that people that have more than 10 sexual partners tend to have issues with pair bonding. They have difficulty being in a long-term committed relationship with someone. They have a lot of trauma usually. Like a woman with more than 10 bodies is a huge red flag for any man that actually wants to have a meaningful relationship with a woman. But what I think the red pillars
and
get
vice
wrong,
versa. Like it goes both ways.
it is both ways, but to a lesser extent, but it is absolutely both ways. I think what the red pillars get wrong is that it's not about the amount of sex that you're having. It's not about how many bodies you have. It's really more about the way that you approach relationships and your ability to be in a long-term relationship. Someone that's had 6 or 7 previous bodies, we'll call them, right? That's like 28 or something, right?
Corpses, we can call them that too.
Is someone that maybe only had like one night stand in college and didn't like it because they realized that that's a bad experience, that's disrespectful to both people, disrespectful to the act of sex, and leaves you feeling kind of empty and dirty, because they are the type of person that connects with someone and realizes that like sharing their body with someone should be a special thing for someone that you're committed to. And then the other 5 times they've had sex was like their high school sweetheart, and then relationships that they waited 2 or 3 months maybe to have sex with that person, and then they were in a 1 or 2 year, maybe one was a 6-month relationship, right? But if someone has 30, 40 bodies and they're 30, right, that means that they have a very blasé relationship with sex. They've had more than one night stand. They don't think about sex as sacred. They probably have a lot of trauma. They probably have a lot of expectations and a lot of problems. Outliers exist and people change, right? Sometimes people can have one way in their life and then they're different later. But by and large, if you're trying to marry someone with more than 10 bodies, that's a bad idea.
I do want to move on to the topic at hand, right? But I do want to reject the framing here a bit, right? I think I agree with a lot of what you said, right? And more to the point, it's about like how you approach relationships, right? Like if you're a serial dater, I think is actually a bigger problem than a person who's had a lot of different sexual partners. I think that's the issue. That's the heart of it.
Also a serial dater is probably going to have a higher body count, right? If someone has a bad breakup and then they take a year off and like focus on themselves, they're also probably likely to have a bigger
These
body
things are
count.
highly correlated, but they're not synonymous. They're not the same thing, right?
For sure, but
So
like the person Admiral Gibbs described,
I know,
that
but
is
hold on,
like
let me
in like a 6-month relationship constantly.
My guy, let me
is a serial dater.
Let me make my case. Yes. So then I agree, right? Serial dating is actually the problem that's being identified here when we're talking about pair bonding, right? Okay, so we'll have to talk about this later, right? But I just want to get my point in before we move on, right? But you can respond afterwards. I won't
Well, yeah, it's just the data doesn't suggest. It can
yeah,
be a factor
so
for sure,
like,
but it's not the problem being identified. It's not even the biggest one.
Yeah, I don't think that having some certain amount of bodies, say that bodies, sexual
Bodies
partners.
it's just a correlation.
I know. Well, is it, you saying relation? Because relation is not what I'm identifying here. sexual encounters
We know
are
someone
not the
here that
same
likes
as
relations with
relationships.
bodies.
Yeah. Sexual. That's what I'm trying to say. Sexual encounters aren't relationships. You can have a bunch of sexual encounters and have a low number of relationships, right? That doesn't say anything about like your ability to get and stay in a relationship. It's talking about how much sex you've had with how many people.
Right, but that would be correlated with a high divorce rate, right?
I said they correlates.
Right, that's why I'm saying the data just like if you haven't been in a lot of relationships, but you've had a lot of previous sexual partners, which you'll see in like a certain subset of women in Gen Z, right? I'm not saying this is all women, right? But you'll see a lot of young women, for example, saying, "I've never been in a serious relationship," or like I'm not in a lot of relationships, and then people are like, "Oh, they have a low body count." It's like, "Oh no, they don't," because they're engaged in a lot of short-term flings and a lot of sexual activity, and that also is a problem.
Yeah, and it's super granular, and I think this goes to just show. But hold on, this goes to just show the problem with red pill or sort of dating optimization ideology from the get-go. And I know this isn't going to hit with like younger people who like it because they want a simple answer. There's never going to be a simple answer when it comes to things so deeply individual as dating, because like you can take even the really popular thing that just blew up, right? Charlie and Andrew Wilson. And Charlie's point in pointing out the issue with Andrew Wilson's oversimplification of the value of women. And Andrew being like, well, my wife has 3 baby daddies because she was in 3 long-term relationships. And there were instances of abuse that pushed her out of those relationships. So even the ending of those relationships weren't her fault. And it's like, grant all of his premises that they're all true. And it's tragic. But what it shows isn't that Charlie should have pie on her face for bringing it up. What it shows is Andrew's consistent oversimplification of the context, of the possible context for all the women he talks to, is a problem because he comes from what should be such a deeply informed background that there's so much potential context in the lives of these individual women. And the fact that he told the woman he refuses to be lectured, meaning in that context, he didn't want to engage in a debate with a woman who's had 50 dicks in her mouth, is probably the actual problem. The overgeneralization is the issue, not the sort of attempted but potentially mistargeted
what about
critique.
a dude with 50 pussies in his mouth? Does he lose credibility, or is
Yes, he should lose credibility. He should lose it in the same exact way too, because he is
more like legend?
No, and listen, he should, because if a dude has had 50 pussies in his mouth, he has probably taken the chance to eat every pussy he ever had an opportunity of getting in his mouth. Whereas a woman who's had 50 dicks in her mouth has probably still turned down 90% of the dicks she could have sucked. So he should probably be judged more.
That's more of a self-telling you, just because you can't imagine convincing 50 different women to have sex with you.
It's a joke, but it's obviously a hyperbolic joke.
Based in
But
reality a
obviously,
bit.
One day,
are,
I just pray one day that everything goes good in Jeb's life, because his jaded arc is going to be epic. He's going to suddenly.
Oh yeah, it'd be pretty bad.
It's going to be wild.
He breaks up.
Listen,
it's going to be
not
awful.
Jaded implies you are looking at the world inaccurately because you've been harmed.
We'll see.
Okay?
We'll see here in like 20
So
years.
back to it.
Right.
Your audio
again.
You have to fix your mic position.
All right, can you hear me?
No, probably click
worse.
to a different mic device in StreamYard and then go back to your original.
No.
one.
It's literally his headset mic he's using.
Oh, is it?
I don't know how he's a streamer and still using a headset mic.
I was
dude.
using my other mic, but then we moved to StreamYard. Now this is the thing that works.
No, well, it doesn't right now.
Click the settings, go to audio.
It's
and
not a
select the
settings
mic you
issue.
like.
He literally moved it. It's like his
No,
mic
I know.
is
What I'm
dying.
saying is to use his original mic, go to the settings and select the mic that you like.
You are not understanding Jeb Dan.
No,
his
I
mic
am.
is
I know.
physically broken.
Currently, the one he's using is, but he is suggesting he has another mic that StreamYard wasn't letting him use.
No. That's not what he was saying. No.
Get another
So,
mic, you fucking dork. Fabian Scott was right.
Wait, hold on. Guys. What?
Testing.
Yes.
Yeah. Good. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
All
right. Thank you. To defend Andrew a little bit here, I have heard him say, and this is going to be a bit of a callback, but I agree with this, that I don't think he used this word, but this is how he was using it. It is a heuristic to not date women who have a bunch of bodies. Okay, it's not that you.
No,
can't
get back
have
to a
specific
fucked up mic.
situations.
Get a real
I'm
mic.
glad it's cutting out now. I'm glad no one can hear him.
No,
Okay.
yeah, and
So sorry,
we understand it's a heuristic.
It's fucked up beyond like
Yes.
Can you hear me?
To the it's cutting in and out and super electrical.
Listen, the issue with the guys that hide behind it's a heuristic, we had a conversation earlier, Lactoid, but Nick Fuentes is another one of these, and Ben Shapiro had a great point on it, which is the issue with the guys that hide behind it's a heuristic. When you actually look at all of this, when you look at all of their content and all of the stuff, all the conversations they take part in, it's not a heuristic. They do just blanket judge any woman who has too many bodies. They do just blanket hate black people and women and blah blah blah.
No, Nick Fuentes is gay. He doesn't get a say on
no,
the body count
I understand.
Like,
what I'm saying is Ben Shapiro had a great quote on Nick Fuentes, which was, "It is not the audience's responsibility to look up everything you have ever said to combat the impact of what you said in front of them. Don't say the dumb shit and then be like, well, go watch my entire library of context and you'll understand the nuance of what I'm saying. Just be smart enough to introduce that nuance when you introduce the point."
No, hold on. So I was told on my end that my stream can hear me just fine.
Now
this might be a StreamYard's issue.
It probably is, but you
dude,
sound good now.
StreamYards is doing all kinds of great shit. Only when I stream on StreamYards do I start getting weird bitrate issues on my stream. And, my stream
so
starts
that might
crashing,
be.
I don't know if it's a StreamYards.
It might not
issue.
actually even be. Yeah, but my
Okay,
people
well, we can
watching my
hear you
stream are saying
now.
that I'm saying fun. Regardless.
Yeah, we're good.
I don't agree. I don't think that every conversation needs to have like maximal nuance. I think that it can be helpful to throw in nuance, and that's like the key to a deeper conversation. But we work off heuristics all the time, and I think that's fine. If I'm on when you're going swiping on a dating app, you're going off heuristics. When you hear about somebody that you might be interested in romantically or sexually, et cetera, you're going off heuristics. When you are meeting somebody, there's a reason why when you want to make a friend, you tend to try to go to events or things in which that have one of your interests, where other people who might share that interest might be there, because heuristically people who share your interests are more likely to work out, whether it be.
Can I ask you a question?
And so when Andrew, to bring it home, when Andrew Wilson says very correctly that a woman with a very high body count is generally a bad idea, he has said that I think he specifically said that his wife is one of those exceptions, one of those situations where
how convenient.
He probably wouldn't advise somebody to do that, but it worked out for him, and it can work out for people. It's very similar. My grandfather's been smoking cigarettes since he was 13, and he hasn't gotten cancer and died. But he would tell people not to.
I mean,
counterpoint.
I
Counterpoint to that.
hold on.
You don't
No,
need
hold on.
No, let Scott get
hold
in.
on. Yeah. So here's the issue, right? And oh god, I hate getting in drama off of this person versus that person or whatever, right? Especially when it's Andrew Wilson, because he'll fucking flame me. But regardless, Enemy Charlie brought up a good point that got buried, right? Bringing up the wife and everything in the way that she did was probably she deserved to get yelled at some. Though he did freak out a little bit, and he didn't address a serious crux of the argument, which is under his preferred governmental system of Christian nationalism that he advocates for, divorce would be illegal. And so all of this oh, well, my wife had these extenuating circumstances. It's that only matters if he is arguing that those extenuating circumstances should be applied in the law. When he has regularly made claims that divorce ought be illegal, then that becomes an issue, right? And I didn't watch the whole debate, right? But I feel like Enemy Charlie, though she did go for a little bit of a low blow, I think she only brought up the divorces. Right, well, he does a lot of low blows.
He
right?
literally teaches the deployment. It's listed on the description of his debate academy, the deployment of tactical insults, and I can't think of an insult that was more tactical than Charlie's right there, because it literally got her 4.5 million.
If I remember correctly, she didn't. If I remember correctly, though, she didn't bring up the child, did she?
No. Not once.
No,
right.
The
So I mean, it's very clear then that she's obviously not going for the lowest blow
Nor
that I have
did
available
she really
to me.
attack Rachel. She literally immediately tried to connect it back to Andrew. The person who didn't allow her to connect it back to him and his inconsistency was
Does
him.
he freak the fuck out?
This is the issue, Lactoid, that I have.
Brian.
No, okay.
Nah.
Whether
It was-
hold
whether
on.
the
It was Brian, not Andrew.
This is the issue.
The phone call from what's her name?
No, that was like
you're
minutes. That was like 10 minutes later.
No, hold on. No, that's why Rachel's on there in the first place. I watched the whole thing
Because Andrew asked.
Hold
for her
on.
to
This
be,
is the
by
thing,
way.
though, right? Like, just to give.
Of course, I'm
Charlie
getting
a little
fucking
more
rated
credit.
by Rob
just to
Noor
give-
right now
just to
as
give her
we're
a little
going
more
through like
credit.
whether or
Hey,
not
you-
fucking it's appropriate to fuck like what Charlie said against
Hey,
Andrew.
W Raging
Oh my
Tomato.
God.
Andrew and Rob are pussies for that. W Raging Tomato.
So angry. But listen, hold on. Here's the one thing.
No,
hold
on with that. I can't say it, but I have other information. Raging Tomato kind of went out of bounds and fucked up on that.
Listen,
I'll
I
just say
don't
that.
care.
If you want to
So
talk to me later, I'll tell you.
Sure. Speaking about what we are talking about, I watched it, right? And I'll tell you what, if I was on the whatever podcast or being hosted by anything with Brian, first of all, for everything I know about Brian, he's very I don't know what the way to put this is, but autistic. He's got to be in control, very much so. And so when he's sitting here doing these things, I can see him taking over and allowing the super chats and the whole setup where it's Charlie's going to a hostile territory and they're going to just let the super chat say any horrible thing about her they want, and she's just going to sit there and take it. And Andrew's going to do his Andrew thing, and we all like Andrew, but he's going to sit here and make jokes. And then finally she gets in with one. And
we don't all like Andrew.
No. I mean, all the people that are watching Fabian's thing is coming. But at the same time, it's if you're gonna roast them to their face, well, when they get you back, it's kind of roll with the punches. I don't know. I feel like they played.
I'm not trying to address. I'm not trying. Just to be clear, I'm not trying to, because I did not watch the whole thing. I'm not trying to address the whether the rhetoric was appropriate or not appropriate between the two parties. I'm simply looking at the argument. Is there something are you precluded from making an argument to say this is generally not a good idea if it's something that you've partaken in? And I think that is a bad argument. I think a lot of smokers will tell you
but that's not the argument. So
but it is when we're relating it back to what we're talking about. Andrew Wilson is perfectly justified. It is. Andrew Wilson is perfectly justified. Hey, shut the fuck up.
I mean, that
was not an invitation.
I feel like you're just sucking Andrew's dick now at this point.
I
love Andrew.
I was defending him before Rob Noor rated you. You can scroll back the VOD. Okay, this is been my position.
I'm just saying,
I think
that's not the argument.
I think
it's not relevant. You're forcing an irrelevant argument.
Great.
That's fun.
Make the case.
I think it's perfectly fine to again make a heuristic statement to say it is generally not a good idea to do X. And if somebody points out, you don't comply with this heuristic 100%, that doesn't nullify the heuristic. That doesn't mean that it's not
true, but it's not relevant to what we're talking about.
It doesn't make it an inaccurate observation. So
my problem is
I don't see if you're simply making the argument that it is heuristically it is a bad idea to go with a woman that has a whole bunch of bodies. I don't even see what bringing up the person who makes that statement, bringing up their body count actually even has to do with anything. That's not actually even relevant. I'm pretty sure that's an ad hom by definition.
The reason it's not relevant is because, and this is my problem with our Nick Fuentes conversation, you're not talking about people who actually just make the heuristic argument. You're talking about people who make the most inflammatory, insulting comments to people and then defend them as if they did make a heuristic argument. Andrew Wilson almost never has ever said it is just generally a bad idea to date women with high body counts. He almost exclusively says, "You're a fucking whore. I refuse to be."
To be fair, isn't he mostly talking to whores though, literal whores?
Stop. Hold on, stop.
You know what I mean? Come on now. I mean, when we're talking to Nala, she's a fucking whore.
Here's
you know what I mean?
Shut the fuck up. This is my
literal whore.
I accept Fabian's interruption, but the reason I don't like it is because then you want to jump in and then he wants to jump in and then stop. Let me get it out.
I'm just saying we're gonna be fair.
No, but these people never actually make the heuristic arguments that they claim and defend. They always insult, attack, and completely overgeneralize. And then because Lactoid and I love you, you enjoy and appreciate dissenting voices disproportionately, and I get that. There's higher value in dissenting voices than concurring ones. I get it. But that doesn't mean you need to fucking carry water for dudes who have never once simply made the argument they're trying to defend when they get criticized for making the argument they actually made. So when he says, I will not be lectured by a woman who takes 50 dicks in her mouth, Charlie absolutely has the right to say, your wife has 3 baby daddies, because they're doing the same thing. And that's Charlie's point, is I can also describe the circumstances of your sort of argumentative base in just as uncharitable a way to discredit you, because that's exactly what you do every time, and you don't get to be a pussy and say, well, I'm just saying
cry
it's
like
heuristic.
a bitch about it.
Yeah, when
Go
you
ahead, let's
never
go to-
actually make just the heuristic argument.
Let's go to Gibbs and then Corey.
Yeah, I mean.
Oh,
so
also,
I'm
we're not gonna end up doing the top. I wanted to.
Let's do it next week. We'll do it next.
Of course. Next week. I do want to do the topic.
Yeah.
And maybe Greg will be able to.
I think it's a good topic, and I want to do it. But yes, so when we're sitting here talking about this, right? Like, listen, right? I'm divorced. I'm the jaded one. I agree that, as a divorcee,
Red flag being divorced.
Red flag. Yeah, it's a red flag. It's sure. I agree.
Red flag and red hair.
Yeah. Hey, that's true. Some people would say in some ways it's a green flag because I've not had multiple try to get married again afterwards. We've taken time and stayed to work on ourselves, right? They're not rushing into another long-term commitment, kind of thing.
Yeah.
And I think in some ways that's a good thing. However, I got told the other day by Latina, and she just happened to be Latina, but I was out trying to raise the ladies. Yeah, and she goes, hey,
just happened to be crazy.
You don't have any kids and you're 34. I'm like, yeah, that's right. She goes, and you're divorced. Like, she's like, that's a bit of a red flag that you have no kids. Most people our age all have kids. And I'm like, well, that's a regional thing, I think, because kids are we're not having kids overall, except in America. That's a problem. We're talking about the replacement theory, replacement rates all the time, right? That's the issue. So I'm like, okay, I guess these red flags are subjective, and as somebody who is divorced, I feel like I could say if you've been divorced more than once, that's I would say it's a multiplier when it comes to red flags. For each one, it's each divorce 10 times more. 10 times more than the last one, right? We're square in the root of divorce. And so when they're sitting here telling me she's got 3 divorces, that's concerning. I would be concerned. I think Charlie's right to bring that up. However, I love roasting. I love shit talk. Y'all have seen me on panels. I do some shit talk. But I generally, despite what y'all may believe, unless I don't like you and haven't established this community, I don't roast people first. But then people will roast me, and I come from Halo, and I come from roast shows. So I'm really fast on my feet with roast, and I'll hit you about 15. Only 8 of them will be good, but 8 of them will be really good. And the others will be funny, but I hit you with 15, and you hit me with 2, right? And so then after I do that, usually people back off and lay down. But if I roast them back and I cook them, and they cook me back real good, guess what? You got to eat that crow. And I hate people that sit here and use tactical insults and then can't handle the tactical insults back. We call that big bitch behavior. And I'm a little disappointed that's what turned out in this one, because generally the roasting goes back and forth on this. Everybody's mad because Charlie got 1 dig out of the 50.
Yep.
I don't know. I think it's kind of funny to me.
One, I want to. The reason why we're not doing the topic, I think we should all blame FQ. It was her super chat.
Bro, you run the stream. You could be interesting comment and move on.
We could do the topic. We could do the topic now. I
kind of wanted Dr. Greg here, and it's streams ending in 40 minutes anyways. Also, what the fuck is going on? Is anybody else having issues with YouTube in last week? Out of nowhere, the last 2 streams, I just keep getting bit rate warnings after
YouTube and Streamlabs have been crashing really bad for me when I've been using them. My
I'm using Streamlabs, but I'm having no issues on Streamlabs end, and then I just keep getting Stream Health bit rate warnings on YouTube's end out of nowhere. It was fine until a week ago.
Sometimes Streamlabs do that to me. Anyway, without Streamlabs. Anyway, whatever. Fine. Hey, anyway, back to it. Okay, I just wanted to blame the woman, and it's a woman's fault. Certainly not a man's. I had nothing to do with this. So moving back. So I didn't see the podcast. I just saw the one dunk, which was an excellent dunk.
I saw a couple clips.
I commend Enemy Charlie. Right, hit him right in the feels. It was super effective. And we love to see it. But in any case, back to it. Like I was trying to make a disambiguation previously on the high body count thing, and like, sorry, who's doing the clicking? Is it Gibbs? I think it can't be Lactoid, right? It's got.
I'm not
it's
even
not Lactoid.
Couldn't have been me.
Maybe it's Scott. I don't.
It's not me.
Oh my god!
I mean, I heard it and I wasn't clicking anything.
Yeah, I don't know. Okay, sorry. One of you guys are fucking lying to me. You're like doing this on purpose.
You saw me. I wasn't even at my desk.
I know it wasn't you, Lactoid. I know it wasn't you. Unless you're being diabolical and like have one of those automatic clickers that people use like during the pandemic to show they're doing work. But anyway, which I don't put past them. But I was trying to draw a distinction between relationships and sexual activity, right? These things are very much correlated, right? In our society, they tend to be correlated, and without a doubt, right? But I think there is value in disambiguating, like having sex with an individual and having a relationship with them, right? It doesn't even, like, we're talking about a one-night stand, for instance, right? That, like, you can call a relationship, but like that's a bit of a stretch, right? The point is that you've had a sexual encounter with a person, right? Or let's say you're even more adventurous, right? Maybe Gibbs is on this level. That like you go to a sex club with your partner, right? Those things exist, and you can have a whole bunch of sexual encounters very quickly, right? In a very short span of time. Does that say anything about your ability to pair bond, right? I think these things are like super oversimplified. They're talking about relationships, and again, I think there's value in the data and like the things that Scott was saying. I'm not saying that he was like completely off base or whatever the fuck, right? I'm saying that like, but the thing that you're really identifying is these serial dating, right? Which also, correlates with like having high sexual partners, right? Because of each person you've been with. But it's like the inability to stick with a relationship, to commit, or whatever the fuck is interfering. That would be the thing that should be a red flag about pair bonding, rather than simply a number of sexual partners. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
There's nuance, yeah, for sure.
I think we agree with that. So let's talk about artificial sweetener.
Wait a minute, Scott.
So I was trying to figure out my stream stuff. I apologize.
You didn't hear what I said because that was mostly directed to you.
I was probably sex.
Yeah, I was just trying to figure out how to set up something so my stream would stop crashing. I apologize.
Yeah.
I'm normally pretty locked in, okay? It's just like this current moment, I'm trying to like figure it out real quick.
Most people could benefit from like auditing their own principles and identifying whether they actually abide by them. Because I totally agree with what you're saying, Kai, in the sense that like, yeah, some couples like engage in sort of like three-way or sex club or whatever kind of vibes. And it's like, conservatives will be the first to say, listen, what you do in your home is your business. And then they'll also be the first to be like, you shouldn't be doing that in your home. And it's like, right? Yeah, definitely people should be more nuanced.
Some conservatives, some.
And I think so if you are conservative and you want to give heuristics, as a conservative, you actually have a greater level of responsibility to frame those heuristics as heuristics every time you make the argument, instead of being hyperbolic and accusatory and condemning, and then trying to and only ever mentioning it as a heuristic when you get attacked on the way.
Why do you have a higher responsibility if you're conservative?
Because you're the one who is saying that we shouldn't care what people do generally, and we should have more grace for people's level of individuality and the individual circumstances of a given action. And yet we are the first to try to be like, oh, I'm going to frame all of my heuristics as blanket insults to everybody who engages in a behavior even closely related to one that I don't like.
Yeah, I don't think this is. I think conservatives are perfectly fine with like maybe like conservative libertarians. We are like less interested in using. Not me, of course, but what I would call libertarian and what 95% of the country would call libertarian.
The touristy libertarian,
but not Scott. I'm a tourist.
No, I agree with him. I agree with him. It's more like small government conservatism.
Right. Yeah. Small government. Yeah. So we might say, well, look, based on like XYZ principles, we don't want the government to be intervening and interfering in people's right to do things that we think are bad ideas. But there has never been a prohibition on social stigma. In fact, social stigma is how we try to address those issues, right? It's instead of having the government come and like, make you do XYZ, we say, hey, you should do XYZ, and we're going to rely on community structures to try to compel you to do XYZ. And a big part of that is shaming.
Yeah, but my issue is, I think you cannot have like an overall conservative worldview and extend shaming to the degree that like these red pill podcasts do, because it's still the reason we believe the reason we believe the government shouldn't do it is because we generally believe in the value of America as a country that lets people do what the fuck they want.
Yeah, there's a huge difference. Like, in the same way they have the right to do the bad thing, I have the right to talk shit about it, right?
You have the right to talk.
We are all working we're all working within our rights. I don't think there's anything inconsistent with believing the government can't stop them from like sleeping with 50 people or stop me from criticizing them for sleeping with 50 people. I don't want the government doing either of those things, but I'm. In that same vein, I'm perfectly fine criticizing them for sleeping with 50 people, and you're perfectly fine for criticizing me for criticizing them for sleeping with 50 people
I
as well.
agree. Yes, obviously we can say what we want, and everyone can criticize us for that, and then those people can be criticized for what they say. But what I'm saying is there is still core values there, and I believe the core value of small government conservatism, or tourism libertarianism, as some may call it, is the idea that there's a reason why we don't want people over-policed, and that is because we generally believe that some things just aren't people's business outside of the home. And to the extent that they are kind of that people share it, there is a value in just laughing and saying, live and let live. We are not supposed to be the party of fucking, you need to worry about 13 different ethical implications of every little thing you do in terms of its externalities on the supply chain.
That's what you're demanding.
Like,
you're demanding that level of nuance. When I'm saying,
I'm not.
When I'm saying you don't have to, I'm saying, hey, generally, like, don't go fuck a bunch of people. Like a very, very generalized statement.
No, that's exactly what I'm prescribing.
Avoid people who fuck a bunch of people. Perfectly fine statement to make. Is it super nuanced? No. Is it very generalized? Is it a heuristic?
But
Yes.
that is the level of nuance I'm asking for, and even you consider it not that nuanced. What I'm saying is, Andrew Wilson doesn't say generally you should try to fuck fewer people. Andrew Wilson will say you're a disgusting fucking whore, and I refuse to even have a conversation with someone who's had 50 dicks in their mouth.
Okay,
that
doesn't
meet my bare minimum level of nuance.
I haven't seen all of Andrew Wilson's.
I gave a timestamp on
I haven't
Twitter.
seen
My Twitter.
I haven't seen all of Andrew Wilson's content, right? But like every time I've ever seen him say something like that, he's talking to a literal whore, and like I don't like.
So why? I don't know why that you say that like that. Would
yeah.
make it
Why
better.
is it okay that he's afraid to engage with whores?
Yeah.
What I mean, not. What do you mean? Okay, that he's I don't think Andrew Wilson is afraid to engage with whores. That's clearly not true.
So in
like,
this
that's
conversation,
this
Nala
feels like a hate
gave-
boner.
No. Listen to the hate boner at least, and then you can maybe critique it as that.
Wait, so they got a hate boner. I'm on his dick. It's like you're right in the middle, the perfect spot. Is that what it is, Scott?
So here's my thing: is it's like
I'm just like I'm not gonna suck Andrew Wilson's dick. But also, I think it's
the thing. If it's a hate boner, then let me say it so that you can then critique the actual point. Because it sounds like you're starting to be afraid of the point as well. Nala gave a factual critique about what the Bible says relative to what Andrew was claiming. And Andrew is notorious for defaulting in those arguments to his safety of, I don't get to and neither do you get to interpret the Bible because I'm Orthodox and blah, blah, blah. Instead of giving that carte blanche argument he knows loses him every conversation because he doesn't actually believe it, he decided to instead retreat from the argument as to whether or not what he was saying was actually congruent with the belief system he claims. He decided to instead call Nala a whore and say that's why she doesn't even get to make the argument. That is textbook. I am retreating because I am afraid of my argument on the merits, and so I am going to deploy a tactical insult to win the optical argument because I know the point isn't exactly favorable to me. He teaches this.
So let me respond. So let me respond to that. Hold on. Let me respond to this.
All right, I want to respond after you. Go ahead.
Yeah, for sure. So
sure.
I feel like this is a bit of a goalpost shift, right? Which is already like a topic shift, right? Away from like, is having a high body count bad, or talking about that, to now we're just talking about, is Andrew Wilson consistent in his principles and argumentation on these shows, which I feel like is a meta conversation of, is Andrew Wilson bad for the conservative movement, and do we dislike him or some shit? Right?
Well, Andrew Wilson's not even a conservative in the traditional sense. He has agreed to that to me in a debate. He thinks conservatism means conserving European theocracies that predate the United States, whereas most people, when they think conservatism, obviously are thinking of constitutional American conservatism. He agrees he is not a conservative in terms of like American conservatism.
Yeah, sure.
So he is definitionally bad for that cause.
Okay, yeah. I feel like you kind of just proved my point to interrupt me, to be like, let me tell you this previous dunk I got on Andrew Wilson to prove.
No, it's not a dunk. It's not a dunk.
Like it feels like you had just full blown have a hate boner. So now we're talking about Andrew Wilson and how much you dislike the way he argues.
That's what we've been talking about.
Yeah, right. It was driven by you and your desire to be like, let's all shit on Andrew Wilson.
It was me giving an example of why, why it's valuable to give nuance in a conversation.
So, right. My argument was, right, like I don't know the full corpus of Andrew Wilson's fucking debates to be able to determine to what degree he's talking about generalities and whether or not we should avoid people with high body counts versus to what degree he says he insults a literal whore from time to time for being one. Right. And you're saying, but in this moment with this specific quote that I'm using where he was talking about Nala. Yeah, you're probably right. I don't fucking know. Like maybe he threw that in on the whatever podcast because he was losing the argument or something and felt that was like a rhetorical dub to like talk shit. I don't even know how much I care about that in that specific thing. The meta conversation about whether or not like the heuristic is valid to say that generally this is the thing. And then the conversations about like, okay, what you were saying earlier was, well, he doesn't use it as a heuristic. He doesn't use it as a generalization. He uses it as a means to avoid a valid criticism or an argument or as an attack.
Yeah.
Maybe like, I feel like I've seen that, but I've only seen that in fucking clips of him. Like, I don't give a fuck enough about Andrew Wilson's entire debate history to know whether or not he uses it that way.
He only describes it as a heuristic defensively, but when he deploys the argument offensively, it is never just a heuristic.
Well, hold on. Fabian is actually right. Fabian's right about this, right? Like, let me give you the example. Let's just use Nala, okay? Nala is a great example, right? Nala is a whore, right? Literally by definition, right? And I
think not anymore, apparently. I haven't kept track.
Hold on. Just trust me, Corey.
I don't even know who
Tell me if I'm wrong here. Nala is a whore, right? She made her riches from being a whore.
Well, who knows what she is now?
Let me finish. God damn.
I was just trying to be fair. I'm sorry. Trying to be fair.
All right. Now she's claiming to have. She's actually, exactly, Corey. She's over here repeating it, claiming your victories. It's bullshit. Anyway, we're typical. Anyway, so we're sitting here, she's a whore. And we're coming in here, and she's saying she's come to Jesus. You know, this reminds me of a story from the Bible. And if y'all are Christians, y'all should know this story. It's I think it's Rahab or Rohab or whatever the fuck her name is, of Jericho. Right, she was a whore and she helped out the Israeli spies in Jericho, right? And then they came out. You know, Lactoid wouldn't like it because his anti. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. You don't like him either, Prime, but it's a biblical story. I guess they've always liked
no. I'm saying Israelite is different from Israeli. That's all I was making the point.
Well, I was just going to give you credit that they had the Mossad back in the old days. They got the Mossad.
The Mossad
seems like a trend. Anyway, so listen, she's a whore. If I called Rahab of Jericho a whore. She is a whore. She's gonna, and I guess what? Probably her takes on moral philosophy, even though she's a definitive figure in the Bible, and like had a come to Jesus thing. Well, not come to Jesus, but had a Jewish awakening in a similar way to Nala has come to Jesus. It's kind of like, hey, you're still a whore. You made your riches off being a whore. We're gonna call you out, and you don't get credit for being a metaphysical philosopher just because you took 50 dicks. I agree with
He
Andrew
wasn't
on that.
asking for credit.
No,
He was
hold on.
simply
Sorry,
making an
Hold on, let me
objective
finish.
argument.
I want to
Let me
respond to
finish.
this. I want to
Hold on,
respond
just
to
let me
this.
finish.
Right.
Let me finish. And then you can decide. However, that being said, if you're going to call people a whore in a derogatory way and say that you have no fucking background or whatever, if I was to talk to Ray Suka about dinosaurs and she's a PhD in paleontology and is an OnlyFans bop, guess what? I would get schooled. You know, so you're taking that risk. And so far, Charlie's the only one that's able to school him back. And I mean, like, I don't think being a whore gives you any kind of metaphysical thing. I also don't think it discounts you.
Yeah, Andrew was the one.
Sorry,
Yeah.
hold on, Jed. I want to.
Yeah.
One, I agree with that last thing you said. It certainly doesn't discount an individual. Two, like, in Christianity, like the whole thing is about supposedly, right? Which is this part is completely bullshit, but like, this proves my point. That it's supposed to be a forgiveness, and like you should be able to, you know, approach Jesus Christ after doing the quote unquote bad thing, and then be forgiven, and then be led into the tribe, right? Like that's what it's supposed to be. It's always been bullshit, right? And this conversation is another example of that. It's always been bullshit, but that's like supposedly the goal. And we see that.
Just be clear, I'm an atheist. Just throwing that out there.
I know.
Just making sure nobody was painting that on me as like a false Christian or something.
Scott,
you
I assure you, I was not thinking of you, Scott.
I didn't
right?
say
One of
you.
the
I
few
just meant clarifiation.
Don't lie. You
All right.
dress up in the Orthodox robes on the weekends. Don't lie.
But like, I don't. This is the king. But anyway, so I also reject this idea, right? That conservatives used to agree with me on this, but reject this idea that like you shouldn't. There are people who are invalidated from discussions because of their past, right? Like conservatives don't like it, right? And really push back against it when some liberal, some lefty, right, says like, oh, well, you voted for Trump, right? And so I don't have to listen to your opinion, right? You're a bad person. You did the bad thing. And so your opinion is invalidated here, right? Or, hey, because you voted for Trump, right? Or because you have like views that differ from me on race or something, that means you're a racist also. So I'm not going to bother to debate you, right? And then even going further than that, and you know, we've seen the context like with Nick Fuentes, right? Like, hey, are there some people who are like undebatable, right? Where you shouldn't platform them at all? A lot of leftists will say, hey, like we shouldn't be talking to people like Fuentes. It makes the world a worse place, right? In fact, you're doing harm by just talking to them. Right. And I've rejected that continuously. I see conservatives reject that continuously. But now we have Andrew Wilson here saying, you had 50 dicks in your mouth, and now I refuse to talk to you. And then that's being treated as somehow legitimate. No, it's completely illegitimate to do that. Right. And it's a way to avoid the conversation.
Yeah. The issue is Nala wasn't the one asking for meta-ethical credit based on her past. Nala was simply making a fact-based argument about what the Bible says versus what Andrew says. Andrew knows his argument against